Hello, everyone. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, May 9th, 2024 at 6:06 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us. I think there's a little feedback, but it looks like we're working on it, so that should be fixed shortly. All right, so next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing directly to the school board. We have time for up to 60 speakers, and as a reminder, the district continues to provide time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. This is an opportunity for the board to take part in listening to our community. While we wish we could respond or provide feedback, we are required to limit our questions to requests for clarification or follow up directly to the administration. Members of the public wishing to participate in public comment, in the public comment portion of our meeting, called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to audio record their remarks or sign up to speak in person. So, and this is the first time we have people speaking in person during public comment for the board info sessions since COVID, so yay. Tonight we have 6 who signed up to speak in person, and we have 26 who left a recorded message. So we will now move to the in-person testimony. In order to as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. Callers who signed up to speak in person are welcome to come to the microphone when their name is called. And as you come up to the microphone, there is a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence, and like a short sentence. Again, we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference the staff member by position or by abbreviated last name. We ask that all members, all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. So our in-person speakers for tonight, so that you're ready to know the order, are going to be Addison McKenna, followed by Sarah McKenna, Mr. Roscoe Overton Sr., Vanessa Morgan Valdovinos, Sean Hopkins, and Lavonda Loney. All right, so Addison McKenna, whenever you're ready, please come up.
Remember the childhood story of the Emperor's New Clothes, teaching a lesson about people who are afraid to criticize the Emperor even when it's obvious to everyone else that something around them is wrong? I stand before you to declare that the Emperor has no clothes. Special education at LASA is more than problematic, and no one at the district has been willing to step in and help the students because of the illusion of prestige that comes with the LASA name. I'm being denied accommodations in science, and no one at my campus will do anything because my teacher and case manager have been told what they have to do. Why is LASA administration allowed to make decisions that deny student supports agreed to by their ARD committees and protected by IDEA? When is someone going to look into the practices that harm students receiving special education services at the school? Please conduct a full audit into these practices and have a district intervene to ensure the rights of a protected class of students.
Thank you, Addison. Next, we have Sarah McKenna.
Having a special education student at LASA, I've observed a campus that is exempt from the district's published values. There is no educational equity when students are denied accommodations or services. There is no relationship or trust with families when campus administration makes decisions and refuse to adhere to students' IEPs. Parents have raised concerns to the district administration, but still nothing has improved for SPED students at LASA. Is it true it only took 43 SPED complaints for TEA to step in and monitor the district? How many complaints will it take for the SPED issues to be looked at LASA? I'm requesting an independent audit to investigate how many students with IEPs and 504 plans have left LASA, a review of the total number of state complaints, mediations, and due processes, and that the district intervene to ensure the rights of students with disabilities as a protected class at LASA. Evidence shows they are not in compliance and subject to non-renewal of their contracts under the TEA order. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we have Mr. Roscoe Overton Sr., and we will be able to accommodate and allow more than 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. According to authors of Thomas and Collier, you know, the AISD school district is known for hiring some very powerful and enlightened consultants. So I have a few things from them. Thomas and Collier said in a book for creating a bilingual in a training world, they said parents are the lifeline of your dual language program. They are your most important allies. Often parents are the ones that keep the vision alive. Understanding this is a lifetime commitment. For dual language families, they want their children to be at ease in a multicultural global context, to be able to engage in conversations across the national world and boundaries. Now, the Overton Group was organized with the goal to ensure that all students in the district receive equal access to early Spanish language acquisition and other resources that can benefit their academic success and future employment opportunities. My attention was heavily drawn to dual language while attending a multicultural convention in Arlington, Texas, several years ago. It was several thousand persons there, and I was part of that group. And it was real interesting because the moderator, as usual at any large setting, give breaks. So when she asked everyone to stand who spoke one language, everybody stood. But guess what she said too? Well, you would have thought a tsunami hit the auditorium, but half of the group sat down. Then she said 3 and went on that. But when she got to 4 and 5 words, language that you speak, stand, it was only 5 persons stood at that whole group. And guess what? Some of you
Go ahead and finish your thought. Go ahead. You may finish your thought.
Three of the persons who stood left standing was from Africa. And the reason I mentioned that because I grew up in America, in the United States, where there was some apprehension as to whether black kids could learn 2 languages at one time. I just want to say that, so I'll take it back. And I have one other thing I wanted to say at that minute. But on AISD, there always has been, since I've been around, this effort to get volunteers, persons to do something, be part of the school system. So I volunteered to be part of the dual language process, not only in person, but I have a nonprofit myself. And for the last 2 years, we sponsored, we funded part of that program so that the parents of students who attend multicultural classes would have some knowledge of what's going on when they got home. Because I'm surprised, and I'm sure some of you all also, that Austin still have somewhere 65 or more participants who are of the Spanish orientation. And with that many, and then the others who parents go home, the kids go home and don't have that luxury to talk Spanish to his or her parent. So what the Overton Group did, we funding, we're going to go, it was, I think about 5 schools, because in 2001, when it started, 2010, the only schools that was funded for this dual language program was, I won't name it, but the Witch Top and a few others. But
begging your pardon, Mr. Overton.
In East Austin that was funded.
In the interest of
that project on.
fairness to all of our, thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr. Everton. Appreciate that. Next, we have Vanessa Morgan Valdovinos.
Hello, thank you for your time. I am here today as a parent and as a co-chair for the Multilingual Education Advisory Committee. This week, they announced that they are cutting positions of our leadership that oversee a third of our students. I am here today to highlight the need. Excuse me, I'm so sorry, I'm so nervous. I'm here today to highlight the need of strengthening our multilingual education team. I understand the importance of keeping direct services staff as budget reductions take place. My request today is that if nearly a third of our student population falls under this umbrella of the student body, that they receive some representation as such in personnel and in resources in order to best serve our community. If efficiency or restructuring is happening, I ask that you consider for community input. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I appreciate you so much and all that you serve.
Thank you.
I appreciate. I have a kid, and I'm just thankful.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Sean Hopkins.
Timekeeper, please let me introduce myself before we start my time. My name is Sean Hopkins. I'm a parent for AISD language students. I'm also a dual language teacher at Clint Small Middle School. I'm a founder of the program, and I'm also the co-chair of the Multilingual Education Advisory Committee. I'm here and speaking on behalf of nearly 24,000 emerging bilingual students that we have in our district, 16,000 dual language students that we have in our district, and many, many thousands of language other than English students that we have in our district. They don't have the voices that I have, and they're not able to be here tonight. But the proposed cut of our two directors in our program, our multilingual program, is absolutely unacceptable. There's no way that this can happen without seriously compromising the quality and the faithful implementation of the programs that these positions oversee. How can anyone here think that this won't leave a huge gap in our ability to deliver services and support these programs with fidelity? That kind of thinking is pure fantasy. Two Spanish phrases stand out to me. Lo barato sale caro. What is cheap ends up being expensive. And if you cut these positions, I promise you it will cost us much more in the end. And the other is, ni un paso atrás. I've been with this dual language program since before the beginning, before a lot of people jumped onto that. And we're not going backwards. I'm looking for the commitment of the leadership of the district to be with me on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Lavonda Loney.
Well, good evening. I am Dr. Lavonda Loney, and I serve the staff, students, and community at none other than the pride of the East Side, LBJ Early College High School, home of the brand new 2024 Secondary Teacher of the Year. So in addition to serving as a campus administrator, I also am a TPI Fellow. TPI stands for Texas Educational Policy Institute. And as a TPI Fellow, I get an opportunity to work alongside legislators on bills and upcoming opportunities to be able to confer with them. And that's what's bringing me here today. So I want to commend our CTE district leaders for all of the work that they're doing with CTE and the requirements that we have in order to meet what the state has asked us to do. However, they do need help to further their cause. A coherent sequence requires students to stay in the same CTE program of study to achieve this particular goal, but it can decrease a student's ability to be able to explore career options. And so I wanted to be able to stand here to support them and our district in being able to do this.
Thank you so much. All right. We will now play the recorded messages for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
Hello, my name is Laurie Pompa, and I'm a proud parent of a sixth grader at Keeling Elementary School. Thank you for your commitment to AISD. I'm calling today because I'm concerned about the potential removal of funding from Keeling Middle School. The funds are critical to offering all students equitable educational opportunities and much needed support, especially for historically underserved students. Removing the funding from Keeling would cut critical positions, 3 teachers, 1 director, and 2 instructional coaches, all of which are vital to Keeling's ability to maintain its inclusive and supportive environment. Please explore all avenues to keep Keeling funded, such as reallocating resources or finding alternative financial support. Your support in keeping Keeling funded will ensure Keeling's ongoing success and stability. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Christina Kim, and I'm calling today to support the dual language program. I'm a former ASD student, went to Metz Elementary, and I have 2 students currently at Becker Elementary in the dual language program. I have seen the benefits of being in a dual language program, and I've seen the benefits of my children. I'm currently enrolled in the program, and I definitely don't want it to go away. So I'm just wanting to call and support the dual language program and offer, my support to the teachers, the staff, and the principal at Becker Elementary. They're doing an awesome job. Thank you so much.
Yes, hi, my name is Jessica Gaffney. I'm a parent of 2 students at Becker Elementary, one in kindergarten and one in 3rd grade. I'm calling to ask and request that AISD provide more support to the dual language program, which is definitely needed. I've heard that the 2 CEO positions have been eliminated and that there's merging of them. And I know this will be very detrimental to DL and EEL students across the district. I also know that it'll make it even harder to keep teachers at these programs and at Becker. We really need more support and more resources, not less. So please, thanks for letting me share my thoughts, and I hope decisions will be made in favor of those programs that are really special and beneficial for our students and our families in Austin. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel Clark. I am a parent of 2 kids at Becker Elementary School here in Central South Austin. I would like to express my support for the ongoing dual language programs within AISD, including ongoing support for having 2 director-level positions, one overseeing elementary and one overseeing secondary. These programs are essential for not only my own children, but all students in the district. At Becker, I have witnessed so much intercultural learning, inclusivity because of having this dual language program. Please do not merge the director positions over our dual language leadership. Thank you so much for your consideration and for your leadership and support of Austin's public education system.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Foster, a parent of 2 AISD students who've been enrolled in dual language since 2013 at Dawson and Becker Elementary Schools. I'm calling to advocate for retaining our 2 executive directors in the multilingual education team at AISD. We cannot expect that these 2 long-term employees who dedicate so much and I hear work through lunch many times will now compete with one another for one ED position. Bringing in someone external to serve in the ED role will be detrimental to the forward progress being made under these 2 directors. The Met serves some of the most at-risk students and families in the district: English language learners, immigrant students, refugee students. AISD always talks about equity being top of mind, but where's the equity in this decision? These students and families need to be at the forefront of our decisions as the district. Please correct this decision. While I appreciate cuts happening at the central office rather than in individual schools, the impact of these cuts will be detrimental. Have you considered other options besides eliminating these 2 positions? Can we wait to see if a tax rate increase can pass in the fall to continue to support this important department? How can we retain the programs and plans in place and consider other options for these 2 incredible employees and the families and students they support so well?
Good evening. My name is Taylor Cavan, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at Williams Elementary and a proud member of Education Austin. As this week is Teacher Appreciation Week, I want to remind you all that as you address budget issues, that the best way to show appreciation is through equitable compensation. Small tokens of appreciation are lovely, but flare pens and a PTA lunch will not pay my mortgage. My wife is also an AISD teacher, and we'd like to continue working for this district, but can only do so if we are compensated fairly. As we lose students to charters, you are also losing staff. Retaining highly qualified staff through equitable compensation should be a district priority. Thank you.
My name is April Boyevi, and my child is a student at LASA. As a LASA parent, I am deeply concerned over the incompetencies that have resulted in significant delays in evaluating my child for necessary services. Despite being now deemed eligible, my child has yet to receive the support they require. Regrettably, errors from inexperienced Fed coaches and administration have only compounded these delays, hindering the process of qualification. It is disheartening to note that instead of prioritizing resolutions and student support, the campus seems to engage more in disputes. Therefore, I am urging the district to conduct a thorough audit of special education services at LASA. This audit should include a review of complaints and the number of students with 504 IEP plans who have transferred out of LASA over the past 5 years. It is imperative that the district intervene and ensure that the rights of students with disabilities recognized as protected classes are rigorously upheld at LASA. Continuously denying services and supports mandated by law is unjustifiable. Our students cannot afford to be deprived of the assistance they are entitled to receive. Thank you.
My name is Katie Stahl, and I am a parent of 2 AISD students in the dual language program at Becker Elementary. I am calling to advocate for retaining the 2 executive directors in the multilingual education team at AISD. I believe that eliminating these positions will be detrimental to the schools and to the students, and particularly to some of the most at-risk students and families in the district, including immigrant students and refugee students. And I urge the trustees and all those involved in the decision-making process to reconsider and look for other options and to make decisions with equity being at the top of mind. Thank you. Bye.
Sí, Jorge Muñoz. El lenguaje dual es un gran programa para todos los niños del distrito. Pedimos que por favor no eliminen ese programa. Mi hijo se ha beneficiado mucho de este programa y quiero que siga haciéndolo. Apoyo 100% el programa del lenguaje dual. Y como en esta misma escuela de Manchaca Elementary, ellos mismos tienen un lema de que cuando hablas los 2 lenguajes, vales por 2. Entonces nosotros apoyamos rotundamente esto y no queremos que sea removido. Ahorita lo van a traducir ahí.
This is an interpretation into English of Jorge Muñoz's message. Yes, Jorge Muñoz. Dual language is a great program for all the children in the district. We ask you to please not eliminate that program. My son has benefited a lot from that program, and I want him to continue doing it. I support 100% the dual language program. And like here at Menchaca Elementary School, they have a motto that says that when you speak 2 languages, your worth doubles. So we emphatically support this, and we do not want it to be removed.
Nadia Khan, parent of a heritage bilingual. I'm calling about the budget cut to eliminate not one, but both multilingual ed executive directors in primary and secondary, and roll us back to the old days of one siloed position that is miraculously to support the full academic curriculum in dual language and ESL classrooms in 110 schools, 75 of which have dual language, nearly all Title I schools, as well as students who are refugees and newcomers. This is an unexpected reorganization of a marginalized department that was just reorganized a couple of years ago that needs stability and continuity of institutional knowledge and is finally making progress to bring schools into alignment with the district goals and standards that have been historically ignored. Eliminating both its champions is counterproductive. This is a both-and situation. While we still do need additional funds to pay for teacher coaching and Spanish language materials, we also need Met expertise to have prominent seats at all tables to build depth in central office's understanding of the critical importance of multilingual education, where currently monolingual education is still presented as the default, heavily impacting student outcomes of a quarter of our students with the greatest needs at all our schools. Thank you.
My name is Hannah Rabin. I'm a parent of a 7th grader at Lively Middle School and a 3rd grader at Becker Elementary School who have been in dual language programming since pre-K. I'm aware that Austin ISD is facing huge budget shortfalls and a declining student population as families turn in increasing numbers to charter schools. I recognize that difficult decisions must be made in regards to budgets and positions. However, we also know that you have the best interests of every student every day at heart, and this is why I'm alarmed to learn that the board is proposing the elimination of a multilingual ed team executive director position. This proposed cut would have direct impacts to current DL school classrooms and programs, the vast majority of which are serving our historically underserved and marginalized Title I schools. Part of AISD's strategies include improving systems for students who access special ed, dyslexia, and bilingual services to ensure high expectations and high outcomes for every child. This strategy cannot be met with a cut like this. When making this important decision, please do so working from the equity by design decision-making process. Thank you for your time.
My name is Shannon Donahue, and I'm an Austin ISD speech-language pathologist. First, thank you, board members, for your service to the community. With budget challenges alone, I do not envy the difficult decisions before you. I do hope to provide perspective on one way to conserve funding. Currently, AISD hires contractors to fill vacancies for speech-language pathologists. I do not have data on the cost comparison between contractors and district employees. I'm hoping you do. I am certain it is less expensive to hire district employees. This school year, AISD invested a lot of money to address the problem of massive vacancies in the Evaluation Services Department. Please, let's avoid that same fate for the speech department. If compensation is not significantly increased, we will continue to lose highly qualified staff that seek higher paying jobs. This is not optimal for cost, and most importantly, it is not best for students because services are disrupted or missed. Cuando nos paguen salarios justos, todos ganamos.
Good afternoon. My name is Yara Flores. I'm a parent of 2 students in elementary school in Austin ISD. I'm calling in opposition of the proposed budget cuts that eliminate the 2 executive director positions within the Met Department and merge them into one position. As a parent of 2 students in dual language education in the district, this is a really concerning issue, especially considering that no stakeholders within dual language were consulted before this proposed elimination has been made. We have many thousands of emergent bilinguals in our district that benefit from the hard work of these 2 executive directors, and frankly, merging it into one position is a ridiculous ask of any one person. Without the 2 executive directors, I fear that many more emergent bilinguals will fall through the cracks in our district. As is, we're a struggling demographic in our district with many, many gifts and apps.
My name is Shelley Solka, and I have been a speech therapist with Austin ISD for 14 years. Please consider staff speech therapists during your budget votes. We are aware that you are looking for vacancy savings and ways to decrease deficits in our budget. For speech therapists, this is a supply and demand issue. The demand for speech therapists is very high and the supply is on the low end, which means you are spending almost double to supply the demand. With the backlog of evaluations being completed, this has only increased our demand, ultimately costing the district more to hire contractors who require much more training and less district buy-in, and decreased bandwidth for the staff therapists to provide the quality as we spend more time training them, supporting them, and covering workloads as they rotate in and out of our district, usually to higher paying and less demanding positions. In addition, this causes a staff retention problem where we don't want to stay because we are overworked. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Bianca Conrad. I'm a parent of two children who attend Becker Elementary, which is a Spanish dual language elementary school and AISD. And I just had heard that two significant positions within this department had been eliminated, and I just wanted to voice some support for dual language programs in general, and I just hope that that AISD overall continues to prioritize dual language in general. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Chad Johnston. My son is Shepard Johnston. He's a kinder at Becker Elementary. He's in the dual language program. He's doing well. We're very happy with that program. There was a lot of research and thought and effort put in over a couple of years, actually, to get him prepared and lined up to enter into that dual language program and be successful. And the idea is for him to remain in dual language education programs at AISD through grade 12. And just recently learned about the removal of the executive director of multilingual education roles in both the secondary and the elementary schools in AISD. And I know it was actually just learned about that about 30 minutes ago, and it was important enough for me to stop what I was doing here at work and give you guys a call and express my just express that I'm not really sure that that's going to be helpful. I know I feel pretty confident that that could be detrimental to the program. I think others do as well. I would like that to not happen. And just for kind of giving the nuts and bolts of it, the only reason that we live in and are ultimately the only reason we're still in the AISD school system rather than moving to one nearby that has other resources that we might use is because of the...
Hello, my name is Ashley Jones, and I am a parent with an AISD. I have a third grader at Becker and a soon-to-be pre-K-er at Becker Elementary. And I'm calling because I'm very concerned about the proposals to remove some of the leadership positions for the dual language programs within AISD. I will say that as a parent, one of the reasons that we made the decision to stay within AISD instead of going to charter schools or private schools is because there was a strong dual language program and a strong support, ongoing support for those programs within the district. Naturally, a cutting back on leadership is going to have a negative impact on the entire program. And if I were guessing, going to impact our ability to keep high-quality dual language teachers, putting the entire program into a little bit of disarray. This programming is one of the reasons that we're in the district. It's one of our favorite things about Austin and about this school district. It is a fantastic program at Becker Elementary, and I hope that the board will see fit to keep it that way and keep the leadership in place so that it is well supported and there are people thinking strategically about its future. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Margarita Acuña Mincer. I have two students in the dual language program at AISD. I'm very appreciative of AISD offering the program because it's a way for us to hold on to our heritage. I so desperately want to pass on my language and my culture to my daughters, and I don't want to see it disappear with me. The dual language program serves 25% of Austin ISD students and would serve more if we had funds to grow it. I understand there are budget constraints, but if the goal is to elevate the underserved, cutting funds to this program would greatly impact the traditionally underserved community. Please consider keeping both directors so that the program stabilizes and survives until we can unlock the funds being held by the state of Texas. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Cindy Reed, and I'm calling to make a public comment regarding the elimination of a multilingual ed executive director position. The proposal is to merge these two positions into one, and this would have a direct impact on DL classrooms. I ask that you please do not cut one of these positions, and if anything, we need to really support these underserved populations. My second point is the decrease of minutes in Spanish instructions in two-way DL programming. I ask that you please reconsider cutting the amount of time in the second language so that students will have access to the Spanish language because they are in America. And so being in America, English is the predominant language, and they will acquire that language. So let's look at other ways that we can support these students. Again, please do not cut down on the multilingual ed executive team. They're just now getting into a flow. Thank you and have a great day.
Hi there, my name is Josie Kramer. I'm a former student at Lhasa High School. I just wanted to share my frustration with difficulty in receiving accommodations like by teachers at Lhasa earlier this year. It's not up to a teacher or administrator to decide if we can receive an accommodation, when we can or can't receive an accommodation, or if additional restrictions should be imposed when it's already set in stone. Not providing accommodations creates a lack of equity for students needing support and violates the law. I chose to leave the school because it just became intolerable. I'm calling on district leadership to address denying special education students their accommodations and take action against the campus administration who allows this and encourages this practice. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Betty Ancilla. I'm a speech therapist. Thank you, trustees, for listening to speech therapists and to our speech department leadership, Julie Rosinski, Dallin Gore, Bailey Gates, and Dr. Robinette for advocating for speech therapists who support students with speech impairments. Historically, AISD has not offered competitive salaries for speech therapists. This has created many vacancies, which have been filled with contractors. This year, about half of speech therapists are contractors. For every contracted speech therapist, AISD loses about $20,000, which goes to the contract company. Last year, AISD received $762,770 in total SHARS reimbursement for speech therapy and speech evaluations. Next year, AISD should receive even more money as new procedures for SHARS reimbursement are now in place. Speech therapists are working hard not only for students, but are also bringing in big money to AISD. Please vote yes to a pay raise to increase retention of AISD staff speech therapists. It's cost-effective for AISD and better for kids.
Good evening. Happy National Speech Language Hearing Month to all of the speech pathologists in the district. Please support us by giving us a raise during this budget cycle. At this early stage and knowing staffing for next year, speech language pathologists have approximately 20% of our staff saying they are not returning. Again, there is time for additional staff to decide not to return for the fall school year. We do anticipate more staff attrition, mainly due to salary. It takes a lot of money to onboard new staff and new contractors. It places a huge burden on all staff who stay to constantly train and help new speech language pathologists learn the policies and procedures. Thank you so much for listening. Please consider a raise for speech language pathologists.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cassie Clinton, and I am a mother of two children that currently attend Becker Elementary, which has the dual immersion program. I am also a ex-AISD teacher. I taught bilingual education at McBee Elementary several years ago. One of the reasons why I left the teaching field is because I did not believe that Austin Independent School District followed the research and the science when it came to dual immersion programs. Since I have left, it seems that there has been more attention towards the data and the research as to how to utilize these programs correctly, which I'm very excited that my two children are part of. However, my ask is that you don't cut positions with multilingual education. That is just going to set back some of the most at-risk kids, as well as cut back on dual immersion across the board and with refugee and immigrant programs. So my ask is that if you do to make cuts, you don't cut areas where you're going to deeply affect those.
Hello, Austin ISD trustee and superintendent Segura. My name is Nu Sanpeng, a parent of two Austin ISD graduates and a current dual language elementary student. I am calling to ask you to not cut two executive director positions from multilingual education team. The elementary and the secondary dual language models are very different from each other. We do need both positions to continue strengthening the program. Recently, AISD presented to community that dual language program is one of the top 5 AISD priorities. This cut will affect underserved students directly. As part of dual language advocacy group, I would like you to present your plans to the community before making any decision on these cuts. As of now, please keep the 2 executive director positions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christine Allen, and I am a proud parent of an AISD student who has been enrolled at Becker Elementary since 2018. I'm reaching out to urge you to reconsider the decision to cut and consolidate the roles of 2 executive directors within the multilingual education team at AISD. It's concerning that these dedicated employees who constantly go above and beyond are now being forced to compete for a single executive director position. Introducing an external candidate to this mix could disrupt the progress and support these directors have provided to some of our district's most vulnerable students and families, including English language learners, immigrant students, and refugees. Equity is a core value at AISD, but where's the equity in this scenario? Our students and their families deserve better representation in these decisions. While I understand the need for budget cuts, I have alternated between. How can we safeguard the existing programs and support these outstanding AISD employees while ensuring our students' needs are met? As a district, we can and must do better. Is it possible to postpone this decision?
This is Deborah Trejo. I'm calling to object to the elimination of the executive director position for multilingual education. We need both positions, one overseeing elementary implementation of multilingual and one overseeing secondary implementation. These positions are critical to ensure that we actually implement our programs that we promise for multilingual education, that we serve our emerging bilinguals. The district has been extremely negligent historically in implementing these programs that serve Latino students primarily. We failed to do our job. We failed to put in place best practices. We need more staff, not less. There was already a recent cut where the 2 coordinators became these 2 executive directors, and the executive director was cut. So we went from 3 to 2. Now we'd be going from 2 to 1, basically cutting in half the oversight over multilingual education. In addition, that cut to that compliance person for multilingual education should be rejected. We've got to ensure that we do better. These programs are the key to success in this district for approximately 23,000 students. We need to be doing more of them, not less. Do not cut this position. It will lead to less implementation. It will make us go backwards. We need to be moving forward. And
Okay, so this concludes public comment. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Superintendent Segura, I'm wondering if you might be able to say just a few words. I know we have an in-depth budget conversation later, but are there any high-level comments you'd like to make regarding the way you all are making decisions for some of these cuts that we're having to make?
Sure. I think for the organization, as we move through this process, all of this is very, very hard. In central office, we have 41 positions that have been eliminated or proposed for elimination. And I want our families and our community to understand that there are we continue to support multilingual education. We are going to continue to ensure that it's a priority. I know our board is working through our priority goals and constraints. We're at a point now where almost nothing is not going to be impacted given the magnitude of cuts we have to take across the district. That being said, we always want to be, engaged, have conversations with those that are impacted. I'm actually meeting tomorrow with the multilingual team to hear more about some thoughts and concerns and strategies that we may want to consider. It's a difficult position, and it's difficult to go through, honestly. And so as we progress, we'll ensure that our schools are supported, which is what we committed to when we started this process. But I think what you're hearing from our community, and I think what we're hearing just across the system, is that even if you make cuts at central office, it has an impact on our schools, right? It just does. We have folks in finance, we have folks in talent and strategy. I mean, there are many other divisions that are being impacted. And so we'll continue to engage. Certainly, I'm happy to have a deeper conversation when we have the budget conversation with the board later this afternoon or evening. But yeah, no, it is a priority for us, and it'll continue to be one. It's just a difficult position we're in.
Thank you. Trustees, any other questions or clarifications? Great, thank you. And I also want to mention, I know that we passed board policy last month saying that the phone lines would be open until 4:30, and I think we are still getting our systems up to date with that, and so we had to, I believe they were closed a little bit earlier at 3:45, so apologies on behalf of the staff for that, and we will make sure that that is up and running and stays open until 4:30 for next time. So thank you, trustees, and I will say, anybody who didn't get to leave public comment that wanted to because of that, please do email us and everyone else. This message is to you too, at trustees@austinisd.org. All right, so now for the President's report. The board would like to thank all 5,000 of the amazing Austin ISD teachers for this week's Teacher Appreciation Week. Of course, teachers are the lifeblood of AISD and work every day to prepare our students with the knowledge and skills to thrive. And most everyone can remember that special teacher who made a difference in their life. And we are just so thankful for all you do every single day for our students. So thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts to our educators. I also want to mention that yesterday was also School Nurse Appreciation Day, and Austin ISD loves our AISD nurses, our nursing assistants, and school health assistants. You are such an important part of our campus, ensuring not only the physical safety of our students, but also supporting their educational and mental health needs every day. So thank you so much. I also want to mention that May is Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and I'm so excited. The connectedness among all of us runs so deep, and if I may take a moment, I want to mention, as obviously an Asian American myself, my parents immigrated here from India in the 60s, and but interestingly, it was the civil rights movement that really flung open the door for immigrants from Asia. And apologies to those of you who are hearing this for the third time, because I love this, and I think everyone needs to know this, it was a civil rights movement. It cleared the way for the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 that was signed by LBJ. And this act sought to reduce generations of discriminatory practices for immigration. And like I said, it helped my parents who, arrived at JFK Airport in New York in the 1970s on a really, really snowy, cold day. They'd never seen snow before, so it's a big moment. It was obviously a big moment, and growing up, my house was like a mini Ellis Island because my parents sponsored dozens of relatives from India that now all have kids and grandkids, and it's just nuts. But, it's quite a story, and it's so meaningful to me because when I think about the sacrifices that my parents made and the parents of almost every immigrant family I know, wherever you come from, it's for education, it's for opportunity. And I can't even tell you what a blessing and a privilege it is for me to sit up here, with my background and be able to serve you all on the board. And I do want to thank a couple of people for an amazing kickoff celebration this week. G.A. Kimbatra, Joshua Gian, Christina Burbank and her team. Y'all put on quite an amazing celebration. And got to give a huge shout out to our Dragon Line dancers from Summit Elementary. They were incredible, and they are the only Vietnamese dual language program in the country. So y'all need to tell everyone that. It's pretty remarkable. And we had our Jocelyn choir come and sing to us in English and Spanish and Mandarin, and that was absolutely mind-blowing and just a testimony to the vision that our superintendent and the staff and all of us on the board have for creating a diverse, inclusive culture for all of our students. So happy AAPI month to everyone, and there's more good stuff that I want to have. Actually, I'm going to ask Trustee Hunter to talk about a very fun event that happened last night, and many of you were there. So Trustee Hunter.
Thank you, President Singh. We want to give a big thank you to our Salute team for a wonderful Salute event last night. Salute is an Austin ISD annual celebration to recognize some of the district's outstanding team members for their continued dedication to student excellence and achievement in our schools. This year, the district increased the number of categories to include other positions such as security and bus drivers. Congratulations to all the honorees. Last night, Transportation Staff of the Year bus driver Linda Shelby, Food Service Staff of the Year Mary Jane Kistler of Travis ECHS, Custodial and Facility Staff of the Year Barbara Mulkey of Graham Elementary, Safety and Security Staff of the Year Officer Kevin Wooden, Campus Clerical of the Year Giovanna Montalvo Sanchez of Travis Heights Elementary, Teaching Assistant of the Year Cynthia Meza of Langford Elementary, Librarian of the Year Debbie Harris of Blazier Intermediate, Counselor of the Year Lisa Adams of Summit Elementary, Assistant Principal of the Year Melissa Kinder of Dr. General Marshall Middle School, Principal of the Year Marlo Malott of O'Henry Middle School, and finally, our Primary Teacher of the Year Paola Arroyo Forteza of Harris Elementary, and Secondary Teacher of the Year Cameron Daniel of LBJ Early College High Schools. Congratulations to all of our winners.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. And I have to say, I think that was the best Salute event I have ever been to. Sorry for y'all that missed it, but you can watch it online, right?
Yep.
Okay, so thanks to everyone who did that. It was such an inspiring night. Okay, so our next item is part of our commitment to discuss student achievement, and we have a presentation on constraint number 1, well-rounded options and equity. And tonight's discussion on our constraint, actually the presentation was recorded, and so that can be found on board docs under agenda item 4.1 for all those who are watching at home, or you can also see that on the Austin ISD Vimeo site. So our time during this meeting right now will be an opportunity for trustees to ask any questions of our superintendent and staff. Before we ask questions, we do need to confirm that our monitoring report is complete. So does anyone have evidence that the elements of an effective monitoring report are not present? Okay, so, all right, so since everyone agrees that the required elements are present, we will ask Superintendent Segura to invite up and introduce the team and then open up the floor to questions.
Absolutely, I'd love to. So thank you, President Singh and Board of Trustees. As you mentioned, a video was uploaded for tonight's presentation on Constraints Progress Measures 1.1 and 1.2. The team here, led by Patty Rodriguez, Deputy Superintendent of Office of Teaching, Leading and Learning. We also have Tammy Caesar, Director of Career and Technical Education. We have Philip Taylor, Director of Fine Arts, and Lynn Poole, Assistant Director of Athletics. And if we need additional support, Dr. Wilson and Dr. Diaz will also be available. And so now we'd like to open up to any questions that the Board of Trustees may have.
Okay, trustees, any questions? Trustee Boswell.
I have a couple of questions and some appreciation. First, thank you for including some of the research. I think that's really helpful to understand your why, so thank you for taking the time to include that. Looking at slide 3 and I think that's really helpful. And I know we have some good internal research so as well for fine arts specifically, so thank you for that. I think one of my questions is, I know last time we talked about it, really appreciate the root cause analysis and then the strategies, but as we're looking ahead to our scorecard, I know there's been some concern about unintended consequences, students who start on a pathway or in a sequence and then decide that that may not be what they loved like they expected and want to try something else. How are we balancing helping students with that choice instead of having the scorecard drive it rather than student interest drive it? And what do we need to be considering, Superintendent Segura, as we look ahead to our new scorecard, if that's something we can talk about?
Yeah, I think, so there's an example in the video that I think Philip Taylor does a really good job where he talks about a student who took guitar and then perhaps goes into mariachi, and if that student would not be included, right, even though they may be doing the guitar in the mariachi, you know, I don't know. But that is a limitation for how this is calculated. I think for us as an organization, we always want to provide students the opportunity to explore whatever interests them, right? As long as it aligns with, kind of what opportunities we have. And we're certainly always open to explore new ideas if there's interest, for sure. And so as we look forward to a future constraint or goal, I think for us, it's not being so, I would say, tied to the sequencing, and allowing for either the goal and percent growth to reflect that, or allowing for just the opportunity for a student to stay within an experience, whether it's fine arts or athletics, or maybe bounding it in some way. Because what I just described, is something that we would want our students to encourage. I mean, I would think if a student, got exposed to guitar and that's one way they could leverage that skill set, we'd want them to do that. So it is a challenge for us. I don't know if the team would like to add anything else, but I think for me, just creating, a different way to look at the bounds or the guardrails around kind of keeping them exploring, but within like the fine arts, vertical. I don't know, Philip, Taylor, if you have any thoughts or.
Sure, thank you so much. Mr. Segura, you're exactly correct on that. We are trying to create other opportunities and inform our parents, so we've participated in the Tools for Success presentations throughout the year to inform our parents about the offerings, as well as meeting with our principals and counselors about course offerings and what that might look like. We've created some scheduling resources to offer our counselors to support our students. Additionally, a lot of us have done some free summer programs. So many of you are aware of our free summer theater series program. This allows for our students to explore and not necessarily be enrolled in a course to participate. So we've expanded that to our 6th grade elementary band and orchestra program. This summer we'll have a dance camp as well, where you don't have to be a dance student to participate. So we give opportunities throughout the summer in which students can participate and engage in the fine arts in a meaningful way for free. And I think you have some of those programs as well.
Yes. In athletics, you are going to see that we have several programs that are offered in the summertime. UIL has now allowed schools to oversee and participate in summer and strength conditioning programs, also skill sessions in our summertime. So with all of our different sports, the coaches are allowed to work an hour or 90 minutes during that day with those student athletes. And these programs are very valuable to our student athletes who are unable to attend the costly camps during the summer. This is free to our athletes.
Thank you all. And I have one data question as well. Relating to COVID, I know when we've talked about this in the past, we saw those dips because so many of these courses and activities are things we value because they are hands-on, because they are real-world learning, because they're collaborative and engaging. And we know that that is the kind of thing that was especially disrupted during the pandemic, and that the students graduating now were kind of in, on this glide path when things were disrupted. So do we feel like we're starting to emerge from it? I think it's, when we look at the athletic, fine arts, or visual arts, we see that data stabilizing. When we look at our CTE, we still see it not quite leveling off yet. So I would love just thoughts about where we think we're headed, kind of what we think that tells us about the past and where you think it tells us about where we're going.
Sure, thank you for that. Well, we're very fortunate to see that our enrollment has increased over the past 2 years. So we're at an all-time high in fine arts for secondary, a little over 37,000 enrollees at the secondary level. I know that's more than the number of students we have, but you have some students that take multiple fine arts courses, and so we count those as well. So we've seen an increase of about 2,000 seats over the past 3 years since the beginning of the pandemic. We've also made some targeted efforts to reduce those barriers to participate. So we've invested a lot in those equipments and supplies for our students, and grateful for the bond, which will also help reduce those barriers by providing instruments for our students. And so those are some of the challenges that faced us in enrollment, but we're excited to remove those barriers through the bond funds that were awarded to our fine arts department.
Yeah, like one, we never had it before, but the instrument refresh.
Yes.
It's one of those things, we don't often talk about it, but, in the past, we had a limited budget that was offered to fine arts, and they kind of had to figure out which instruments were end of life and just go one by one and do what we could. I've been in the rooms where they kind of have different parts and they were Frankensteining them together. And so as part of the bond process in 2022, which we weren't able to do in 2017, we allocated $5 million to allow for total refreshes. At the same time, every time there's a modernization, we get to buy new equipment as well, or instruments, I should say, and equipment, actually. But anyway, those things help. I mean, that really, really helps us provide access to our students.
Thank you.
We also are experiencing some of the same things in athletics. We have seen, as you saw in the video presentation or heard on the video presentation, we are at our highest all-time. Since 2010, we had over 8,000 student athletes involved in our programs. And I just received the data this week that we are experiencing another 200 increase from this last year. So it's something to celebrate. And athletics has also looked at adding new UIL sports to some of our schools who haven't shown interest in the past, but are now at the point in which they are interested and want to have those sports in their schools. So as a result of that, for next school year and the new realignment for UIL, we will be having boys and girls team tennis and individual tennis at Eastside. We will have softball at Ann Richards. We will add boys and girls golf to LBJ and Northeast. We will also add boys and girls water polo to Bowie High School. And we do have a swimmer at Travis High School who are working with as well. So those are exciting times in athletics, and we're really excited to help those students experience those activities.
For CTE, I think they're taking all of my kids. But no, our numbers have stable. We have like dips early on. We have like our 9th and 10th graders. We get them in, but then we're still working on retaining them. We're working with the counselors in order to, kind of get that vertical alignment piece going on and educating our principals and our counselors about CTE programs of study.
Awesome. Thank you all very much. I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that ripple is that wave has probably washed over us. So thank you all. That's exciting all around.
Yes.
Thank you so much, and good evening. I do have a couple questions. One is a follow-up of Trustee Boswell. So first, my kid is sorry. I apologize. She jumped ship. She will be. I'm listening to Shrek every day. So she was a, film, right? And so she fell in love with theater in the middle of the year. So now she has changed her major, which means she will not be a completer. But what's the word before completer? The one where they do a lot. There's completer and there's concentrator. Yes, she'll be a concentrator, I guess. So sorry about that. She did jump ship from you to you. But one of the questions I have that was mentioned is I love the idea of the free summer programs where kids get to decide, like, before they make that big decision. But I wasn't sure that sports was doing the same thing. I heard you say athletes were going to have this kind of conditioning, but would our, like, sixth graders or whatever, would they get to try out baseball or football or whatever during the summer, or is it all happening at the same time?
That's a very good question. The summer and strength conditioning, our middle schools can run those camps as well, or the high schools with their feeder schools, with their vertical alignment teams, can also be in those camps. The summer and conditioning camps that I spoke about, the skill camps, they can all align with their vertical teams and be in those camps, as well as many of our schools also run summer camps for the fourth graders through the sixth grade in basketball, volleyball, various football, various of the sports. So many of our schools do have those programs for those kids to enjoy as well.
And then follow up, do we have anything like that for CTE?
Most of our courses are during the school year.
Okay.
So we have a summer camp just where they can explore, and we do that for middle school.
Again, I was another one of those moms. I don't even know if we still have it. I made my kid take typing in sixth grade to get high school credit.
Yeah,
or keyboarding, it was called. It was typing.
Yeah, so we have courses, they still have that course.
Okay, awesome. So that was just a follow-up. And then go ahead.
Trustee Hunter, one thing I think is worth kind of maybe contributing to the conversation with is, as part of the 2022 bond program, we're really being intentional about making the improvements in our fields, turf fields and tracks at our high schools. And so we talk about aligning community between middle schools and high schools. And in the past, you had middle schools going to centralized facilities and families having to travel to Berger or to House Park or to, Nelson. And so now if we can have them actually go to the high school and have the sporting event there, then all of a sudden the coaches are collaborating with each other. You have, families that have high schoolers and middle schoolers. And so we're hoping that that type of connection will, over time, just really, really reinforce supports that around athletics. And so just another way for us to really create that connection so that students are supported between middle school and high school.
That's good to know. Thank you so much. On slide 7, under the root cause analysis for course decisions, opportunities to understand the benefits and risk of course choices and how this will impact student pathways and post-secondary options. I heard you guys say that you've gone to a couple of the tools and you've done some other things, and I appreciate that. I guess I have a question about strategies for the big groups of parents that we are missing, right? I know that I sat down with my kiddo, and she's gonna be so happy with me that Spanish 3, she'll be done with Spanish 3. But I've taken a course every year, and I said, you will do Spanish 1, you will do Spanish 2. After Spanish 3, I don't care what language you take or what you do, but I've done that. I don't know that a lot of our parents are there's no sign, I don't have to sign anything, right? She could just turn something into our counselor. And so how are we getting parents to understand, this is the consequence, what's our strategies for that? And this is the path, and this is what your kid's interested in, and here's some things they should be doing, because it's the days of bringing mom and dad and sitting down with the guidance counselor, those don't exist. So what are the kind of strategies to kind of solve this root cause analysis of the decision making?
So
Everybody.
I'll start. One of the strategies that we're doing is to just have more parent events, be at more parent events, so we could share more about our programs.
Okay, can
I add?
Get in trouble here probably,
Yeah.
but can schools invite you?
Yes.
To come to things?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that you might be too busy for back to school night now when I send that out tomorrow. Anybody else?
In athletics, we do have many of our middle schools, like Mr. Segura was saying, Superintendent Segura was saying, with our turf fields that we're hoping to have, where they're going to be more on the high schools. We have already started that with our middle schools coming for basketball. We will have the feeder schools from that high school come and actually play one of their middle school games at the school. An example would be at Navarro. They would have Burnett and Dobie or Webb come and play basketball games or volleyball games. They also are already hosting soccer matches on their fields. So they're bringing the middle school community into, and along with that comes a lot of young brothers and sisters that are getting to see that as well, that are down in the elementary.
Okay.
Yes, and just to echo some of that, we have made that targeted effort, like you mentioned, with Tools for Success, but we've also been working with all of our program heads in theater, dance, band, orchestra, when they have those parent meetings at the beginning of the year, to share those available resources, also to give them resources to connect with our office if they have any questions about course offerings moving forward. Additionally, we met with the counselors and the principals about that master scheduling barrier that often exists, and so we've worked side by side with them to make sure our kiddos can be enrolled in all of the programs that they'd like to be enrolled in throughout the school year. And it's similar to what Lynn has said here about vertical alignment. We've increased the number of opportunities of UIL events at the Performing Arts Center. And so we've engaged our middle schools with our high schools in that process. We're actually hosting the UIL State One-Act Play Contest this week and next week, in which our teachers are encouraged to attend and to bring our students as well. So it's nice to see them working side by side and having that vertical alignment aspect whenever they're at our facility.
Perfect. And then I just have a final shout out to something that I experienced the other day. Sattler Means dancers who have worked so hard were like, hey, we're having a show. So they kind of yelled out to the pack, like, can you share it? Pack's like, done. And then I was like, I think kids at Lamar have to attend things too. And they're like, we'll reach out to them. And just to see that those different schools, those different programs were working together to support each other. I know that last year, the high schoolers went to watch each other's plays, and I think that I love that, and I want to see more of that, and I really appreciate all the hard work that you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions or comments? Yes, Trustee Zapata.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. I'm not sure. One of you mentioned that there was 800 students that were involved in athletics. Is that? And then there was an additional 200? Yes?
That was me, yes. It
Okay.
was over 8,000.
8,000.
8,181 students, which was the largest overall number we've had
That's
since
great.
2010.
Oh, okay,
And this
great.
year, we have increased another 200. So we're at 8,000, over 8,300 students in the athletic programs.
That we ended with the completion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent, excellent. And I was asking because I know at the beginning of the school year, everybody's all excited, they're into football and everything, and then there comes the report cards, and then it's the no pass, no play?
That is correct.
And so what do we have what's the safety net to make sure that they stay on? What are we doing?
You want me to?
I can go first.
Okay, you get it first.
So thank you for that, bringing up that challenge that we have in our school district. Fortunately for fine arts, they are enrolled in the courses. So they are actively participating in band or orchestra, theater, dance throughout the school day, even if they're ineligible to participate in an extracurricular event. For music events in the spring called concert and sight reading evaluations, students no longer have to be eligible to participate in those evaluations. That is a new UIL process in which they can still participate in that. But like I said, our students are still involved at a co-curricular level, even if they are ineligible to participate or to compete. We do offer that on their campuses where they can still produce a show in which they have to follow certain guidelines to meet the co-curricular versus extracurricular. So they can't charge admission, they could still produce a play on their campus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
In athletics, we have a safeguard in which they can only have 300 minutes of athletic practice during the week. If you have a double block class, then that's 60 minutes per day, 5 days. If you have a single block, then it's a 90-minute day period that they have. During those times, we also have students who are in a situation with no pass, no play. We do a lot of tutoring. They may have time to go to their teachers during that time instead of doing the practice sessions that they would have. They would not be eligible to play the games at that time, but they could practice, or many coaches choose so they can get them back to the playing field or the court to send them on to their teachers or tutorials during that time period. And that has helped tremendously. It helps that our coaches are constantly maintaining and with the grades, they were able to watch the grades online and see where their students are, and it's a constant conversation with them going forth. We just finished again with our data report from the coaches that I send out to them each year. Our failure rates are very, very low in all of our sports. When I say very low, I think I maybe only had one school that might have been 11%, and most everyone else was in the single digits.
Okay.
And so we're very excited about that, and we know, and the students know the importance of passing their classes and able to play in athletics. It's one of the best dropout prevention programs you have.
Great, great. That's great. Thank you. And also, you mentioned new programming that's going to happen at different campuses. How were those identified? Did y'all survey, or how were those identified that those were the sports that were of interest?
Most of our campuses have, I'm trying to remember, I think there's 14 different sports, UIL sports that they can participate in. Not all of our campuses participate in those sports because there has not been the number or the participants wanting to do those sports. It would be like in fine arts, having a guitar class possibly at a school if they had the interest there. We are finding more people, more of our athletes are interested in those areas, and so we are now offering those courses to those schools. Other schools already are in the process of filling those and having teams to compete.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that students had input, so they did.
Yes, they did.
Great.
They most definitely did. That's what drove it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Lugo.
I have a clarifying question because it occurred to me as I was listening to the response to Trustee Zapata's question around, no pass, no play, that maybe what I'm experiencing with my middle schooler may not be the experience for everybody across all middle schools. So I'm kind of directing it a little bit to you, Superintendent. Help me understand, I think I just probably have to say what I have observed. So what I've observed is that it appears that students have multiple opportunities to make up assignments. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've received emails. I've had lots of conversations with my particular student, but and he happens to also be in a program, right? And so, is that how all middle schools operate? That there are multiple, multiple opportunities, to the point where I'm like, at some point he should receive a consequence, and not just from me, right? But yeah, so I'm making a linkage between what I've observed and then Trustee Zapata's comment.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I'd welcome Dr. Wilson if she'd like to chime in. I don't want to say all classes across all schools. I will say that after spending time in this role and spending time at our middle schools and even our high schools, understanding and comprehension is what's the goal. And so we recognize that students are coming into the classroom environment, and because they may not make a certain grade doesn't necessarily mean this opportunity shouldn't exist for them. And so we work with the student to get to comprehension and understanding. And that's why we often offer multiple opportunities to make up assignments. The criteria that's used varies. Some high schools and middle schools will use different kind of rubrics to kind of make up classes and make up grades. But I don't want to say specifically, just because we do have magnet programs, we do have different programs at different schools. And so, Dr. Wilson, I don't know if you want to, I know I kind of alluded to maybe her wanting to chime in, but that's how we approach it. Dr. Wilson, anything you'd like to add as I...
Okay, let me seek clarification first. Are you saying that the opportunities are in excess with students being able to have support?
Now, are you asking me, the mother, or me, the trustee?
That wasn't the question.
Well, I actually smiled a little bit when I heard you asking that question, because it just speaks to the way that our teachers are being trained to encode success for all learners, and that looks different for each individual student and the different pathways. So I think that teachers are in tune, and they know that some students may need, hey, maybe it's more reminders, more visual cues, more spatial proximity, small group instruction, or multiple reminders. So I don't want to generalize it or make it a blanket statement, but I do know that we do a lot of work in the area of professional learning to make sure that teachers are being able to engage with students and offering a lot of opportunities to encode success, to ensure that at the end of the day, when we see that grade, it's based on what the student knows and not what the student missed.
Right. Yeah, and that's helpful. And so it's kind of just point of privilege, I think. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm observing as a first-time middle school parent, is that while as a parent, I appreciate multiple opportunities for my student to complete whatever it is that he needs to complete for any given class. So, I'm just trying to kind of balance that with, I think there's a value there, right? Like, we want our students to be eligible to play. We want our students to be eligible to participate in these great programs. And so maybe, therefore, there are multiple opportunities, multiple reminders. Students are teachers are receiving professional development around, how best to engage or remind or, ensure that students achieve success. So I think as a parent, that's helpful to understand as well as a trustee. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think to Dr. Wilson's point, or maybe elaborating on it, it's not to play or participate. You know,
No.
we're seeing this across the district, just period. Any student really that we want to ensure gets to that level of understanding and comprehension. That's the goal, not to participate. Certainly my child, I've gotten reminders.
That's helpful, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's you know, it's a bit like you. I'm like, honey, this is like 6th or 7th email I've gotten. I'm not stepping in. You do your thing. But yeah, no, I just want to make that clarification, just so that the community knows kind of how we do this.
Yeah, that's super important. Thank you. I appreciate that, Superintendent.
Anyone else? Okay, great. Thank you. This was really great. Thank you so much for all the good information, good work. So now we must vote, trustees, on whether or not we will accept this monitoring report. So as a point of clarity, we are voting to accept this report as a formal acknowledgement that we have had a satisfactory conversation with the superintendent and have a deeper understanding about how the current reality for students lined up with our vision for them. So at this point, I'll entertain a motion for the acceptance of this monitoring report. So Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion?
Yes, I move to accept this monitoring report.
Is there a second? Second. All right, trustees, any discussion? All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to accept the monitoring report. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Those opposed and those abstaining. All right, the motion passes with 8 yeses and 1 abstention. So thank you, trustees, for taking part in our shared commitment to students and student outcomes. All right, so we will now move on to our information reports and updates. So Mr. Segura, would you please introduce the next item?
Absolutely. 5.1. So thank you, President Singh. Tonight we have the TEA Special Education Agreed Order update. I'd like to invite, who's already up here, Dr. Jacob Reed, Chief Officer, Governmental Relations and Board Services, to share the administration's update.
And before you do that, breaking news. This is, we are supposed to announce the minutes at the beginning. Sorry, I didn't mean to give you a heart attack, but I just wanted to, this was something that I was supposed to read at the very beginning, and I just want to take a moment now because per our TEA order, we have to talk about the time. The number of minutes. So I'm going to do that right quick before Dr. Reed starts, if that's okay.
No.
Okay, so as part of the agreed order with the Texas Education Agency, the agreement requires that the board shall, at the first board-authorized public meeting at each month, publicly report by reading into the record, A, the percentage of time invested in student outcomes during the prior 3-month, student outcomes and special education monitoring during the prior 3-month time period, and B, the total time spent in closed session during the prior month. So the February, March, and April 3-month average board meeting time spent on Lone Star Governance defined student outcomes and special education monitoring was 80.25%. So we have exceeded our target of 50%. Good job. So for the last month, April 2024, we were at 77%, and the board spent 325 minutes in executive session in April. So there you go. Now you may proceed. Thank you.
Back to you, Jacob.
Thank you so much, everyone. So I'm here providing our monthly TEA Special Education Agreed Order update. This will be a little bit shorter than last month and probably a little bit shorter than what we'll do next month, but we do have some updates to share. So first, we want to give kind of where we're at overall on our required actions. So out of the 99 that we need to complete, we have completed 43. And that includes actions out of every priority except priority 3, which is improved data systems. Some of the things that we've done since we've last met is we have closed out more corrective action plans under priority 1, or CAPS. We have 5 CAPS remaining, most of which will be closed out within the next 30 days. All are complete. It's just that the deadline is not up yet. And so we will be turning those in soon. Our big priority, priority 2, identify and implement effective practices, which is around things like our strategic plan, our MTSS manual, and all of our training. So since we last met, we have submitted the TEA audit, we've submitted our MTSS manual, and our special education strategic plan. We are currently in the process of completing the MTSS training for all of our teachers, campus administrators, and special education staff. Part of the MTSS training includes our tiered intervention using evidence-based research, or TIER, which is a large MTSS, or a series of MTSS modules. There are 8 of them altogether. They include our overview of MTSS, providing supports for special education, creating instructional programs and problem statements, creating an assessment plan, developing the MTSS problem-solving team and plan, ongoing professional development in MTSS, developing relationships with MTSS, and then, of course, creating your own MTSS plan. So we will have those done. Some are due the end of this month, some are due at the end of June. But since we know that our teachers' contracts will end near the end of the school year, it is our goal to have all of these done by the end of this month. So that is what we're working towards right now. And then the other big item is that in our June info session, we will have Dr. Stetchen joining us again, and we'll be doing an overview of our special education strategic plan, which we've currently been in the process of working with our community committee for special education, getting feedback from TEA, getting feedback from our SPED staff. And once we have all, and our senior staff and Mr. Segura, once we have all of that, we'll bring it back together for that session in June. For Lone Star governance, we just recently did our second Lone Star governance evaluation, self-evaluation. That report increased from 19 points in our first report to 38 in the one that we just did. Our next one will be scheduled for August 22nd. And it's a little off because we don't meet in July. So we'll do that one in August. We are still waiting for feedback from TEA on the policy and handbook, so no new news on that one. And then, of course, we'll continue reporting on our 3-month average of time. Another thing that we'll share in June is be able to start providing some updates on technology. So that ends the report for our TEA agreed order. Do we have any questions?
Trustees, any questions on this side? How about this side? I think I have a question. Can you tell us, so I know MTSS has been a huge investment in the district over the past year or more. And I wanted to ask you, like, in layman's terms, what difference will this make in the life of a student? Like, how will things be different because of this?
Yeah. So multi-tiered systems of support is what MTSS stands for those following along. About a little over a year ago when we began to really break down the system to understand, where our students were not being supported in the way that we thought we could. When we were exploring the challenges around special education and academics in general, we viewed the commitment to MTSS as a barrier, right? And so what we realized is the professional development required for our staff and the system as a whole, the data that's required to support students wasn't where it needed to be. And so what MTSS is, throughout the regular school year, it's tier 1 instruction. So what you're getting in the classroom. If a student begins to fall behind, we move to tier 2. We have protocols and guidance within MTSS that helps the educator understand, kind of what that might look like for that specific student or for like that specific subject in that class. Tier 3, it's a deeper intervention. Usually includes interventionists, someone perhaps pulling the student out, providing support in small group or one-on-one. And, the challenge we've had in the past is there wasn't a clear understanding from the entire system as to what was required to support the student through this journey. We never want to skip a step in the process, and we never want a student to stay in the process too long, right? You should be in tier 2, and then after a period of time, move back to tier 1. Tier 3, move back to 2, and then down to tier 1. What we found is that because we weren't necessarily committed to it in the way that we should be as an entire system, and there's a variety of reasons, professional development, we had a lot of new staff coming into the workforce, and we just needed to provide support, and we didn't really have those systems in place. And so we felt like there were students moving into perhaps identification for special education services prematurely. We had students perhaps not getting the supports as they needed along their academic journey. And so this is like a relaunch. It's something that we had committed to, but we weren't as diligent in our practices as an entire system. It's identified in the order because it's needed to support all of our systems. We have created the guidebook. Dr. Maxwell can certainly speak to the details of it. But the goal here is we got to provide professional development to all of our educators, our administrators, instructional coaches, interventionists. I mean, the entire system has to understand what this is, how we're going to support our students, and our families need to understand what their academic journey is going to be as they engage with us. Because this is not new. It's just we haven't been implementing with fidelity as a system like we should have. So it will be an improvement significantly. We feel like if we do this well, which we know that we can, we should see student outcomes begin to move in the right direction, and we're committed to doing that work. I don't know, I said a lot there. Dr. Maxwell, I don't know if anything else you'd like to add to that. I get thumbs up? Okay, well. So is that helpful, President?
Yeah, that's really helpful. And so, so I know like we're doing all these trainings, you're getting, the software is there. How do you actually ensure that it's being used and implemented with fidelity? Like, are you going in and checking periodically? And the other corollary to that is, is every student entered in the system like at level 1 as a default, and then teachers are kind of moving them around?
Yeah, so I think I know the answer, but I'm going to have Dr. Maxwell kind of take this one.
So one of the ways that we ensure that students are receiving the supports that they need are just the processes to look at multiple points of data. You never want to look at just one. And then as you look at those points of data and have some history on a student, make some decisions on whether or not they're receiving those Tier 2, or if they've been receiving Tier 2 interventions with fidelity and they haven't been working, you continue to look, see if they're making the progress that you want and you expect from the intervention, and if over time they're not, that's when you would move them to Tier 3. All of that is documented in our system, our ECST system. And so what we're able to do is pull reports from that system and using that software to see what's happening with students, whether or not they're staying in Tier 2, moving on to Tier 3. At the campus level, you have sort of school-wide data meetings that help you with those reports and looking at those reports and sort of help the staff to see where the moves need to be made. And then those can go all the way down to the team level in PLCs and also down to an individual student level to make even deeper decisions.
So, and I apologize if this is getting into the weeds, but so ECST is feeds into MTSS. Is that what I heard you just say, or is it?
ECST is software that we use to track the MTSS system.
Okay.
And so that's academic supports, behavioral supports, all of that information we enter into ECST.
Okay.
And that's just our software, our current software for managing that program.
And then if a student is having difficulty, let's say in like 1 or 2 classes, but they're fine in others, is there like a separate tier depending on what class they're in, or is it how?
It's all dependent on what the student needs. So I may have difficulty with math concepts, and so I might receive Tier 2 interventions or maybe even Tier 3 interventions in math, depending on my needs. But might be perfectly fine in reading and not receive any interventions. Or I may need some maybe classroom-based interventions are a little bit more targeted. So it's completely dependent on the observations of the students, the different data points that we have on each student.
Okay, that's really helpful. So it sounds like when I think about the impact on a student's daily life, they're it seems like the teacher is going to be better equipped to offer them the correct supports because there has been documentation.
Correct, and professional development. I think that's the one thing that we, and we know that it's a lot, right? There's a lot of professional development, and it's challenging. It's just a lot. We recognize that. But I think as we provide the resources for our educators, they'll be able to rely on those resources and that professional development to understand, okay, with this information, how am I going to adjust, my practice in the classroom? And then one of the things that we continue to talk about is what additional supports are needed at the campus to support students that are like in Tier 3, right? That is a different level of support. We recognize that. Those are ongoing conversations, and we'll continue to have those with the board as we talk about future, cost considerations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Did you have a question, Trustee Zapata? I could tell from your face.
Well, I was just, I'm glad to hear this is not new, and that, and what I was pausing about is, because we heard calls this evening about some concerns, and so we don't need an audit. We already have system in place. So there's a way for parents to reach out to you to, I mean, is this, what you track also the accommodations piece? Are those extra supports you're talking about, Superintendent?
No, so Trustee Zapata, those are two different systems. You know, Dr. Robinette certainly can speak to all the systems we have in place to support the students that receive special education services, but they're two different systems, and so they are different.
But there are two systems.
Correct. Yeah, we have ECST, which supports MTSS, and MAP is tied to that. Then we also have what was formerly known as Easy IEP. We have ERP. We have the Student Information System, the SIS. All of those pull information to support it. You know, how we're tracking IEPs and supporting our students in the class. So they're separate. It's by design that it's been that way, and so both of those are current efforts. I think the reason that we're talking about MTSS as part of the special education agreed upon order is because foundationally, the entire system, if we really, really embrace what MTSS could be, it's going to help all of our students, including those students that receive special education services. And in that way, helping students not move, if not needed, into you know, the process of receiving those services through special education. And so that's one of the things we found is, you know, early on we'd have tier 1, tier 2, and then maybe tier 3 was skipped. And so then the request would come for an evaluation, or, you know, we might see students move into a system that they didn't need to be in. What they needed was tier 3 instruction, or tier 3 support. And so that's why doing both of these together is really important.
Okay.
We don't want to over-identify students.
Okay. All right. So regardless, there's still, they can still call the department.
Oh, yes.
To get that support, that assistance that they were concerned about. We don't need an audit. We have staff that can really assist them.
So I did hear what some of the committee members said around potentially an audit in special education services. We just completed an audit district-wide.
Right.
And so I'll have to explore that a little bit deeper to see what, you know, opportunity might exist, or if it's needed.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Questions, comments? Okay. All right. Well, thank you all so much. Appreciate the update. All right. So now we are moving on to our next agenda item related to our budget. Ed, you've had a pretty easy week, right? All right, Mr. Segura.
He's got color back in his face, which is a good thing. So thank you, President Singh. What we're going to be doing here is providing an update on the budgeting process. Ed Ramos, our Chief Financial Officer, will be sharing the update. We have asked Jacob Reach, our Chief of Government Relations, Dr. Reach, I should say, Chief of Government Relations and Board Services, to support in the presentation, because there are a lot of you know, kind of intersectionality and intersection between both of their work. So I'll hand it off to the team and we'll get going.
President Singh, Superintendent Segura, members of the board, we wanted to go over some updates with our 24-25 budget. Specifically, we have some updated numbers, and as you know, projections change during a budgeting cycle. As we receive updated data, we go ahead and enter those changes in our templates. And so the most recent template that we have received where we have updated our data was as recent as April 22nd. And so unfortunately, the news that I'm going to share is not in our favor, so we wanted to go over some of these projections. Is it on screen? So if we look at the updated projections, if you remember, originally we had projected a $52 million deficit. We had been trending to end the year with a $31 million deficit was the last information that the Board of Trustees did receive. Now that we have a better data with regards to our average daily attendance, with regards to our property value growth, we are now revising our projections to end the year with a $62 million deficit, worst case scenario. That would mean that if we move forward with no additional cuts for next year, we'd be looking at an $89 million deficit for the 24-25 school year. And so the next slide is going to show the work that we have done actually over the past several months with regards to identifying $30 million in budget cuts. And so once we take those budget cuts into account, again, this year we have revised our projection to end the year with a $62 million deficit. We will go over specifically the changes in those numbers and what affected those changes. And then for the next school year, when we take into account the $30 million in budget cuts, we now are looking at a $59 million deficit for next year, assuming we do not move forward with a voter-authorized tax ratification election. So there are two major factors that really impacted our current year deficit, those being our student data, which is our average daily attendance, and our property values. Originally, we had estimated our budget that included the $52 million deficit with an average daily attendance of 67,786 students. Property value growth, we had estimated when we adopted our budget for this current school year at a 14% property value growth. The year before, our property value actually grew 19%. So we felt that 14%, based on historical trends, was in line with our conservative budgeting. Now we do have final numbers with regards to our property value growth, and now we'll discuss what affected our property value growth for this current school year. So in looking at the big factors that impacted our budget, going from a $52 million deficit to a $62 million deficit, you see in red the biggest impacts, which again were the state funding formula. That includes your average daily attendance and our property value growth. So that was a reduction in revenue of $30 million. Then we also received an announcement in December that the federal government had made a decision on the appeal from the Texas Health and Human Services Department, and so they reduced our federal SHARS Medicaid revenue by $6.9 million, almost $7 million. So that did impact this year's current budget. We also discussed operating costs. So we had talked about, as a district, our goal was to cut close to $30 million in expenditures. We actually did reduce our overall expenditures this year by $27 million. There were certain expenditures that we did have to increase during the year, which kind of reduced that overall savings. Those specifically were with regards to our special ed program. As we continue to finalize evaluations, we were identifying additional students that needed special education services. As a result, we had to increase our budget with additional special ed teachers and special ed teaching assistants. We also moved forward with our police department and added additional police officers, so that did affect this year's budget. And then we also increased our contracted costs with special ed services. So in order to catch up with our evaluations, we had to expend some and invest some funding in contracts. And so that increased our expenditures as well. So that was an increase of about $22 million in those specific areas. One of the things to note with regards to our final projections is we are still waiting on a $5 million reimbursement from FEMA. And this is from the 2021 school year with regards to reimbursing the district for PPE, supplies and materials. And so we are still in the process of trying to retain that reimbursement from FEMA. So we are And we feel we're pretty close, but we're not sure if we will receive that $5 million reimbursement this year or next fiscal year, 24-25. So we're not including that in our final numbers. And so when we look at the revenue adjustments that we had to make this year that were not in our favor, looking at the $30 million reduction as a result of the state funding formula, the majority of that was in property value growth, as I stated, and our average daily attendance. So by April, we knew that our property value growth was actually 5% versus the 14%. This is an area that school districts statewide are facing. Part of it is the slowdown in property value growth. More of the impact actually is also with the passage of Senate Bill 2, which dealt with the homestead exemption. So when you factor in homestead exemptions in the formula, that actually reduced our property value growth. And then our refined average daily attendance, we projected 67,786. We now know we're projected to end the year at 64,250. So not at 92% attendance, but a little above 91%. So we have adjusted those figures, and that was a reason for the adjustment in our revenue. And then, of course, the school health and related services, our SHARs, we lost $6.9 million from the federal decision against the Texas Health and Human Services appeal. And we received that notice of reduction in December of 2023.
So I'm going to take us through the attendance projections and share a little bit more about the ADA calculations and how we utilize those as part of our budgeting process. So the state of Texas uses budget projections that they set their actual biennium budgets on. And so TEA will provide these projections every odd number year to the state, and it's based off of data that is previously submitted from districts. So they look at districts' earlier PEIMS reports, including their attendance, and they make their best projections on that. And then the state will actually allocate the amount of money that's needed based off of those overall projections. So when you're looking at this table, that's the third column on here. That's the legislative column that you see. As a district, we also have to, of course, do our own projections. And then as the year goes on, we are able to true up those numbers. So we know here are the number of students that we have, and here's their attendance rate. So here's what our actual ADA is. So there's a couple things going on here that we really want to point out. You can see that we provided you 3 years worth of data and the legislative numbers and our district numbers. And you'll notice that in 21-22, there's a sizable gap there. A little bit over 3,000 is the difference between what the state originally projected and what we originally projected for that year. But the state is basing our budget estimates off of those legislative numbers. And that's because for those previous years, even when considering COVID, we had higher enrollment and we also had higher attendance. So the state is utilizing data when AISD had higher attendance. We're utilizing our estimates based off of what's our membership for that year. Excuse me. You can see by 23-24 this year, we've gotten a lot closer. So that gap is not present to the extent that we saw earlier, which means that those projections are going to be much more accurate for our budgeting needs, for the state saying, here's how much Austin ISD should receive, and us estimating how much should we receive. So the part of that is that going forward, we would expect that those numbers are going to better align to our budgeting needs. The other thing that we want to point out, because people may look at this and say, well, 63,000, that doesn't sound right. I know Austin ISD has more kids than 63,000. So we want to remind you that the average daily attendance considers two things. One, it considers students who are eligible for funding. And down at the bottom, you can see that we adjust that by just the students eligible for funding. So we have more students in our system than we have eligible for funding. And I think the best example of that is pre-K, because pre-K students attend half a day. So from an accounting standpoint for the state, they are receiving half ADA. So for not a very elegant way to say it, but from the state standpoint, it's half a student. Of course, we know that's a full student. So when we talk about what's our enrollment, that is one student, even though they only generate half of that ADA. Another example that's probably pretty common is that we have students that receive services before they ever arrive at AISD through our Child Find system. We are legally required, and we want to be providing them special education services. To be able to provide them services, we need them in our system because we need that information. We need to make sure we're reporting it. So we enter them into that enrollment number. So they are part of AISD's enrollment, although they're not generating ADA funding as we would typically consider it. So those students are in there as well. We also know that to a lesser extent, we'll have some students who maybe have met most graduation requirements, but perhaps they have not passed an EOC. While it's not as common now, just a few years ago, we would have students who maybe have not passed TAKS or TOS or an earlier test. They're still on our roll because they're still eligible to graduate because of their age and because they met other graduation requirements. And we continue to try to work with them to graduate them. So we're not receiving ADA for them, but we're still working with them. You also have students that may not meet a full schedule. So as you know, we now use minutes of instruction, but not to get too complicated in it all. We may have a student who is not in the school day for the full day. So they also would not actually generate the full amount of funding. They would get whatever that percentage is of how long they're there. So from a state standpoint, when they're all considered, we come up with our total enrollment. But from an ADA standpoint, those students may be counted in a different way that then leads us to a number that could be lower.
So this is a very important slide, and I want to make sure we give it the attention that it deserves. But I did want to notify everybody in the room, and we've already notified the building, that we do have baseball-sized hail kind of approaching us. And so want to take a moment and just get those who aren't necessarily needing to be here, if you all would like to leave, feel free to do so. And we'll take a no. And so staff, our team, we'll deal with consent items via Q&A, email if there are any questions from the board, if that's okay with the board, just to get everybody out. You can listen in at home, but for the constraint item, we'll keep Jacob and the key team here, and then everybody else can go ahead and get out of here.
Thank you so much to Ms. Hosak for moving my car for me.
30 minutes.
She's the best.
Yeah.
She runs an amazing salute, and she'll move your car for you.
Yeah, and the storm is generally west of us, so we want everybody to be safe for sure. So if you need to go, please feel free to go, and those who will stay will just stay all the way through. Or if you need to move your car. Okay.
So when thinking of those considerations, you then come up with that new number that TA is using, and then you multiply it by your attendance rate. And once you've done that, you then arrive at average daily attendance. So that's how your enrollment can look so much higher than your ADA can.
Yeah. And so one thing to make sure we're very clear on is, we talk about the impact of this slide here, right, and the value of that difference in students identified by average daily attendance. But to be crystal clear, we are paying this fiscal year, for the 2022-2023 gap, which was calculated the year prior. Does that make sense? Okay, so we're always lagging. And so if anybody asks, well, ADA seems to be aligned, why are you paying this? Well, the reason that we're paying is because we're shoring up and settling up based on a projection that was made essentially 3 years ago. Just want to make sure that's crystal clear.
And the final settle up that Superintendent Segura is referring to usually happens in the month of April or May of the following school year. And so knowing these adjustments that we've made to the current year budget, that makes it even more imperative that we continue to look at our budget reductions for next year. And it makes the $30 million that we've identified in budget reductions even more important. So we knew the 24-25 school year budget would be challenging. And so as a result, the decisions that we are moving forward with regards to reductions do become very important, because that ensures that we maintain the financial stability within our fund balance. And so we must continue looking at our spending for next year. And so we have been having conversations with regards to what else can we look at as a district. So we've identified $30 million in budget reductions. These are some of the conversations that we've been having. And then we've also been having conversations on the timeline. Do we look at these for the 25-26 school year, 26-27 school year, and depending on the decisions that we make over the next several months, that could either increase the time period that we have to make decisions, or we may have to make decisions quickly. And so some of the areas that we're looking at with regards to potential future reductions, we may have to look at master schedules. Now these would affect the campuses. Secondary planning periods. We may look at class size, efficiency of operational adjustments, continue to look at software, and continue to look at contracts throughout the district. We also wanted to make sure that we had discussions with regards to potential revenue streams. Are there opportunities for any capital injections? And so when we talk about those topics, we refer to, are there any opportunities to increase our average daily attendance through a district-wide initiative? And so we are currently looking at a program where we really address that next year. We are looking and exploring real estate leases, the sale of district real estate, and then, of course, we've had these discussions with the voter-approved tax rate election. So these continue to be opportunities and discussions and very difficult discussions that we will continue to have over the next several months. And so we did want to show where we are with our administrative cost ratio. So as you know, we concentrated our reductions, the $30 million in reductions, with regards to areas away from the campuses. And so that really impacted our administrative costs. And so when you look at the 24-25 school year, we are further below the standard TA ratio. And so we are making progress in reducing our overall administrative costs beginning with the 24-25 school year. And then when we talk about a voter-approved tax ratification election, that would include increasing the tax rate by 0.091 cents. That would generate an additional $41 million. And so we've looked at what our operating budget looks like with regards to a $1 bill. We just wanted to show the board what a tax ratification election would do for the district with regards to increasing revenue. And so we'd be looking at, and we have adjusted this figure based on the new property value growth estimates that we have. So we would be looking at a $41 million injection to revenue for next year if we move forward with this type of election. So now what does our fund balance look like? So this first fund balance slide does not include the voter-approved tax ratification election. It does include the $30 million in cuts that we have already made as a district. And so one of the important things that I wanted to point out with this graph is that we would be right on the line with our local 20% fund balance policy. So at the end of 24-25, we are projected to end the year with 21.3% in local fund balance policy. As you know, our policy is at 20%. For the 25-26 school year, we would be below our projected fund balance policy at 16.2, the year after at 12.2 million. And so if we do move forward with a voter-approved tax ratification election, again, we would be very close to our fund balance policy in 24-25. We would close the gap in 25-26. We would be at 17.1 million. So there would still be additional budget reductions that we would need to make in 25-26 as well as the out years 26-27. So the VADR does help us in 24-25. If the state does not increase additional per student funding, then we would have to continue to make budget reductions in the 25-26 school year.
Yeah, and Ed, before you go to the next slide, if you go back, I think it's really important that we talk about a couple different opportunities that you described in a previous slide, right? You have cost reduction strategies. Oh, what happened to my? Okay. Jacob, that was like the perfect. It's like, don't leave the slide. So we have cost reduction strategies, which are recurring costs, right? So the recurring costs, it's salaries, it's compensation, it's programming. These are things that we pay for every single year. And so if we don't have either reduce the fixed cost or we offset those fixed costs with a revenue stream that is reoccurring, you will continue to see that stair-stepping, right? So we're really wanting to look at those two in particular because it'll help us kind of manage on the out years, right, and exposure. The capital injection, these are, fee simple transactions, perhaps. It could be capitalized ground leases. There are a variety of things that we can do, but what that would help us do is shore up our fund balance. And so effectively creating more time for us to get through this process. So it's a combination, like really three things, right? Cost reduction strategies, revenue generating strategies, and then capital injection strategies. All of these, kind of given the time in which they occur, have different kind of outcomes and kind of outlooks. When I think about this, if you go to the slide that we were just on, Ed, the one that has the fund balance, one more, two more, there you go. For me, I think about, okay, if we were to pursue a VADR, that would occur in November of 2024. We know that the legislature is meeting in the spring of 2025, and then again in 2027. And so when I look at this, one of the goals that I think that the administration should have is to ensure that we can get through the 26-27 school year with a 20% fund balance. Like that would be one goal as we look at different strategies moving forward. Does that help? I'm just trying to kind of frame the conversation because one of the things that we would like to receive from the board are different ideas or considerations as we look at some of these more creative solutions. We hadn't necessarily talked about leases or transacting assets, but that is something that we're going to have to explore if we're going to protect certain values and certain operating functions within Austin ISD long term. So again, for me, it's like having the structure in place to protect the system, protect the district, and have as many opportunities as possible in the future to increase revenue, right? VADR, November 2024. Perhaps legislative session convenes and something out of it is positive. If not, then you go all the way through 2027, spring of 2027, and it gives you 2 legislative sessions and 1 VADR as a potential opportunity. So just wanted to share that. Go ahead, Ed. I just apologize for interrupting you.
No worries.
I do this all the time in the office. I'm sorry, Ed.
And the next 2 slides basically look at our tax rate both historically. This is kind of where our tax rate has been projecting. As you know, with property tax compression, that has allowed us to continue to reduce our overall tax rate. So for next year, without a voter-approved tax ratification election, we'd be looking at 0.8377 cents. If we do move forward with a tax ratification election, our tax rate would increase to 0.9287. And so historically, you'll see how that compares with our tax rates in the Austin ISD history. And then this slide compares our tax rate to the local surrounding districts. So we do currently have the lowest tax rate in Central Texas compared to our larger school district neighbors. If we do move forward with a tax ratification election, we would be again at 0.9287. So we'd have the second to third lowest tax rate in the Central Texas area if we do move forward with this process. And then this slide is important because it shows what happens to the revenue comparison between what we keep locally and what goes to the state of Texas. And so if you look at the bottom, back in the 22-23 school year, when we sent over $900 million back to the state in recapture, we sent 57% of our local tax collections. Because of tax rate compression and property tax compression and the homestead exemption, our projected recapture for the 24-25 school year is a little over $600 million. Keeping in mind that if we do move forward with a tax ratification election, it increases our revenue year after year in the out years by $41 million, but our percentage does decrease every year after that. However, when you look at the overall percentage that we do send to the state, when you look at our total recapture payment, moving forward with a voter-approved tax ratification election in 24-25, 52.4% of our collections would be reverted back to the state. The year after that, 53.3%. And then in 27-28, we'd be looking at 56.9% going back to the state, which is pretty comparable to where we were in 22-23 with 57.3%. So we wanted to give the board a picture of the total recapture payment compared to where we've been historically. And then this table gives a large sum of information with regards to our revenue in the out years. So if you start with the 24-25 school year, a voter-approved tax ratification election would increase our revenue that the district, Austin ISD, would keep, $41.1 million, and in the out years, $41.2, $41.1, and $41.2. So the revenue remains consistent in the out years, but you look at the percentage that we get to keep overall, and that's where you see the kind of reduction in the overall percentage. Also, our recapture payment does continue to increase because copper pennies are subject to recapture. So you see that on the projected recapture numbers. But again, looking at the 22-23 school year, we were sending 57.3% of our collections back to the state. In 24-25, we would be sending 52.4%. In the out years, 53.3, 55.1, and 56.9.
Mr. Ramos, can you clarify something for me? So this is yet another new for me. With the Vader, we raised 44 million or whatever it is. That number remains stable over years. In other words, it's less valuable because there's inflation and everything else. That remains stable. And yet, the amount we're raising each year is going up. So each year, we keep our 44 million, and the state gets 134 one year, 144 next year, 150. So
that's correct.
That percentage keeps going up.
That's correct.
Thanks.
We were also asked to look at a local optional homestead exemption, which school districts have within their jurisdiction to approve for voters or homeowners. And so we looked at a 5% and a 10% local optional homestead exemption and what result that would have to the district. In each of those scenarios, we would lose revenue. And so when we look at a 5% local optional homestead exemption, in the 24-25 school year, even with the voter-approved tax ratification election, we would lose 5.1 million. Then that jumps to 5.2, 5.4, and 5.7 million. If we look at a 10% local optional homestead exemption, our revenue would decrease 10.1 million in 24-25, and then in the out years, 10.6, 10.9, and 11.4. So it would have a negative benefit for Austin ISD if we were to offer a local optional homestead exemption. And then finally, we wanted to show the impact if we do move forward with a tax ratification election on a homeowner. And so when you look at the average home in Austin ISD, $563,069, with a tax rate of 0.9287, that would be total taxes on this household of $4,300 per year, or $35 per month increase to a homeowner of an average home in Austin. And I open up to questions.
Yeah, and before we get going on questions, I think it's important that we talk about the fact that, we didn't put the slide in here. We put it in here multiple times where we have a state of Texas and we show every other school district and what they're going through. That slide has only gotten more and more dense. It just has. And, unfortunately, with the tax assessor coming back with the property growth numbers that we received, many of our other school districts in Travis County are also experiencing this adjustment from what was budgeted versus what was actually kind of identified once the values came in. And so there are many school districts going through this kind of latest iteration, many big ones as well. And so we are not alone, but just wanted to make sure that we talked about that this is happening in a lot of different places, and it's also happening here locally in Central Texas. we'd open up to any questions. And then we also have a work session to discuss, different ideas and provide feedback that we received from the board last time, and also have more conversations around kind of the identified reductions and potential future reductions based on input from the board. And so we had that opportunity as well.
Thank you. Trustees, yes, Trustee Hunter.
There's a lot of words in this room, and I feel like the lead kind of got buried. So I want you to go slow. I know a lot of people got it, and I'm glad, and they're gonna go read all these documents. But for those of us plain folk, this is go slow. Before this week began, what was the deficit that we were gonna be dealing with?
Before this week, the current year deficit?
Yes.
We were looking at a deficit of about 31 million is what the board had received.
Okay. So was it 60 or 30?
So this year we were looking, once we made the adjustments and the budget savings, we were looking and projecting at 31 million deficit.
Okay.
It
And
was,
so
it was next year that we
we
were
would have
projecting 60.
the 60.
Correct.
So to not go off the cliff too much, we said, hey, let's cut that in half. We can ride out this one, right? Okay. Then we get some new information, and that information now says
For next year, 59 million.
59.
So it'd be 89.
That's what I want you to say, so people can hear it.
Yeah.
So 60, cut in half, we cut 30, we ride the other 30. Not 60 now, 89 million.
And then cut 30, so we're at 59.
So now we riding at 59, which was the original number. So plain speak, and my fictitious family sat down with my family and we said, oh, we're gonna be $100 over budget, but we can cut back the cable, we can not go out to eat, we can miss a few movies, and we're good. But then the gas bill comes, and it's $200. So now the $100 we were gonna save, we're right back where we started. People need to hear that, because there was a lot of words, I don't think they got that. I sat here an information session ago and said, people are gonna feel some kind of way when the cuts have to come. But our goal is to keep the lights on and the doors open, and here we are. This is not our fault. Because I know people, I'm like, you calculated wrong. No, there's all kinds of things that fill in that we have to deal with. Money that was supposed to come to us, and like, JK, you're not really getting that much, so adjust your budget. I know that everybody understands that if you thought you were gonna get $3,500 at the end of this month, and your boss said, do the other things, we only gonna give you 22, you're gonna have to do some fast talking and figure some stuff out. That is where we are. And I don't think people, like I said, we're using a lot of words to say the same thing, but I don't want nobody to walk away saying, well, we didn't understand. Let's be real transparent. 60 turned in to 89, which is now 59. There are some things we never thought we were gonna have to do, right? That we may have to do. And everybody is gonna have to strap in. Our goal is student outcomes. We want kids to get what they need. We want our teachers and we want everybody to be supported. But there's no tree out back that we can pull money off of. Our state is not helping us. The Fed, even with the special education, right? Now HHSC. People say they stand for public education and they want you to vote for them, but when the rubber meets the road, here we are, trying to keep the doors open. I need to ask the superintendent a question because it's super, super important that people understand. This is not a don't do it. This is a do it now or do it later. Now, for those of you who are not poor, you probably don't understand. You never had your lights turned off. You never had your gas turned off. If you get your gas turned off, that's a problem. That's why you work so hard to keep it on, because it costs more to get it turned back on because there's a connection fee. If you get your lights turned off at any point, you have to then go and pay a $200 deposit to get your lights back on. So it's do it now. We're in that situation. We're the poor people now. Y'all welcome to my world, by the way. We're the poor people now, and we have to be thinking about those things. There's a lot of hard decisions coming up. Nobody wants their program, their thing cut. But it's do it now. And Mr. Superintendent, can I see him? Because I need to make eye contact. If we don't do these things now, I'm gonna throw this out here live to you on TV. You don't even know I'm gonna ask this. What's the probability of down the road, knowing what we know about our legislature, of having to do what some smaller school districts are doing, which is close schools?
So I think, Trustee Hunter, to answer your question, in a span of 3 years, right, assuming nothing happens, because last legislative session nothing happened, and the assumption that I'm operating under is the opportunity for additional revenue coming from the state is small. This is a tough conversation. I do not want to explore school closures until we have gotten through our community saying we will not support you in a Vader, until we've gotten through cuts that we can make internally, and also exploring creative solutions around real estate or long-term revenue streams to make us less reliant on state funding. And so I don't want to sit here and tell you that 3 years from now or 2 years, we won't be having that conversation, but I think at this point, there are enough things, enough rocks to turn over to where we can stabilize and get through a period of time to where we can really think through some of these more difficult decisions. And so that's just the reality of where we are. You know, I know in the past, you know, we never talked about being creative with real estate. You know, I think we're at a point now where, you know, we have to be. We just have to be. And if we don't want to be, that's fine. But just we need to all sit here and acknowledge that whatever cuts we recommend, they have to be understood and acknowledged, and recognize that if we don't do it, then we're putting the district in significant risk. Like, we're just going to be introducing risks that may not be overcome at some point in the future. So, and I will also say, just honestly, it has been difficult for the administration to identify the value of the cuts to get to $59 million. And that's because, as we've seen and we heard callers call in about, everything impacts the classroom, right? It just does. We're all here to support the classroom. And so we're trying to figure out what's that balance between cutting too much too soon without seeing if a Vader is something we can pursue. Cutting too much too soon to determine, you know, what opportunity might exist if we pursue creative real estate solutions. You know, if we cut too much and we actually get funding, you know, cross our fingers, from the state, then I would be disheartened to know that we did something that if we just waited 6 more months and we had more clarity, we could have done it. But at the same time, I don't want to mislead anybody and say we should know what that cut is now, meaning that if it doesn't happen, we know precisely where we're going to go. To me, that's a thoughtful way to get through this process. It just has to be that way. What I don't want to do is to get through multiple iterations of Vader legislative session, creative solutions, and then we say no, 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 and then all of a sudden we're here a year from now and we're looking at, you know, $100 million in cuts. Like, that can't be where we are. It just can't be. I won't allow us to get there. Like, we're going to have that conversation. But anyway, that's my approach to it.
And I really appreciate that, that transparency and knowing that. And right now we have options. Not many, but we do have some options. And that was on that. Can you put that slide back up again? These are some potential things that we could do. I'm a teacher. I don't want to see any of those things done. But I'm also a school board trustee. Some of that's going to have to get done. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. Trustee Foster.
Well, I appreciate this conversation, and especially Trustee Hunter's pointing to the depth and breadth of the challenge. And what strikes me, and I apologize if this isn't a question per se, but I think it's part of an important conversation. There's two aspects of this. One, we have this immediate reality where every several months it seems the news gets worse and we have to figure out immediate cuts. And then there is a bigger picture reality that I think our board needs to consider in terms of our vision. That is to say, a vision that incorporates the reality of living under this regime that is the state. So in other words, one thing that I'm noticing after year 3.5 or whatever it is on this board is that many of the crises that we live under are absolute crises, and they are crises manufactured by the state. We are living under a crisis 100% manufactured by the state. We have enough money to run 2 school districts this size if the state didn't rob us by ridiculous laws that they pass. 57% is where we are in terms of their take of our taxes. Unethical, should be illegal, disgusting, all of that. And it ain't gonna change anytime soon. So as we have an immediate conversation about the cuts we need to make to stave off all the things that Trustee Hunter's talking about, I think that it's time for us to adopt a vision of autonomy, for us to reduce our dependence on the state wherever and however we can. This expansive vision would mean leaning into things that should be beyond our mission. Our mission should not be to generate revenue, yet it's the only way we're going to be able to count on stability. So if there's 9 floors in this building, I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, but if there's 9 floors in this building, maybe 2 of them can be used differently. If there's empty spaces, maybe they can be used differently. If there's housing, there's different things that we can do. And I think it's a tough conversation, but when Superintendent, you talked about capital injections, you talked about cost reduction strategies, and you talked about revenue streams. Some of these capital injections, if the Vader is a capital injection, I want to be clear that what we will be doing with the Vader is feeding the beast. That what we will be doing, we as a board decided that we will turn down tens of millions of dollars because we don't want to give corporate tax breaks. That was the principal decision we made. We'll turn down money because we don't want to give corporate tax breaks. But now we're saying or considering taking money and forget about giving a break. We're talking about giving money to the state. We're talking about collecting $1 from our residents and giving 75% of it to people that will hurt us, that will do voucher payments, that will do all sorts of machinations that will continue the pain. So if that's what we meant by capital injections, I see it as ultimately part of our demise. I see it as something that is going to hurt us even more. And as I look at this, I understand that the immediacy of the pain and that quarter seems so precious when you're trying to keep the lights on. But that quarter comes at such a great cost that I'm at the threshold. And I guess we all have to decide what the threshold is. Do we give, well, we'll raise $1 from our taxpayers, from our residents, and be happy if we keep 50 cents. We'll raise $1 and be happy if we keep 40, if we keep 30. What's the threshold? Is it, if it's a dime, is that acceptable? At what point is it not worth feeding people who will systematically and routinely and over again harm us? So I guess I have strong feelings about this. And the cost reductions are going to be tough. And I think we as trustees are going to, we're going to hear about it. But I will sleep as well as I can, at least on the principle of what we're trying to do and operating under, y'all's leadership, y'all's guidance, y'all's information, our community's responses, making hard cuts where we can, but operating with some principles up front that say things like we're protecting the classroom to the greatest extent, then the campus, then central, then broader community. So I guess to wrap it up, we got to think immediate cuts, but we have got to pivot, even in this moment, to visioning and developing our priorities for these cuts, but then more broadly, as far as I'm concerned, towards autonomy from the state. The extent to which we are operating under this state is the extent to which we are always in dire peril. That's not a question, Ed, I'm sorry. It's a diatribe.
Thank you, Vice President Foster. Anyone else? Did you want to say something, Trustee Gonzalez?
No, I'm just taking it all in.
Yep, okay.
We'll continue this conversation during the workshop, right?
Yes, Trustee Kaufman.
Yeah, I can wait.
Yeah, is the workshop the time to talk about potential revenue sources, other thoughts, when?
So the work session will definitely provide that opportunity. I think as we prepared for this meeting, anything that you want to share that helps provide guidance that you want, I think the broader community here, I think having it communicated here is going to be helpful. The work session, we certainly know it gets later into the evening, and it's just a different structure. So if there's something that you think you feel strongly about, I'd certainly encourage you to share it with us.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a few questions, a few thoughts. Questions for the team. Appreciate the slide about potential future reductions, potential revenue, potential capital injections. The only thing we have a number attached to is the copper penny election, is the Vader. And I don't think we or our community can have a meaningful conversation about this without numbers attached to real choices. We have that on our calendar from a long, on our budget development calendar. Some of us have been asking for that. We haven't gotten it. We need it. This is an abstract conversation without that. And we don't have the tools to know what those numbers are, but you do. And this is a decision not just for our board, but for our community. So it is past time, it is time. We need to talk about this with concrete numbers so we can weigh those choices. So I appreciate that. I will look forward to that. And I know that that will help us all get our heads around the meaning of the pain and the very hard choices we're making. As Trustee Hunter was saying, I know what it costs to not eat out. I know what it costs to not go to the movies. I don't know what it costs to cut a planning period. I don't know what it costs to change our class sizes. But that's where we are, and we need to know. These are big numbers, and I know it's a lot of work, and I appreciate you guys doing it and bringing that to us. So that is one. I would also like to see a projection of our savings from the bond construction we're doing, kind of when that starts to begin rolling online and what that looks like in the years ahead. And I would love an understanding. Has that been factored in to the numbers we're seeing yet?
It's been factored in as far as the amount of expenditures that we've had in specific departments and what we're projecting to end in that department. So part of that has been factored in.
Okay, and the utility savings from the buildings being more efficient, those things, that was a big promise we made when our community approved this bond, and really knowing what that's going to look like as we're also going to our community to help us make choices about these cuts and to live with the cuts that have to be made, understanding how that promise will start being fulfilled about those dollars from the bond, I think is a really valuable important thing for me personally as a trustee to understand, but also for our community to know. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and for a point of clarification, we have that modeled out, but I also want to point out that last year there was utility cost increase.
Understood.
Also energy increased the cost per kilowatt hour. And so, it's largely staying this, in some cases staying the same, but it would have been much, much worse if we hadn't. And so I think there's those types of things that often don't come out, but we definitely need to make sure that they're known.
Understanding that it's dynamic, and I know as, people were at the legislature last session, as we're talking with districts across the state, we know that, we haven't had a major increase in school funding since 2019. We know that utilities are part of what people are paying more for. We know that people are paying more for insurance, and somewhere out there, if there is truly baseball-sized hail, there is a school district that's going to have a lot of, I hope it is not us, I hope it is not anyone, that's going to have a big insurance claim. We know that insurance claims are getting higher. We know that utilities are getting higher. So absolutely understanding that that's a dynamic number, but helping even within that, I have immense respect for you, your team, your work. Mr. Ramos, and bringing that to us, understanding the dynamism is helpful, but still helpful to know that we promised this and it's happening. And it will continue happening as we roll those projects out. So thank you. And I know, despite all of this, we certainly hope to go to our community with another bond at some point. So having that would be helpful. Have another question and a comment. As we're talking about using our real estate, we know that with the 2017 bond, the district chose to sell a great deal of real estate. That is money, that came and went. My grandmother, when she gave me a check for my birthday, used to say, don't spend it on groceries. That's not money that you feel in the same way as when you do something special, when you have that opportunity. And I know that that money went into our budget and didn't make a long-term difference. So I would really love a conversation about revenue that can create a stream for us when that's appropriate, not the easements that we have, not these funny little pockets. I know there's been a big survey and we have all kinds of oddball land, but we also have a really valuable asset that I hope creates a revenue stream.
Yes, and I do want to be crystal clear. So as part of the 2017 bond program, one of the offsetting line items was a $40 million real estate offset. That never occurred.
Yes.
There was no real estate unloaded at that point, period. The previous real estate transactions occurred in 2016.
Okay.
And that was when I think the district released 10 different proposals. I think only 3 or 4 closed. That's when Baker closed.
Those.
So that was before the 2017 bond program. So that was one of the...
Thank you for clarifying.
And I think I really appreciate you bringing this up because as we talk about these things, only the board transacts real estate, just to be clear. Yeah, the superintendent, the administration, we do not transact. What we do is bring ideas, considerations, but that was an expectation that the board in 2017 had, but then once we began to move into implementation, there wasn't necessarily the support to get it across the finish line. And the reason I bring that up is because if we talk about any of this, there needs to be, from my perspective, just overall support and commitment to take it all the way across the finish line, because that was the reality. And as COO at that time, that was something I struggled with, honestly, is how do I cover $40 million when we committed to offsetting that, and it just never came to fruition. So
appreciate that clarity and appreciate knowing that those were unloaded in 2016 before that. But the point being that they were unloaded, it went into the general budget and just kind of melted into everything else. And as we talk about the real estate we have looking forward, I would like to, as much as possible, do things with our real estate that allow us to hang on to it and create a revenue stream. Yes. So it's ongoing, so it doesn't become something that just goes into that amorphous lump of money and disappears.
I'm right there with you.
So I really want to share that thought. Want to put something out there. I don't know if we are looking at Inflation Reduction Act tax credits that are now available to untaxed entities. I went to a really fantastic webinar about it today that turned out to be very timely. Trustee Whitley Chu and I carpooled, and she had read an email about it today. And it is a way that they are, with completed projects that entities have funded, we can go get rebates, get credits for things that completed in 2023. And this will continue being an option as long as it continues. And I don't know if we're looking at that. Thank you. I see Mr. Ramos nodding that we are looking at that.
So we are looking at those credits as part of the electric buses that we've purchased and also the solar grant that we've just been awarded.
Excellent. Thank you. And I think that could become a source of revenue for other things. It was really exciting to hear how different entities are using it, and there were lots of consultants, so I'm happy to share. I'll pass along what I heard in case it's of value. And then I have just a request on that dollar bill slide. If we could make our recapture how it would change apparent on both the current and this future, I think that would be more transparent for our community. Thank you for that. And then, if that slide comes back to us. And then have a question about the Vader. At this point, given the new bleakness of our situation, would we be looking at a Vader just for deficit reduction, or is that something that could bring us new opportunities and investment as far as increase in compensation, increase in services to students?
Yeah.
Where are we right now?
So I'll speak to that. So one of the things that we did, and as an exercise with the board, is we had a conversation around, what additional needs are identified that we might want to consider with a future investment, whether it came by way of Vader or, funds from the state of Texas by way of basic student allotment or otherwise. And so we have that. We also collected very similar information from our principals and got their perspective. And what's really interesting is we have elementary school principals with a certain perspective and secondary school principals with a different perspective. So if we were to pursue a Vader at this point, we would view it as kind of two buckets. One primarily around compensation. It wouldn't necessarily at this time be as large as we'd love it to be because we need to set a substantial amount aside to help offset the future kind of cost increases. And so that balance of the two is what we'll be talking about in the work session at this point. I will say that prior to this week, we were thinking that if we were to move forward with a Vader, it might be 75-25 or percent-wise. I think as we move forward, we're probably looking at more of a 50-50 split between compensation and critical needs staff being in one half, and then kind of future offsetting cost expenses on the other side. Just because we know long term, we have to create that long-term revenue stream to offset future cost increases. So that's the current kind of strategy of where we are now. We're happy to talk about it in more detail in our work session.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just need to echo what Trustee Hunter and Trustee Foster have said, that this is a choice that has been made by our state. We are one district of more than 1,000, and we are all suffering from this in different and similar ways. Each district's choices are unique. The struggle is shared across our state. We have 73,000 students out of more than 5 million in our state, and it does not have to be this way. I know we fight. I know there are people across the state who fight, and just want to let our community know as we navigate our reality, we also advocate for a state that chooses to support our students in our schools, and we will continue to do that. And I know many, many in our community are doing that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to just add really quickly one thing that I noticed, that when Trustee Boswell talked about, many of us remember 2016 and the sale of Baker and the question marks, and then the reporting following it up saying, what happened, and a lot of people said, we're not going to operate like that again, that we're going to make wiser choices when it comes to really big choices. And when you spoke about kind of not selling off properties too hastily, if at all, a whole bunch of folks nodded on the board, and that's probably something that will need to be explicit to see if that's how we really feel. But I was kind of heartened to see how many nods there were to that. The second thing to really, just really quickly, I just want to thank the superintendent and all the folks on the fiscal side of the work that we're doing. When you're faced with ridiculous constraints, and it goes to what Trustee Hunter was talking about, when my mom used to talk about throwing bills in the air, and whichever one didn't land, that's what she would pay, when there was just no money there. And you find a way to keep going, and what this has compelled and where you all already seem to be is that you're responsible, you're efficient, you're thoughtful. I'm with Trustee Boswell in terms of wanting hard numbers and wanting data as often as possible so that we can look through things. But I'm really pleased and proud of y'all for the way you work these numbers and create possibilities for us in a context where it'd be easy for the ship to sink. And our ship is not sinking.
Correct.
And that's because of y'all. And so I really thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Who else? This side, anybody?
There's one comment that I'd like to respond to. Trustee Foster, I very much appreciate that. It is very, very difficult. I don't even want to think about Ed's sleep patterns, though I ask him every day how his sleep was. But 2016 was not a good process. It just wasn't, the real estate side of it. It was before we had a real estate director. I mean, it was before we had really understood how to manage the portfolio of real estate that we have. And there were things that we learned from that. I wasn't here in 2016. I wasn't here till 2018, just for the record. But the reason I say that is because the process we're going through right now with Anita Coy and Rosedale and how thoughtful that is a reflection of lessons learned, kind of looking back. And I think as we move forward, we'll leverage what we've heard, what we learned along those, processes, as well as build and move forward. Because I am the first one that's going to talk about not wanting to release real estate. You never get it back, and we're in the forever business. We just are. And if we don't think in those terms, we're going to be short-sighted in our decision-making, and that's not a place that I want to lead this organization down. So I hear you. I'm in agreement with you and with you, Trustee Boswell. And so as we move forward, I guess what I'm asking is asking for the, not the assurance, maybe the support in being creative in pursuing these things, because in the past we were very strategic. We said, okay, well, if we're going to look at real estate, it's going to be these assets first, then these. We never really said, let's just look at whatever we have, when there's a lot that just we have. We haven't looked at large tracts of land and seen if they could be subdivided. We've never done that. But those opportunities exist. And so I appreciate the comments and just wanted to share with the board, kind of that's where I'm at with it, and those opportunities do exist.
I would say I think we're in a moment when we have to be creative and strategic, and I think it is one of our strengths as a community, as a district. I'm a yes to that. Bring it to us and we'll talk about it, and bring it to our community and they can tell us what they think about it. I think we have really strong thinkers in the district and in that department and every department. So I'm excited to see what you guys bring to us and how that might support our district.
Any other trustees have questions, comments? So I have a few thoughts. Again, thank you to the whole team. I know you guys spent a lot of time this week. I want to share appreciation with my colleagues. I want to also just set the record straight on a couple of things that I've been hearing out in the world. But before I do that, I just want to, we're talking about properties, we're talking about dollars, we're talking about tax rate, but this is all in service of our students. So I just want to take a moment, bring it back. Like we are about to adopt a very aggressive, I think, student a scorecard for our district, which is going to focus on high expectations in reading and math. We're going to probably have something about Algebra 1 in ninth grade, by ninth grade, or eighth grade, I think. All this other stuff, we still care so much about. Student outcomes is the core of this, right? But we can't just conjure that out of thin air. So this entire conversation is about how do we set up a huge system and serve 70,000 students, and that takes resources. So I just kind of wanted to bring it back to students for just for a second. Now I'm going to go and talk about all the other stuff that gets us to serving these students. First of all, there's been a lot of talk lately that our enrollment has dropped by 20% in the last year, and I would like you to set the record straight on that.
Yeah, our enrollment has not dropped by 20%. We do understand that was something that was out there. To be incredibly clear and crystal clear, over the last, between last year and this year, the reduction has been about 1%, actually a little bit less when you think about total enrollment. The year prior to that was also very, very close, I think less than 1%. And so we're talking about hundreds of students, not thousands. And so for us, from just management perspectives and like percent perspectives, being within really 1%, it's stable. We also recognize that there are opportunities coming down, that we could definitely leverage. We know that a kindergarten class is projected to be quite large. There are definitely bright spots, and we serve 81% of the students in Austin. In our attendance boundary, we serve 81%, and so that is not necessarily, I think, communicated in the way that provides the most clarity, because our enrollment is 73,000, a little north of it. Attendance, we talked about why that is. The example that is a great example is pre-K. We have pre-K students that attend half a day. They're enrolled in our system, but because they're only half a day, if you have 4,000 pre-K students, we're only getting 2,000 students worth of credit for average daily attendance. And so there are all sorts of little things like that that kind of create that difference between enrollment and average daily attendance, and that is across the state. That happens everywhere. So yes, enrollment is stable, still north of 73,000.
Thank you. I also want to just reiterate, AISD, well, we didn't get our accountability scores this year. No district was able to get our actual ratings from TEA this year. For a variety of reasons, but the most recent data we have shows that we scored a 91 on relative performance. And I want to just go back again. This is a student outcome thing. That means out of 100, we got a score of 91, which I did a little survey of all the surrounding districts, and we're pretty much the highest around here, around these parts, including charter schools, on that particular measure, which is my favorite measure. Jacob knows that. And what that means is if you compare AISD to other school districts with a similar level of economically disadvantaged students, we get a 91. And that is very rare to get that high. That is an A. And this is a district that's worth investing in. Our students do well here, not every student, obviously, and we are working towards fixing that. We had the conversation about MTSS and everything else. But I just had to take a point of privilege to say, we are a district worth investing in. Our enrollment, 81% of urban enrollment is huge. It's not like that in New Orleans, in Oakland, San Francisco, Washington, D.C., New York. You go any urban city, it's not like that. And so we are offering something here that families love. And we've got to keep doing that because it is getting the outcomes that we want for our students. And so all that aside, I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about I appreciate the quick pivot because my understanding is we got this information 2 or 3 weeks ago from April 22nd on the property value growth. Okay, and that's from my understanding. We had assumed we had thought it was going to be about 14%. It was actually 5%. We got that information the last week of April before we have to approve a budget in June. And we get that information from, who do we get that information from? Who sends that?
That comes from the appraisal district.
From the appraisal district, okay.
So two things happened very close to one another. We had the appraisal district information, and then we had the new template from TA be released. So both of those happened within a week and a half of each other. Mm-hmm. And so when I said April 22nd, that was the latest revision of the template from TEA, which is what all districts use to kind of project budget. And that's where the ADA challenge was identified in that latest template. And it's atypical to get a template that late in the budget process. What typically happens is, they release, earlier in the year. By the time you get to really March, they're done. It's rare that you have one this late. The reason it was so late is because the legislature had new laws that had to get interpreted by TEA, the comptroller had to weigh in, and then all of a sudden a new template gets released, and we were not aware of it, and that's why those two things converging around that time created this difference.
Okay, so that's really helpful context. I'm reminded of your words about a manufactured crisis. So I do have some questions about the VADR, and I don't know if we're going to be talking about that more later, but I am very interested in knowing the break-even point. Can we put up the slide with the houses? Okay, so if we have a VADR, that's going to increase the average homeowner yearly payment to $4,300 in AISD taxes. Okay, so that's up from $3,879 without a VADR. So it's what is it, about $400-ish, a little over $400 a year, which is, that's a lot. But it's not a lot if you compare it to the total bucket of taxes that are leaving our district. So I just kind of wanted to put that number in a little bit of context, even though it is feeding the beast. We're already feeding the beast. And so I think that's just really important for folks to stomach. The other thing I wanted to offer all the trustees an opportunity to do, and Superintendent Segura, I appreciate your kind of mentioning this earlier. I feel like we're going to be making some dramatic cuts. I don't think we really need to I don't think we can sugarcoat it. I think we've moved beyond the idea of just like these little efficiencies here and there. Like, we're going to have to change the way we do things in the district if we want to continue having high student outcomes. And I think the conversation around real estate is really important. I'm like, yes, like let's utilize that as a resource we have. Let's utilize that. And yes, like for me, be as creative as you want, with that, because the last thing I want to do is breaking apart communities or increasing class sizes or whatever. And we have to pay our people to work here. So I would say, like, whatever it is that we have that doesn't impact our students' learning, like, please go for it. The other guiding principle for me is continue this conservative mindset. I really don't want to see us going below a 20% fund balance, and I know that the administration shares that, especially, as we look at these out years and you see that step down, that's like anxiety producing to see. And I'm really, we're all, I think, really worried about that, but I don't want us to we got to stay conservative. If we don't, we're going to put our bonds, our financial ratings, our ability to pay employees at risk. We'd be looking at RIFs possibly, so I appreciate the adherence to that board policy. Avoiding a one-size-fits-all mentality, and this is like part of the equity conversation we've been having now for years, but moving away from the idea that every campus gets X. It's like the highest need campuses get this, they get more stuff. They're gonna need it. And that just needs to be stated. Strategic investments. I think, it's weird to talk about investments when we're cutting, but as Secretary Boswell reminds me all the time, we need to invest in things that will pay for themselves and then some. These are things like investments and things that increase enrollment, investing in contracts that have a really high return on intent. We do have contracts and programs that have really strong research supporting them, and I don't want to see those being cut because we're probably getting more than our money's worth on some of those things, and it reduces remediation later on for students. And I'm fine with reducing contracts that no longer serve us well, and I think we really need to have some serious conversations with our counterparts at the county and city about, how we spread the responsibility for some of these services that we're offering to our students. Schools tend to become the place that provide everything, and I think we're happy to do that, but we need more support from our counterparts. I'm all for what I've said a couple of times from the dais, my thoughts about this lovely HQ building, and I know that may not be a great option, but I want to understand why, and I think our public needs to understand, in reality, what would it mean if we did something different with this building, and especially as we're thinking about under-enrolled schools throughout the district. I just want a really clear and transparent discussion on that, because I'm only going with what I think, but I don't know what you know. Oh, yeah. So I know you'll have an earful for me on that. I don't want to talk about closing campuses, but someone brought it up. But I think I have had people in the community, actually, one or two people come to me, not a lot, who have kind of whispered, hey, it could be interesting to combine my campus with this other nearby campus. I think if it is coming organically from a school district, we need to create a safe space for conversations for schools who may want to combine campuses that are close to each other. I think there's a way to do that, and there's a way not to do it. I think we are a great district because we learned from our mistakes. And so, and we're in a different financial situation now. And so I at the same time, I recall during, in 2019, I had many people that were wanting to close schools, but they would also pull me aside and whisper, but don't close my kid's school. So, you know, it is a very emotional subject, but I think if there are campuses where families, where teachers are coming to us and whispering things like, hey, could we explore this? Let's create a space for that, especially if it means not paying our teachers what they're worth. You know what I mean? Like, we're just in a little bit of a different space now. I would say continued transparency is really important, and I truly appreciate the level of transparency that we've gotten, and I want to see, again, what I heard from Secretary Boswell is price tags attached to some of these, including price tags attached to like potential revenue. Like, could we really make up? Like, when we talk about being creative with real estate, does that mean $5 million a year, or does that mean like $20 million a year? Like, I have no idea like what that could be, but it would be helpful to see some ranges of what we could do. So anyway, that's a mouthful for me, but I would like to hear just a little bit from every trustees, and if you really don't have anything, say pass, but I think what I've heard from our superintendent is he really wants to hear from us, kind of some guiding principles that would be helpful for the administration as they make these tough decisions. We'll start with you, Trustee Gonzalez.
I also am like, frustrated, disgusted, looking at the list of potential additional cuts. I mean, something like removing a planning period from secondary, I imagine, is such a large line item that it would be hard to foresee a future that would be more favorable than we've experienced where that could possibly come back, And I know that was, if retention is still something that we're after and we can't do something like a salary increase in such a working conditions would be awful at the secondary level. And so I don't know. Yeah, I'm just still absorbing all this right now. One idea, one question, since we're talking about crazy stuff up here, that has come up to me recently has been a question about, like, not annexation, kind of, but of consolidation with neighboring districts. I don't know what that would mean, what it would look like, but it's something that people have asked me about. That's really, I guess, at the front of mind. Yeah.
Trustee Kaufman?
So I would echo the concerns, and I would echo the idea behind making sure we're investing in things that may result in increased enrollment. So I look at, things that were, for serving families of kids who are younger than pre-K 3 and reaching out and making those connections now so that those students will join us when they enter the school age. Looking carefully at things like that, also long-term, we have to look very closely at the factors that are causing families to leave, even though the rate of students leaving is not it's been grossly misrepresented by the misstatements in the article. But the fact is that we have thousands of kids in our district who are choosing to attend schools that are not AISD. And so what is it that we can do to create the conditions in our schools that over the long term will get our enrollment, up? But when it comes to cuts, I don't have great ideas about this. I'm curious whether this leads us to a point where we have to entertain position cuts again for the 24-25 school year, or if that's too late in the game for us to consider that. Because it's hard to imagine cutting this deep without cutting positions at this time. So I'm curious about that. And I'm very concerned, or just aware of the symbolic components of spending. And so, for example, knowing that as schools did not get the increased funding that we were hoping for at the last legislative session, seeing that the TEA had increased positions and increased state salaries and increased funding to implement programs at that level. So there's some hypocrisy to say that, well, we can see the TEA increasing in order to address the educational needs of our children, but our school districts are cutting positions. I want to make sure that we're not having that hypocrisy within our district. So making sure that as we're looking at cuts that will affect working conditions or limiting the amount of increase that we can have for salaries and pay for teachers, that we're not then in other departments or other areas, not doing that. So specifically, I would say that, I would like to make sure that we as a board are looking at cuts to our travel, cuts to our meals, cut to our staffing, cuts to our legal things, the things that we spend money on, so that even though it's a very tiny portion of the budget and it won't make a big dent into the $29 million that we're facing now, but it's symbolically important that we're not getting everything that we want and not able to provide those schools. I would like to see the same thing in the superintendent's office, the same thing among our district office, and just recognize that we have to be consistent with that.
One thing that we haven't mentioned is a sort of the acknowledgement of the mission creep of public education, where we have taken on more health and human services as just part of our everyday reality, and the possibility of, again, going back to our complementary municipalities and looking at ways to partner in ways that reduce our costs.
Sorry, I concluded before. I had one. I had forgotten to include one thing. And again, as people and different people outside the district or within raise the question of why is a school district that has declined enrollment continuing to operate small schools? I would like to ensure that we have good information about the cost savings that were realized when we closed schools, because the national research on school closures is that it results in very little actual savings for school districts. So you have all the social and the educational costs of closing a school, but you don't necessarily reap the financial benefits of closing it. And so I would really like to make sure that we have good data on that so that we can respond when people do say, why don't you close schools? So that we can say, and we need to know the facts, but I think the facts will show that we're not really saving that much money. But I don't want to make that assertion without good data on that. So I think we've learned from our previous things. I'd like to know what analysis we've done on that.
Yeah, and Trustee Foster, I think that the big challenge we have with that, because there's been a couple requests along the journey to provide that, is that those closures occurred before the pandemic. And so, the challenge that we had is when the pandemic occurred, I would say resources were redeployed, everything kind of got scrambled, and we just kind of started supporting our campuses in a different way. And so I've tried to go back and really kind of track how the funds moved. It's not as simple, but I do agree with you that the net benefit wasn't realized in the way that it was originally thought that it might. That's for sure. I just don't want to sit here and maybe tell the board that we're able to track how each expense offset. It just doesn't kind of get tracked that way, and then the pandemic really just disrupted everything. And so I just wanted to share that so the board's not waiting, but I can maybe provide research, different things like that, and you're right. And I think what's also important to know is that we've gotten better at operating, different campuses, different sizes. I think it's what we found is when you're inefficient whenever you have a small student population in a large building. But if you right size, and you design correctly and you staff correctly, it's not as big of a gap. And so I think when we talk about this at scale, what we really need to talk about is right sizing to where the facility meets the needs of the student body that's being supported. That's the goal. But anyway, I just wanted to make that point because I think they're both really, really good, and we need to continue to talk about it.
Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I want to just reinforce the point that President Singh made about investments that pay off for us. I think our parent support specialists, you don't have to keep many families in the district to cover the full cost of a parent support specialist. That is powerful, and I think really being thoughtful about how we retain our staff so we're not paying extra to replace people, so we're not paying extra to catch our students up from the impact of having a churn of teachers on a campus. Where we can spend money to save money, I think is really powerful. And I know there are lots of places where we do that well. Really want to make sure we're leaning hard into things we can do with climate and culture, with other things that don't cost much, but likewise we know have big impacts. And when our climate and culture is right with our students, they are more likely to come to school and more likely to do well and more likely to increase our ADA. ADA matters because students being present in school matters. When our climate and culture improves, our families choose us rather than somewhere else. When we get that right, that matters. So really want to lean into those things that don't cost a lot, that we know are done well in some places and not yet well in others always. And really asking our families, current and past, the why, as Trustee Kaufman said. So, those things that either make money for us or don't cost a lot, tuition-based pre-K, tuition-based childcare. Do we need to look at partnering more and offering that for our families and filling some of those empty classrooms with children who come to us? How do we reach out, as people have been saying, to the children who are born in Austin from the very moment they're born, making our campuses places where everyone feels like they belong, places that they feel like they own because they do own them. And are we offering, gatherings for new parents on campuses? That saved me. I went to a gathering for new parents in the basement of a synagogue on the Upper West Side of New York when my first child was born. I was clueless, and that saved me and built a community that was incredibly strong and important to me. Our schools can be that for people, and we don't invite people in. We keep our gates locked. On the weekends, we don't invite people in. We don't allow our families to walk their children to the classroom door anymore. Some of my closest lifelong friends are people I met 5 minutes at a time walking my children to the classroom. I wouldn't have left that school for anything, because I would have been leaving my support network. I would have been leaving a community, not only of educators who I got to know, 30 seconds at a time saying, hi, dropping my kid off, or, it's powerful, and we don't make room for that right now. And I think our balance, we have to ask if that balance is costing us in financial ways that keep us from serving our students' needs. So I think all of those, I think it's time. We talk about being creative in real estate, thinking differently. I think allowing some of our staff to work from home, to telecommute part-time, has been a third rail. It was a third rail during COVID. The thought was, if classroom teachers have to be in, everyone should have to be in. I think, I asked the same question a couple of weeks ago. The county has saved significant amounts of money allowing people to telecommute. It fits with our goals for the climate. It keeps our teachers out of traffic. As long as they could be. Do we want to consider that? What do we think the savings might be? What can we learn from the county that has a very clear policy that has worked very well for them? And I think if we ask the people who do have to be in the classroom, what would you choose? That might be a really easy choice, and it might not be what we have always thought it would be. So I think all the creativity in all the ways certainly is a bright spot in this really dark set of choices to me, and really thinking in as many creative ways as we can as we do really hard things that are going to be to some degree inevitable. So I thank you for all that you're doing. I know you've had a really, really, really hard week, and a hard last week, and I'm sad that you're dealing with it. I'm sad that we're dealing with it. I'm sad that our students are dealing with it, and I would rather do it with all of you guys than with anyone else. Thank you.
So I'm thinking about our scorecards and what we are trying to set our, as we try to set our goals and student achievement, that our budget needs to reflect the scorecard goals, because if not, then we're going to set ourselves to fail. For example, I think one of our scorecard goals is in the multilingual department, and if that's being considered for cuts, then what are we doing to ourselves for that scorecard? So I think there's a lot we need to still talk about. I can't go item by item right now, but I still want to look more into it if it's changed from the last time I had a conversation with you, Mr. Ramos, to fully understand all that's being proposed. But I just wanted to bring the attention to how we're rating ourselves and what we're saying we're going to do. Or do we need to rethink and reduce what we're saying we want to do? But that's where my thought is right now. Thank you.
Trustee Whitley Chu. Are you passing? Okay. Trustee Lugo.
Hi. Yeah, thank you to everyone who's already spoken. I guess I'll just kind of reiterate some points. Sorry, I'm going to be using notes. I won't be looking directly at y'all. So I would say I'm listening to this conversation and thinking transparency, right? So many of us ran on that value, on that idea, and I really do feel, but I'm on this side now, right? So it might be different. I really do feel like we've made progress in being more transparent and better communicators. I hope that it's not just because I'm on this side that I'm like, oh my God, we're doing such a great job. I really hope that the public feels that too, because right now is the most important time for people to feel like we're being transparent, because there are going to be impossible decisions to make. And that leads me to the other point around clear communication. I know a couple of weeks ago, right, I made the analogy of like, just tell me what I need to cut, and right, tell me I don't need to pay for the extra Hulu, right? But in all seriousness, we really need to communicate often and early and clearly. Like, I'm not telling the administration to do this particular idea. It popped into my head and I'm like, you know what I would do? It's like a message to people that says there will be cuts. Here's what that will look like. Look at your weekly AISD newsletter for more information. Please follow board meetings for more information. Because the thing is that, and I know that there's not a lot that we might be able to do about this, but all of us, I think, can guarantee that the moment that one of these difficult decisions that has to be made touches a campus, a group, a teacher, a department, people will want to, and rightly so, they will want to understand why this, how come I didn't know, what else can be done. And the thing is that people are really busy and they can't follow all these things. But again, if there is something else, and you guys have been, this is not a knock on y'all. Y'all have been doing everything you can. I'm not taking away from that. I'm just emphasizing, like, that's something that we have to continue to do. Be transparent, be clear communicators, and if we think we've over-communicated, yes, keep doing that, because this is going to be really hard this year and for years to come until something changes at the state level. And that kind of leads me to echoing what's been said already. Data, even when it's dynamic, right? We have to include that kind of information, even when it's uncomfortable. And I was like, I don't really want to say how much XYZ might bring in because I don't really know. That's okay. Give us a ballpark. Say, based on factors A, B, C, and D, here's our best guess estimate for what it might look like to bring in revenue based on these ideas. Here's what it might look like to cut ABC based on these factors. Because that's the kind of stuff that people are going to ask. And if we don't understand, we being the board, if we don't understand, that makes it harder for us to be transparent and be clear communicators. As I was hearing that, let's be creative, let's, generate revenue. So it's like, yes, be creative, and I know that we will do this automatically, but sometimes we have to say the obvious. Be creative and ethical, right? Be ethical and creative when we're thinking about generating revenue. Above all, taking care of our staff and our students while making these cuts. I was sitting here jotting down these notes thinking, God, I don't really care if people know I go to therapy. I go to therapy once a week. It helps, hopefully. So I think it helps. I was jotting down these notes and I was thinking, God, what would this look like in my own life? And I was reflecting on some of these hard decisions. There are hard decisions that I have to make in my particular case, as the parent that takes care of our kids. There will never be an opportunity for me to be like, oh yeah, that's a great cut for me to make. That's the same kind of hard conversations that our public needs to hear. So we're going to do our best. I know the administration's going to do the best that they can to take care of our staff and our students. And there will still have to be cuts. I think along those same lines, investing in high impacts, right? So what's been said before, and then cutting where the effect would be relatively lower. Not that it's easier, not that it's less painful necessarily, but just in relative terms. Somehow, and maybe this is already being done, I know this has come up in previous budget work sessions with the board, somehow incorporating, equity decision-making, or explaining to the public, explaining to the board, including it in materials, how are those kinds of factors being considered? I love the idea of childcare, fee-based early child opportunities, partnerships. I could have a whole diatribe about partnerships, but I am not going to go off on my personal thoughts about partnerships. But point is that there are so many times when I have seen, even before I served on the board, other organizations wanting something from the district. Well, now is the time for all of us to pull together, because there's nobody else who's going to do it. And that leads me to my last point, which is what I have seen from the administration is we're going to figure this out. We're going to figure this out together. And as has already been said, the together is the board and the administration, but it's also the public, and it's the staff, and it's our community at large. There are so many things that our district can be proud of that we've done. There are still things that our district hasn't been able to accomplish. Every time we see the scores regarding the gap between demographic groups, that kills me. The things that we could be doing better around special education, that kills me. Because I'm in my fourth calendar year of serving on the board. And not that I didn't expect that oh my God, in 4 years it'll all be solved. That doesn't happen. But damn, and sorry for, but damn, we are in a really tight spot. So figuring it out together really needs to also include families, students, staff, and helping them understand this isn't just about We're going through our annual budget process. No, y'all, this is as serious as it gets. So, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo. Any other trustees, comments or questions? Trustee Zapata?
So I just wanted to echo on some of the comments about partners, because that's what it's going to take. This past weekend, we opened the Community Love Hub at Mendez, and that is to bring community out, for us to take ownership of our students and the community so that we can provide the support and resources that so many partners want to provide to our students, so our students will be better prepared to be in the classroom ready to learn. And I think there are still so many people that want to help. So I think that if we all begin, we know who those partners are, and this is the time to really engage and work together. But it was amazing of how many people have been calling me to say, hey, I want to help. I want to help. Well, we need all of your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. All right, anyone else? Okay. Do you have what you need from us for now?
Yes, I mean, until we get to the work session.
Yeah, and the work session.
I know it's getting late, but, you know.
It is,
it's all
and
helpful.
in case y'all are wondering, so this was really, I think, a general overview and a chance for trustees to kind of share. The retreat or work session happening later will still be televised, correct? Okay, so people can still tune in. And we're going to go into the weeds a little bit more when we're nice and fresh at midnight. But that's what's going to happen there. So thank you all very much. To be continued. So our last information item is going to be a continuation of our discussion on the district scorecard. But before we start this discussion, the board is going to move into a brief, I'm going to set my timer for 10 minutes, a brief executive session in order to get some counsel on items. And so we will just return to the dais right after that. So we will now recess the open meeting at 9:28 p.m. And move into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 and 551.071. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. So we will now reconvene the open meeting at 9:44 p.m. Thank you so much for your patience. So we are now ready to continue our discussion on the district scorecard. So just to give you a little update on where we are with this, on April 17th and 18th, the Board of Trustees held a work session to review district data and discuss scorecard goals and constraints with our partners from the Council of Great City Schools. These discussions were recorded, and links have been included in the board agenda item tonight to those videos. Also included tonight are a draft version of the scorecard goals and constraints. Excuse me. I also want to thank the small group of trustees who worked together to summarize our work session discussion and develop a short list of 5 draft constraints. So the goal for tonight for us, our job trustees, is to agree on a final list of goals and constraints and clarify with our LSG coach, Ashley Paz, who joined us by Zoom, that this is aligned with the LSG criteria and evaluation. And so, yeah, we just want to make sure that this will count, basically. And so we are joined virtually tonight by our LSG coach, Ashley Paz. And Dr. Reach, is she on already? Awesome. So thank you. Ashley, would you like to open up the discussion?
Yes, thank you, President Singh. So it is great to see everyone again tonight. I shared a document earlier with Dr. Reach that I believe that was sent out to the full board that essentially provided some coaching around each of the goals and the constraints. So I am happy to answer questions about that document, or I'm also happy if however you'd like to approach the process. But I'm here to answer any questions that the board has.
Thanks, Ashley. So I think it would be helpful if we actually just went through these one by one and you just kind of shared. You don't have to read what you wrote in the document. We really appreciate it. And the document is also on board docs for folks who want to see what we're referring to. But if you just want to pull out some of the highlights for each one and then just kind of get confirmation, we'll just kind of do a casual, like, we're not voting tonight, but I just want to make sure the trustees are good with each one so we can just zip through this as quickly as we can. So I guess, do you want to just start with the first one?
Yeah, of course. So for the first 2 goals, the 3rd grade literacy and 3rd grade numeracy, those are pretty straightforward. And as is shared in the coaching document that I sent to the board, this goal language does satisfy the requirements of both state statute. That's the state statute that we lovingly call House Bill 3. And so that requires the board to adopt a early numeracy, early literacy, and CCMR goal, college career military readiness. And so the first 2 satisfy both the state statute and all of the requirements of the Lone Star Governance Framework. So that is a great thing. Moving on to the CCMR goal, the college career and military readiness. I'm never going to say that all the way right. So with the changed language that was added today, so essentially it previously read the number of graduates who meet the criteria for the CCMR outcomes bonus. The language was changed to take away the outcomes bonus, but actually list out what that criteria is. And so now that criteria has been listed out, it does satisfy all of the requirements of Lone Star Governance as well.
So
and
Ashley,
so I'm not going to.
Before we move on to that one, so I have a couple of questions I'd like to just break and see if anyone else does as well. But for the first 2, I know that because of HB3 and what we've done with our retooled scorecard from December, we have targets for every student group as well as the aggregate. So for clarification, the actual goal, my understanding is we can keep it as X% and Y%, and with a note saying, because it's going to be followed by a table that has every student group. So, you know, we'll
Yes.
have all students, we'll have economically disadvantaged, African American, Hispanic, bilingual, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to make sure that the actual statement, the first statement would actually still say X percent and Y percent. It wouldn't actually have like the aggregate number in there. Is that right? Because we would just refer folks to the table underneath it.
No, it needs, so there, the goal itself should have, it should have the aggregate number in the goal, and then so
Okay.
what state statute says that the goal should be set for the aggregate, but then the board should also adopt student group targets for every student group that is represented by a population of 10 or more students.
Oh, okay, okay. So, all right, so that X percent and Y percent will refer to the aggregate goal for third grade literacy and third grade numeracy. Okay, and be followed by a table with the subgroups. Okay, I just wanted to make sure on that one. And then for the CCMR one, I don't think this document with your markup has it all listed out yet. Oh, it's on there. Thank you. I should look at the screen. And so thank you for saying, so that would, just want to reiterate that this does include the direct to college? Yes, enrolling at a post-secondary institution immediately following high school. So thank you for having that in there as well. So trustees, any questions on the first three goals? Yes.
Grandma, question.
That is correct. It's any of those. So
Okay.
TSI criteria holds true for all of those. And Ms. Karen, yeah, Ms. Hanson may be able to provide greater
So
detail.
they are required to get a TSI and an industry-based certification, or a TSI and a level 1 or level 2 certificate, a TSI.
And enroll directly in college, or, yeah.
Or demonstrate military readiness. So it's TSI plus.
Did you need the TSI for military?
You don't need TSI for direct to military.
Okay, yeah, so it's TSI plus enroll in post-secondary, or TSI plus level 1 or level 2 certification, or military readiness by enrolling in the armed forces, and then this is new, or Texas National Guard.
Okay, thank you.
So the third one does not require TSI.
Okay. When we
So-
say post-secondary, we mean all
Yeah,
post-secondary. Thank you.
that's correct, we do.
So Dr. Reach, the last time I had heard about the military readiness, the state wasn't really tracking that
They are
super
not
well.
this year.
Okay,
They do plan on starting next year.
so should we include,
Next year?
They did for 2023, we did submit forms, they're called Department of Defense Form 4.
So it's a Department of Defense Form 4.
And we submitted about 15 of them for 2023 graduates.
Okay, thank you.
okay,
So we had 15 for the class of 2023.
okay. And then I know that we didn't include military readiness in our last version of the scorecard, I believe.
That is correct.
So I just wanted to touch base, and was that because the state wasn't collecting it, or?
That is correct.
Okay, so are we, I'm just curious to know if we are required to put that, to keep that in here and just, like, does that, and is that something that the board, because I don't know if we have talked about the military readiness particularly. I do know we've talked about the other issues, so I just wanted to loop back on that.
I would just say that it's now part of the bonus criteria, which is why we had included it here.
Okay. So trustees, do we have, Ashley, do we have to include the military readiness in this goal?
I will have to go back and reread the state statute, but I believe that I believe that it has to be tied to how the state is how the state is measuring CCMR. So I will look and I can get back to you. I can get that answer back to you,
Okay.
but I believe that that is the case.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I know we need, like, for HB3, it definitely counts. I was just wondering for our scorecard. And I'm not saying I'm fine with it in there, but it's something we hadn't really talked about as a board, because this is, we hadn't talked about all the different pathways to CCMR. So, so trustees, if we have to keep it in there, cool, it's there. But if we don't, do we feel like we want to keep it in there?
So I have a question about that. Is this self-reported data?
No, it is a form that we have to submit.
It's a form that we submit, but I probably saw more than 15 kids walk across the stage in shawls that said they were enlisting. So how do we get it? Is the 15 does it come from students who self-report?
Yeah. So Ms. Carolyn Hanshin can help us with this question.
Ms. Carolyn Hanshin can help us with many things. Yes.
It's a form that was approved by the Department of Defense and filled out by the recruiter. It's signed, biometrically signed in a secure form. We gather them up and submit them to a portal through TEA.
Who gives them to us?
The recruiters, I believe, are the...
So a student could recruit and us not get the recruitment form back?
Yes, yes. There was one that didn't come in on the right form, and Dr. Fannon's office was working with the recruiter to get that form filled out. And hopefully we got that in. Yesterday was the deadline.
Okay, so does that include students who recruited at, a strip mall somewhere or somewhere?
Yes.
Not
yes.
on our campuses? It should include everyone who enlists?
It should include everyone, yes.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. So then we think we can trust this information.
Yes.
As a new system, I was worried about having a system that's growing and all of a sudden the system gets better and we have 10% more and it skews our whole system. So thank you, that's helpful.
They've been working on it for 2 years now to get this in place.
Okay.
It's in the manual for 2024 college, career, and military.
Thank you. My feeling about it would be if our students are choosing to do this and we have a way to measure it, that we should honor that choice.
Other thoughts?
I don't understand how this is a student outcome. If we had a long discussion about high school graduations and also about attendance as not being measures of what students know or are able to do, then how is their completion of a form a student outcome? And why is it on the scorecard?
I believe that the outcome is joining the armed forces. And so it's saying that a student is prepared for the career of the armed forces.
Right. We had a similar discussion about high school diplomas, whether it's indicative of what students actually know or what able to do, or if it's a form that says that they did something. And the purpose of the scorecard, as I understood it, was so that we have an accurate understanding of what students know or are able to do. And so I'm still having trouble understanding how this particular element of this goal is a measure of what students know or are able to do. And if it isn't, then I don't understand why it's there.
Do you feel like the direct-to-college enrollment describes what a student knows or is able to do?
Well, that's coupled with their meeting criteria on TSI. It doesn't exist just on its own, and so is the other one. So those I understand, but this third one
Got it.
is new as of tonight.
Yeah, I think I think Jacob, when he mentioned that these were the ones tied to the outcomes bonus, and so that's the connection to how it made it in. I think the question here is, if it's not required to be in, do y'all want it in?
I understand that part, but it's also, it violates what is a tenet of something being on our scorecard, which is that it's a measure of students' knowledge and skills.
And it's a measure of knowledge and skills that we gave them.
Correct.
How many campuses, so I was just looking, that would be when, the way I understand it, as the recruiter then meets with them on Saturday and does all of the things to get them ready, the recruiters don't work for us, right? It would be different if it was like a JROTC person moving into something. So that kind of is a conflicting thing also. We haven't prepared them for the military. We don't do that here.
That's right. I hear you. Okay. Any other trustees have thoughts on this?
I mean, we could do it.
So I was also wondering, for the bonus, does it matter how many? If we get 5 or 15 or 2?
Yeah. So to earn the bonus, yes, there is a threshold for economically disadvantaged and non-economically disadvantaged. All students who are identified as receiving special education services automatically get the bonus. But the way we wrote it here is that any student who meets it, we would count towards our percentage. So it's not when you see our CCMR bonus, we are presenting to you, here's how many students passed the threshold, earned a bonus. This would be, here's how many students met the criteria. So this would be a larger number.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Any other trustees have thoughts? Oh, yes, sorry, trustee Kaufman. Oh.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate that change of language, because I think that emphasizing that the outcomes that we want for students is the focus. And I think that was a really good catch on the coaching to ensure that we're stating that, just to make sure our students and our community knows that what matters most to us is the success of the students.
Trustee Foster.
I really find what trustee Gonzalez mentioned compelling about student outcomes, because when I'm thinking about military readiness and what we have to do, what our schools have to do to ensure military readiness, I'm not really seeing. Yeah, I'm just not going to say anything about that. Let's just say that if we can take it out, then I would like to take it out.
Thank you.
I will say I'm fine with that, and if that's the decision of everybody, and I did pull up the requirements. You need to be a citizen or have a green card. You need to speak, write, and read English fluently. You need to be at least 17. You have to take a test from the military.
The Armed Service Vocational Aptitude Battery.
And then you have to have at least a GED.
And you do need it,
Or a diploma.
Yeah, Ms. Hanson shared with me, and I pulled up HB3 to go read what it says. And it says military readiness if the annual graduate achieves a passing score set by the applicable military branch on the Armed Service Vocational Aptitude Battery. And Ms. Hanson shared with me that currently that's a 31 on that test.
Excuse me, do we administer the ASVAB?
No, the military does.
Okay.
Any other, yeah, we do provide the high school diploma, that is true, where students earn that.
Just have some grammar comments when we're ready to move on from this.
So I think it's important, because one of the goals is to have a pretty good final version of goals. I think we do need to make a decision. I think if we I know we have to have a CCMR goal on our scorecard, yes. It seems like we have a little bit more flexibility on that, perhaps. And if we can find out if we have to include military readiness, is the board okay with that? Okay.
I am saying that my high schools, a lot of my kids are doing this. I'm very proud of them, and I thank them for their service. And when they come across the stage, I shake their hand and thank them for their service. But we just had a battle royale last time we were in this room about the outcomes, right? And what was that about?
Yeah, okay. Yes.
So how much is the bonus we'll lose if we don't include it?
Did you have your mic on? Do you want to
I'm
repeat?
sorry, how much of a bonus will we lose of the 15, for example, if we don't include them?
So we'll receive the bonus no matter what you have here, because we'll always submit for our CCMR indicators to TEA. So whether it's part of this goal or not, If the student qualifies and meets the threshold, we'll receive the bonus for the student.
Okay. Thank you.
So I feel like we need to close this out. I still don't have quite a clear indication from the board on if we have flexibility on this. Do we want to take it out? I'll just say, like, I don't know if I heard any comments about the armed forces in the community engagement. And I know a lot of families choose this, and I think I do respect and admire that, but I have a little hesitation about it. I know that we haven't had this on the scorecard before. Doesn't mean we can't have it going forward, but I feel like we need to maybe get an answer first on if we're required to have this, and then do you think should we come back and just revisit once we get an answer to that question?
Well, isn't there a simple toggle? So, when individual young people make this choice, this is a choice that they make, and that's great. And I don't understand our school district choosing to orient itself around incentivizing this particular very serious choice. So for me, I would say if it is required, then it's required, the state's being the state. If it's not required, then I would like it out.
Thank you. Any other trustees agree?
I'll say my initial comment was that I wanted to honor our students by having it in if it worked, but after the conversation and seeing what the requirements are, I think my concern would be about unintended consequences and students, because it is so, the requirements are different, would be concerned about students being directed that way who might not otherwise make it onto our scorecard, is my concern. And ensuring that it's student choice, but we're not creating an incentive we don't want to create.
Okay.
And I'm in agreement to, that we don't have to have it on there if we're going to get credit for it anyway.
Thank you. Trustee
Yeah,
Lidwell?
same comment. Yep.
All right. Trustee Whitley, any comments you want to share at this time? Okay, how about this side of the?
I agree with removing it if possible. I will continue to honor and respect people who make that choice and want to ensure that our students have that choice. Yes. But I believe if we are if we're aiming for college and career, students will have that choice, right? So I think that that's an actual choice, rather than crediting for something where someone chose to go in because they felt they didn't have another choice, if that makes sense. So I want to honor and respect it, but I don't think it needs to be an indicator, especially because it didn't appear in our public engagement.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so what I think I'm hearing from everyone who spoke, it sounds like we are in favor of removing the military component of this if we are allowed to. So Ashley and Dr. Reach, if you guys can let us know.
Yep.
Once you find out, that would be great. Thank you.
So, President, I don't know if y'all can see me. I was been kind of raising my hand.
Sorry.
So while
Yes.
y'all were, so while y'all were talking, I actually pulled up the statute, and it looks like this is actually something that you don't have to include. So I'm going to defer to removing it, but I will still get absolute clarity tomorrow from my colleagues at TEA, just to be absolutely sure before you put the final language on paper. But I think that I've heard loud and clear of what the expectations are, and I am fairly confident that you are not going to be expected to include it.
Great. Thank you.
Can I make a couple of grammar points?
Oh, yes, please do.
I'd like to make a couple of grammar points just so we clean it up, and it's probably Dr. Reach, I think. Are you keeping our master list? Thank you. Instead of the symbol for percent, I would like to write that out in this on all three of them, on all of them. That at the beginning of each goal, An associate degree is either an associate degree without an S, or it's an associate's degree with an apostrophe S. And then these are sentences, so I'd like a period at the end of each one. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thank you all. All right. So, Ashley, I think we're ready to move on to middle school math.
Okay, great. So for the, and I'm gonna provide some general coaching for both of these goals, and then kind of open it up to the board to deliberate. So the board is expected to adopt 3 goals at a minimum. So no fewer than 3, no more than 5. And so you have your first 3, which are essentially prescribed for you through state statute. The additional, so you have the option to add 2 more. The decision to add 2 additional goals is something that the board needs to you need to consider it very thoughtfully, which I know that this board will do. Especially following the conversation that you just had around the budget. One of the things so the board is going to have to do essentially a cost-benefit analysis. So with every additional goal that you add, you are stretching your resources across more priorities. And so you need to ensure that the benefit that the district receives from the board adopting those, each additional goal is going to be worth the risk, or not the risk, the cost of essentially seeing less growth for each goal. So you have a finite amount of resources. And so the more goals you have, and also this is true for constraints, the more constraints you have, we collectively call them your priorities, the more priorities the board adopts, the further those resources have to be stretched. And so it's not just the financial resources, but also the resources that you have in your people. So more goals are going to equal less focus that the people that you have in your system are able to dedicate to each one. So essentially the cost of adding a goal is going to be so if you adopted 3 and you expected to see 15 points of growth, which these are completely arbitrary numbers, but say you were expecting to see 15 percentage points of growth across all 3 goals over 5 years. If you were to adopt 4, then that may go down to 12 points of growth. If you were to adopt 5, then that is going to have essentially an exponential increase or decrease for every one that you add. So this is just a decision that the board has to make very carefully. And so some of the things that you need to factor in is what is the degree of effort that is going to be required to implement strategies for the goals. So this is something that the board has already talked about when it comes to developing new interim assessments. If there are things that are not currently in place, then the system is going to have to create new ways of assessing the interim, so essentially developing new progress measures. So those are most likely going to be interim assessments. You could do rubric-based assessments. There are a lot of different ways that you can do it, but ultimately it has to be a collaboration with the superintendent to identify what is going to work best for this district. So one, is it going to require additional resources for us to develop something new? And is this something that is going to be a high leverage student outcome that if we do focus our resources in this area, then we are likely to see an improvement for other areas. And I believe that the administration has provided some feedback on those, but that's my general coaching around these two goals, both the middle school math and the high school science. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the board and allow you to discuss.
Thanks, Ashley. Trustees, comments, thoughts?
I want to kind of reiterate a point I made last week on this, around the advanced math with the Algebra 1, is that another way of looking at this is that the implementation of Senate Bill 2124, which requires more students to be placed in advanced math in 6th grade, the intent of that legislation, which was advocated for strongly by our friends at E3 Alliance and others who are trying to get to the same outcome, is to get kids on the path to taking algebra in 8th grade, which will put them on the path to advanced math, which will put them on the path to a college degree. And so another way of looking at this would be to say, rather than adding another measure, to let that legislation ride out and see what happens. Does it achieve the goal that we want for it? Because if a big part of our conversation when we discussed this a couple weeks ago was all the foundations that need to be put in place in order for students to be successful in 8th grade algebra. In order to do that, then there's all these things that would have to happen beforehand. But I think one of the main things that would happen beforehand would have to be, we need more kids in 6th grade taking advanced math and succeeding at it. And that's what House Bill 2124 requires. So I'm okay with narrowing our focus to 3 goals and not necessarily including algebra, knowing that that's being addressed another way. I am personally okay with not including the biology outcome, because my main consideration is around the creation of an additional assessment as an interim assessment for that. If that's not a big lift, then I'm okay with that. But if it is a big lift for us to create that additional assessment for the sole purpose of creating a progress measure, right? I mean, if we need an assessment in biology, we should be doing an assessment in biology, right, with or without this. If we need an assessment in U.S. history, we should have an interim assessment in U.S. history, with or without this. And so I'm wary of creating a board expectation for another assessment when our board has consistently said we need fewer assessments. So personally, I'm okay with narrowing our focus down to the reading, math, and CCMR outcomes. But I'm also okay with these remaining.
Thank you. Did you have a comment?
No, just that was super compelling. We have work that we're supposed to be doing, and oftentimes when we put it into this kind of format with the scorecard, Trustee Kaufman's right, we start measuring the heck out of it in ways that seem to not always get us where we want to go in terms of instructional time and such. So that was really compelling. So, what he said.
Trustee Hunter, thumbs up. Okay. What about this side?
And I have a different perspective to throw out, which what I heard really strongly from our community in our engagement sessions is that our kids are more than a STAR score. And that 2/3 of our goals, if we take it to the three HB3 goals, 2/3 of them are a 3rd grade STAR goal. And that is not my understanding of what our community wants for our children, that we, of course, want our children to be able to read and do math in 3rd grade, and we want a whole lot more. And there's a lot more in between that and CCMR. I think our root cause and our needs data shows that middle school is a massive gap. We know that middle school is where we lose our kids in terms of enrollment, in terms of academics, and metaphorically sometimes. That middle school matters. And I think that both of those goals were an attempt to look at middle school, the science with middle school reading, baking that in, that I know we had talked about, and also those critical thinking skills. And I think I recall Ashley saying that was such a strong signal in our data, that she'd never seen a signal that strong, that it would be irresponsible not to have a goal around that if we were truly reflecting our community. And we know that 8th grade, that middle school is an important place. And I hear you, Trustee Kaufman, about having another place for that math to land with the new legislation, that we know good things have to happen, but we also know that our students with economic disadvantage are the ones who struggle the most on that 8th grade algebra. And we know that what the statute requires is the 40% of our students district-wide who do best on math are the ones who get the benefit of that. The statute doesn't require us to focus on our kids who need the most. It requires us to focus on our kids who are already doing the best. So that's my thought.
Can I ask, so Trustee Kaufman, one of the things that was embedded in your comment was something that Trustee Boswell was indicating as well, and you quoted, or you referenced E3 Alliance. So part of what you were saying was that you did see, especially the math scorecard item, as high leverage.
Yes, I do think that that's what the research that the E3 Alliance has shared says, is that when students complete the algebra course, and that's irregardless, it's completing the course, right? Passing the course is what their research says, that puts people on the track. But I agree, I appreciate what Trustee Boswell said around who that's targeted for, and ensuring that we're getting the kids in there across the board and not just certain groups of students. I also think that this is one of them that requires less creating new assessments also, right? So this is one that can be an interim measure and I agree with addressing middle school.
Got it. I thought you were arguing that we didn't need that. Pardon me. Sorry.
I clearly was saying I'm okay with having fewer outcomes, and if I'm okay with not having the algebra or not having the biology one.
Got it.
I also understand that there were very great reasons. What I didn't say is I understand there were very good reasons for why trustees proposed those in our workshop, and I don't want to discount the importance of those things. But I am just kind of putting out the alternate that I'm okay with reducing the number of measures if possible. If I were running the world, I would have a literacy measure for middle school and high school, because I think that's the highest leverage piece, is that our students are, one of the lowest scoring areas for us is the EOC English 1 and English 2, and literacy is a hot issue that addresses every single assessment. But again, I am perhaps naive, but I'm a skeptic around the measures being the only leverage, right? Because I have confidence in our educators in this district that they are motivated by an ethical and moral and purposeful mission around educating our kids, and that we have, that there will be an impetus to continue investing in literacy and science and social studies with or without these goals, and that there are many things that won't be included in these goals that will need to continue that work. We're not mandating in here anything about fine arts, but from what we heard earlier today, that's a critical piece that is important to in our district. And if our district were not to continue investing in pathways to fine arts and to other extracurricular pieces, there would be an outcry by the community because we're failing our kids. So I think there's, I want to honor the idea that less is better, but also while recognizing that we're never going to be able to reduce the scope of what our kids deserve. And by not focusing on, we saw the orchestra perform last night from a school, right? By not putting a fine arts goal, we're not going to, we're not saying that instructor isn't doing really important work and needs to be supported and invested in. So I'm kind of rambling on this, but I just want to emphasize I'm torn in between the importance of having a narrow focus in order to allow our administration to really do what we're asking them to do and do it well, while also recognizing, these other things are important, and if we have two more, maybe we should put those in. I'm expressing my real ambivalence about this.
Good conversation. Did you want to add anything, Trustee Foster?
Good conversation.
Okay, good. Any other trustees?
Is it appropriate now to ask the administration about how cumbersome it would be to create an additional interim assessment for this biology goal?
So we've had a lot of conversations around it. Out of the two goals, algebra is the one that we would be able to develop GPMs around and progress without significant disruption. Anything we produce is going to require professional development, rubric or otherwise. And so just thinking about just the kind of rolling out of that, right? Well, first is the development, then there's the the development of the tool, if it's a rubric and not truly an assessment. The professional development around it, knowing that professional development right now is competing for MTSS, it's competing for special education, it's competing for everything else that we have. And then to get to a point where we can roll it out, ensure that it's being implemented with fidelity, and then ensure that it's correlated and be a predictor of the goal itself. That to me is a longer runway. Like that is like really a year's worth of work to get to where you have something that you can say, okay, if we move this by this percent, then it'll have that correlated increase in the goal. So it would be a bigger strain on the system for sure. Is it impossible? No. So if I had my ask, I would go with the algebra at this point, given everything we're tackling. Just honestly.
Appreciate that.
I have a question about which algebra the people who know our data best and the research best would prefer. Would it be completion? Would it be passing? Do you have thoughts about that?
Well, it was discussed in the focus groups. Do you want to talk about it, Jacob?
Yeah, I know that Dr. Brown was able to discuss that with some of our partners and experts, so I'm wondering if she can come share some of that feedback.
Yep.
And while she's coming up, I will just, for the public, because it's a question sometimes asked, it's possible to pass Algebra 1, not pass the EOC. It's possible to pass your EOC, not actually pass Algebra 1. When those things happen, you still have to complete the other.
Don't die on me, computer.
And it died on me. So our focus group did have a really robust conversation around algebra and what were the best measures and what would get us the kind of best bang for your buck. And there was a lot of discussion around the E3 information, as well as how would we create really goal progress measures that take us from kind of 5th grade all the way up into 8th grade. So we've got a lot of years of schooling within that information. There was discussion on kind of the percentage of students that are enrolling in coursework, as well as the percentage of students that are completing successfully the EOC. The discussion within the focus group was a preference for a scorecard focusing on the percentage of students, economically disadvantaged students, who are successfully completing the EOC, with the consideration that a goal progress measure would narrow down into the 5th and 6th grade on that on-ramp and getting more students enrolled into coursework, because that's where the focus on getting students enrolled into advanced math should be. And then the focus in 8th grade should be on, are they successfully completing? With the idea that if they have not completed, if they don't successfully pass their EOC, they have to take it again in 9th grade. And so we're not setting them up for success. We do want them to pass their coursework, but we also want them to pass their EOC and be set up for high school success.
So you're saying that when you say successfully completed, it means passing the class, and that successfully completing is a higher bar than passing, not a lower bar.
So we dug a little deeper than E3, and that's because we look at different data. We have more information than just passing the course. We have the students that drop out mid-year. We have the students that, don't make it from 6th grade to 8th grade. And they were looking and saying successful completion is passing the course and passing the EOC. So switching kind of EOC terms into, I know it's another goal progress measure that would be focused on STAR or EOC, but with the idea that if we can look at a scorecard measure that's based on, are you successfully completing that EOC, with the idea that the goal progress measures are really focused on, are we getting the students into coursework to be successful? And there were a number ranging from, are we looking at our students in 5th grade? Are we setting them up successfully in 6th grade? And are we tracking their progress in 6th grade advanced math coursework?
So what I'm hearing is that what I'm hearing is that this is a goal that would set our students up for really good things for years preceding it. And that would be pretty easy to measure.
We do have a number of measures ranging from fifth grade students in math, because they take their math STAR progress, and that has projected proficiency. And then there's a goal progress measure around sixth grade enrollment, as well as there's the one that still has a bit of thinking around it, and that's you typically wouldn't want to goal progress measure students in eighth grade, and I don't know if that would be a successful goal progress measure, or just really something to keep into consideration, is those students, we want to make sure that they enroll in algebra and stay in algebra successfully all the way through their end of course assessment.
Okay, thank you.
And so that's where the thinking is currently.
Okay, I would love, as we consider this, I think even if we adopt it tonight, as if we choose to go forward, I would really love a recommendation from the administration about what we need to know about the kids who do drop out, and to what degree is that driven by the requirement that you can't choose not to have that be a grade that counts for high school. My understanding when we looked at it as a policy committee a couple of years ago, it's been a while, it was before Trustee Foster was on the policy committee. So it's been a bit, but that there were a lot of students who were dropping out because they didn't want a B or a C on their high school transcript. Rather than they felt like they couldn't, at least get through and do okay. And it was mid-year, and they had a lot of work, growth, and obviously hadn't been set up for success, maybe as thoughtfully as we hope they will be. So I would love some thoughts about whether we need to think about changing that policy hand in hand with doing this, to make sure our students are getting the support they need, and having choices that let them stay and do the work to be successful, and not bail because they're afraid they might not be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick, to piggyback, I don't think we can policy that, right? Because if you're enrolled in the class, you have to take the test, no matter what grade you're in, correct?
I believe what Trustee Boswell may be referring to is a student's ranked GPA, and that is a policy decision of the board. Currently, I can't tell you how many districts do one or the other, but I can tell you that, like, our neighboring districts do not take high school courses taken in middle school.
Got
They do
you.
not consider them in ranked
How we do,
GPA.
got you.
We do.
Okay, got you. That's like first world problems. The next piece I really kind of have a question about is, well, not a question, it's basically a comment, I'll just say it. This would be great, we put this up there. Math fundamentally has to change. I talk to people all the time and they're like, wow, disadvantaged kids are doing so bad at math. White kids are doing bad at math too. So are Asian kids. You don't believe me? Go to Mueller and stand outside Kumon. Go to Anderson Square and stand outside Kumon. They have the money to make up the difference for what they're not getting day to day in our classes. So yeah, let's do that. But something about math instruction is not working for anybody. Poor people just can't pay for it. You know what I'm saying? They can try to stay for tutoring, they can try to double block them, but there's something fundamentally wrong in our math instruction. I don't know what it is, I'm not a math teacher, but somebody has figured it out and we need to figure it out. Or at least go copy them or watch them. But it's not just, we look at our scores and we see that divide, but I'm promising you, if you go Sylvan, like for whatever reason, are always slipping into my DM saying, hey, because I've got something with education, right? Or Mathnasium, or people paying, I bet you if we went through the district and looked at Khan Academy subscriptions that parents have, that have the time and the privilege to sit down with their kid, like during the pandemic, and work with them, right? So there's something missing. And how I know it is when we look at our scores, and I was looking at the 8th grade math, there's 8th grade math this year, this morning, because I'm weird. And I was looking at the score the state made, right? The whole state averaged approaches last year in 8th grade. If you go look at it, you look at the district averaged approaches, right? My kid approached. And she was like, oh, I did so bad at math. I was like, actually, you're right on par with everybody else, baby. And so that's the thing I'm saying. That 8th grade math last year, Go look at that. It's crazy. The whole state was in approaches. The whole state didn't, like the whole state should have met and then be like, oh, we didn't meet in approaches. But the whole state was at approaches. This whole district with all of the fancy schools we got with STEM averaged out at approaches. There's something wrong with math instruction. We better figure it out. And I want to figure it out because people want us to go to the moon or Mars or whatever. That was the last big STEM push, right? Get to the moon, right? Build a robot. Now it's like, oh, we need you for jobs. No, we need to figure it out because kids can't do math. Like just going to any store and a register breaks. It's scary. And they get scared. I'm like, it's okay. Let me tell you how to give me the change. So I'm just saying, this is a great tool, but we have a lot of work to do. And just doing that is going to push people. I think it can have a negative effect, right? Because then people are going to want to double block. And don't take art, take an extra math, or stay after school, don't be in football, or come have a 0 hour and I'll work with you. Which is, I mean, that's great that teachers who don't get paid to do that will be willing to do that so that kids can be successful. But we could just set those teachers up better some kind of way. I probably just got us deducted like 99 points, but that was in my soul. I needed to say it. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, Trustee Lugo.
I love you guys. Okay, so my comment is, yeah, I mean, I would like to see, you know, I'm weighing all these factors. I'd like to see 5 goals. And I'm also taking into account everything we've heard tonight and previously. But if we have to be in a situation where it might just be one of the 2, then I would like to see the 8th grade algebra goal. That's my comment.
Okay, am I hearing consensus, or I'm not sure. I would like to get a good sense. I'm also in agreement with Lugo, but with Trustee Lugo, but I think it would be helpful for us to kind of decide, do we want to have math and biology, or are we okay just doing one of them, and if so, which one should we do?
If we got to have it, algebra. If we have to have middle school, like the extra goal, then let it be algebra, not biology.
Okay, okay. Trustee Gonzalez?
I struggle with what Secretary Boswell brought up about wanting to honor specific feedback that we got around preparation for science and engaging in the things that we have to offer. But I do take the point on unintended consequences, as well as how much is already on our plate as a district to navigate. And so I think for that reason, I would prefer to just retain the algebra goal.
Okay. Trustee Kaufman? Okay. We heard from you, Trustee Hunter. Any other comments from Trustee Foster? A preference on one or the other, or do you want to have both? I would say, based on our previous budget conversation, and just knowing how much we have to stretch every penny, we have to do more with less. I mean, I love science, and I love the idea behind why this was put in there, because we want our kids to engage in the real world and do cool experiments and you know, it lends itself to like the most exciting types of instruction you can do. And so I am a little torn, but I also realize like I think for now, I would say I'd be okay probably with just the algebra, because when I'm looking at our taper, it's middle school math where we're doing the worst out of everything. Right? I mean, can you corroborate that, Ms. Henshin? Is it pretty much? Yeah, yeah, and this would help that. So I kind of feel like if we don't put algebra in middle school, we're kind of ignoring a really compelling thing in our data, probably one of the most important findings in our data. So that's kind of where I am right now. I would be happy. I think I could live with just adding the algebra for now.
I would very much like to see the algebra in. I am really struggling with not having a measure of critical thinking. I don't think those 4 goals reflect our community. I don't think they reflect our community's goals for our kids fully. Those are baseline goals. Our community has told us they want to go deeper. And this doesn't do that. And I am frustrated by the irony of talking about slashing budgets at the same time we're trying to reflect our community's values and do the best for our students. And I understand that when you focus on too many things, you're not focusing on anything. And I know that there's real value in going through this. I also don't think there's magic in this system when we're under-resourced and when we're making choices not based on what's good for our kids fully. So I really struggle. I don't think it has to be science. I understand the struggle of adding something different. But I would still challenge ourselves to figure out how we get those values of global awareness, critical thinking. You know, a couple of them are woven into our constraints, but I don't see anything about hands-on, project-based, really rich. We've created a scorecard that could be used and abused to narrow the way our kids are taught. And if those are our 4 goals, we've created a scorecard that could do real damage to our kids if someone were to choose to do that. So by really narrowing what's possible for them.
Trustee Boswell, can I respond to that? I have a question, and maybe this is for the administration too. And for Ashley, quite frankly, is there a goal that could capture student outcomes in a more project-based way that's easier to measure, that wouldn't create such a burden? And even the goal language itself, like when I look at this actual goal, the goal itself is still a biology end of course exam. So I'm wondering if we need to kind of be a little bit more creative if we do want to capture this idea of something other than test scores or grades. Could we even consider, and Ashley, you tell me, so tonight we had a presentation that was actually a constraint on the kids who were pursuing, art and sports and all of that. Could that somehow be reformulated into a goal? And would that get closer? I mean, it's not really like the project-based learning, but at least it goes beyond and it is more along the lines of a whole child experience. So I don't know.
Is that a question? Is that a question
I
for
guess
me?
so, yeah. And actually, I'm not
Okay.
sure if, and you weren't here for that part of the meeting, but it was, we discussed a constraint that was about the number of students who are pursuing continuous years of engagement in a sport, an art sequence or CTE sequence.
So it's hard to say that is, so without knowing how those things are currently measured in the district, it would not be appropriate for me to say that, to really throw out goal language for you. So I guess maybe that's something that would be helpful is when they were talking about it, how were they talking about the student outcomes related to that? And really the really important part is understanding whether or not those things would be high leverage, meaning that they're going to cause improvement kind of across the board. And what data do you have to support that? What evidence do you have to support that those things would in fact be high enough leverage to justify adding that additional priority?
What are your thoughts?
It has to be our data? Because, there's tons of data on co-curriculars and extracurriculars and how it keeps kids from dropping out and how it gets them to finish school. There's like Yale just, I think it was, or one of those IDs just did another study like a couple weeks ago. Probably like Harvard, I think maybe.
So the question is the administration would need to provide the data that they rely on that is specific to Austin ISD. So it doesn't have to be your exact research that was conducted by Austin ISD researchers, but so looking what kind of correlations exist for students within Austin ISD. Because data, so research, there is research to support different positions kind of across the board. You need to know how the research applies to your students and the conditions that exist within your school district. And so that's why it's hard for me to say exactly what is the best thing for you all to adopt a goal around, because I'm not internal to your school system. So the people who are going to know that the best are going to be your administrators.
Yeah, I mean, but there's no study that said arts is bad for kids. Like, I mean, we have like 1,000 PE minutes right now. Kids, they don't even want to go outside no more. We're making them go so much. So, what I'm saying is that I think we have that research. I feel like Lil Anderson presented something to us about that these kids were in football. They also like graduated or something. I feel like since I've been on the board, I saw some data like that. Did I make that up?
No, we have
Okay, so that
research
did
programs.
happen.
We
So
do
we already,
have
if
that.
we were to do something like that, it's not like we have to go out and God pay for it or commission a study or something.
No.
We have some data that says that.
And we did just not a long study, but we took the kids that were persistent in those music, art, theater, athletics, and checked their chronic absenteeism and found that the kids in 11th and 12th grade were a much lower rate of chronic absenteeism, the students that are missing 10% of their school days. So there was I consider it to be significant. Jay would be a better judge of that, but we ran those numbers and can provide those to you if you like.
Okay, I don't know. I'm just trying to help us get to a place where we can check this box, but also honor our community and have something that our administration can like measure. I don't know.
I think the question would be the input rather than the output you're looking for. The input would be which courses. The output is what do you want from those courses that they're taking. So is the output the reduction in chronic absenteeism? Is the output what type of graduation? Like what is the output associated?
I think the output has to be outcome, has to be know or able to do, which showing up to school doesn't count, even though we know that has value. Which I think is the wrinkle here. And Ashley may be able to coach us through it, and it may be a place where our community's values and the expectations are so misaligned we may not be able to get there with the resources we have right now.
Although it could.
And that may be it too. And I wonder if this might be a place to think about a multilingual education measure instead that might be easier to measure. That would get us at least closer than nothing and is definitely aligned with our community's values. We heard a lot about that tonight. And we heard a lot about it in our engagement sessions. And we know that that develops critical thinking. We know that there's great data behind that people want our children to be globally and culturally aware. We know the research but shows that it amplifies test scores across the board once you implement well and give it time. So I wonder if that's something we might change direction and consider. I hate letting the science one go, and I understand why the argument's being made, and I'm willing to let it go, but I wonder, I'm not willing to abandon the conversation about how we try to get there if there's a way to do it that works with the administration's needs and our reality right now.
I have a comment.
Yes, go ahead, trustees.
So I think also in the athletics, things we could measure are leadership and social skills and preparing them for adulthood, as what we heard from the community, those are the things they want their kids to graduate with, those skill sets. So it's, those will be qualities that we could be able to measure. And it sounds like there's a whole lot of kids in the sports, and I don't think we've measured that before.
Yeah, I think the challenge we're having is identifying the outcome that would be the foundation of the goal. I think we're very much aligned in the different goal progress measures we could produce for a variety of different things, but the kind of parameters we kind of have to fit in make it very difficult. And so I think that's why you're seeing us struggle through this, because it's just, it has to be an outcome. But I mean, I'm happy to do what's necessary to progress the conversation as best I can.
I appreciate that. I'll get you next, but I just wanted to directly respond. I appreciate what you just said, Trustee Zapata, about, I think what you said made me think just participation in these things, like a well-rounded child is an outcome. And so maybe if we tend to think of outcomes as something you can measure with a pencil and paper or a computerized test. But I think what we've been hearing from Trustee Boswell as well is just like we say you have to get an A in algebra by 8th grade, let's say, or not an A, but you have to pass algebra by 8th grade, and setting a target for that. That's getting an A in a class. That is being able to do something. And the athletics and the arts and CTE programs that we've been measuring, that we already have a system in place to measure, kids get grades for those classes, correct? So could we just sort of model it after the algebra one and say X percentage of students will pass, X number of courses in a CTE sports or arts sequence, something like that. And so that is a similar outcome in that regard, because I think that well-roundedness is a huge outcome and an overwhelming value, and why 81% of the families in Austin, our kids in Austin, go to AISD is because we offer that, but because it's good for kids. And so just wanted to throw that out there. It's easier to measure. It's not a test score, and it aligns with their values. So, but I also like the bilingual thing, because that's super compelling and super important to our community as well.
And then I'd like to get some clarification. So 5th and 8th grade science scores exist. Are those possible as goal progress measures? Because they would be aligned. It's something we talked about it. I mean, we just keep talking about this, but and it's something that students already have to do.
So the STAR test at the end of 5th and 8th grade would not make an appropriate goal progress measure, because they're only end of course and they are concrete evidence. And so as far as goal progress measures, they don't give us formative information to tell us what to do with the students. They give us what the students have done just at the end of the year. And so they are not the best measure to kind of create our goal progress measures off of. So as we kind of ideated on what would be kind of appropriate goal progress measures around biology, we went around thinking STAR is typically not considered. They're great for kind of your scorecard goals, and then kind of drilling down into goal progress measures, you want to utilize more formative assessments. Normed reference formative assessments are your ideal. That's why MAP often showcased in a lot of the goal progress measures and works well for us. But we had a really hard time conceptualizing ones that we are currently buying or currently implementing. We also thought of kind of items that we're working with teachers or benchmarks that we have benchmarks, but they're not validated, we would have to kind of put additional work or additional assessments and research behind those. So we don't have anything that we have bought or currently implemented, other than some work that we're currently doing with MTSS that would be rolling out within this next year. So we have a couple of ideas around goal progress measures, but not a whole lot that we could day one stick into the information or that would work well with the kind of budget restraints that we have going on. We had a really hard time with biology.
And Trustee Gonzalez, what was the, there was a district that you saw that had an example with biology. Do you remember what their GPMs were that they?
I think it was Broward County Public Schools. I think. If you give me a second, I
I'm
can
like
look
quizzing
it up.
you on like everyone's scorecards on the spot. And is Ashley here?
Yes, Ashley, I think Trustee Whitley Chu might have a question for you.
Okay.
Can you help me with the definition of goal progress measures, the requirements of goal progress measures?
I can do that. Let's see. I'm actually going to pull up the definition so that I get it exactly correct for you.
And is that in the TA document?
It is. It's in the participant manual. So the definition for goal progress measures are specific graph plottable indicators used to determine if the goal is likely to be met or not. GPMs include a baseline, a target, population, and deadline, are predictive of the goal, and influenceable by the superintendent. It's recommended that the superintendent select 1 to 3 GPMs per student outcome goal.
So, I mean, like, I would argue that the 5th and 8th grade math scores are specific graph plottable indicators that we could use to determine if 10th graders are going to achieve this biology goal. And that the fifth grade can be the baseline. There's a target population. There's a deadline. It's influenceable by the superintendent. It's predictive of the goal. That's evident to me. I don't know if anyone else interprets it that way. The definition is on page 63.
So in the framework under Vision and Goals 2, which is on page 23. So that actually is that's where it lays out all of the requirements for goal progress measures. So it may be more helpful for me to read through those for you, which is it's not entirely, there's not a huge deviation from the definition, but there is a little bit more nuance. And so under preparing to focus, which is the first, so it's the first area that the board kind of has to accomplish. So the GPMs so the board has GPMs is the first test. The second is that the superintendent owned the GPM development process while working collaboratively with the board. So that means that the superintendent is the one who develops the GPMs. He has to identify which goal progress measures are the ones that are used. And then this is where it is, I think, what is responsive to what you're asking. The status of each adopted GPM is able to be updated multiple times during each school year. This is important because we'll go back to our first 2 days together with that initial workshop. The student outcome goal is where we want to be at the end. This is the community's vision for where they want students to be at the end of 5 years. The goal progress measures are the things that we're going to monitor along the way. So we'll look at annual targets for the goal itself, each year. That's going to be your summative data, your annual star test for a lot of the goals. So that is going to be the annual targets. The goal progress measure is what is looked at multiple times throughout the year. That's how you know whether or not you're likely to hit that annual target at the end of the school year. So that's why it has to be updated multiple times per year. Just looking at, the grades leading up to 8th grade, they're like in end of year star tests. That would not be sufficient because it's not something that would be updated multiple times throughout the school year.
Well, but it does not say the goal progress measure is able to be updated. It says the status of the goal progress measure. So in my opinion, that means the status would be showing how we are moving towards that goal progress measure, which could be done in different ways that are not a goal progress measure, like that it's just providing evidence. So just from what this, and that might be different from, this is just like what our state has. So it might be different than the intention of the source document or the Council of Great City Schools, but specifically what our state says in this document that we're required to follow. It does not say the goal progress measure. It says the status. Like, are we working towards it?
Yeah.
Or are we not? And there's lots of ways to provide that evidence. I'm looking, and I'm just, because I'm just trying to see if I'm missing anything, and I'm searching everything that says GPM, I'm reading it over and over and over, and I'm deep into the document.
Yeah,
I don't think we have to have another standardized test. I think we have enough to meet the requirements per this document.
So I think I'm having a hard time understanding that. So the status of the goal progress measure is that is your, essentially it's going to be your beginning of your data, your middle of your data, your end of your data. So if you were looking at on track data, I can't remember, there was one item that was discussed. I can't remember which one it was that they talked about, essentially on track to graduate or on track to meet a specific standard. So, I think maybe it was the algebra. So looking at whether or not students were enrolled in the course and enrolled in the course and then likely to continue throughout the year with that course. So that would be kind of on track data. It is going to be, so you could look at on track data. I don't know what types of on track data would exist for your school system. So I think that's a question that the administration would have to answer. And what other ways that the status could be updated that wouldn't be those interim assessments.
So this one might require a little bit more thought. So did you want to? Oh yeah, I forgot to call on you, Trustee Kaufman. I'm sorry.
I think this is an important line of questioning just to really help us understand what we can use here and what's going to be beneficial or not. I do want to go back to the biology though, and again, thank particularly Trustee Boswell for the rationale behind it and the importance of having a broader set of outcomes that will more reflect what our community wants. I just want to echo anybody who said that I think that particular goal is very limited for that because it is still a star for a course that every high school kid has to take regardless. And it doesn't specify when they take it, right? So we already know that every high school student gets enrolled in biology and they all take the EOC. And we know that there's a state expectation that that data improve. So I don't And I also, from experience, have seen that some schools that have had the greatest progress in passing a STAR science test have not done it with hands-on experiments and field trips and things. They've done it through memorizing scientific processes on a piece of paper and being able to draw that again when they take the test and taking practice tests. And so I don't see this as having a high leverage for what we want it to do. So I do, regardless of what the goal progress measures are, I don't see this providing the leverage that we need it to. I will say again that I appreciate bringing up the potential of having a multilingual outcome here. I also like the idea of pursuing whether extracurriculars, co-curriculars could be something that we could do. And for the multilingual, Trustee Boswell said it all in terms of the leverage about improving academic outcomes, about providing for some of these other things that we're asking for students. But ultimately, it would contribute to a lot of the things that we see that our community wants. And so my question for Ashley would be, would a measure, and this is something we brought up at the workshop, this did come up as being, if we have room for one more, could a multilingual fit in there? So I guess my question for Ashley would be whether the outcome of high school seniors receiving the AISD seal of biliteracy would be an appropriate and suitable outcome for that. And the AISD seal of biliteracy it requires students to be continuously enrolled in Spanish and English classes through high school, and it requires them to achieve certain performance levels on assessments of English and of Spanish. And so it covers very concrete student outcomes in a way that is available for all students who participate. Would that count as an outcome that we could use?
I would slightly adjust the terminology. Instead of saying receiving, I would say earning. Because it's the student doing the earning instead of them receiving it from something. But that would be a student outcome.
Okay. So so I would appreciate Trustee Boswell introducing that, and I would certainly support that as a fifth outcome.
And I think the superintendent has something to say about that is worth hearing, whether it is collaborative or not collaborative. So I would love to hear that.
I mean, I do like that one, assuming it's acceptable. I would certainly appreciate the opportunity for the board to kind of propose it and then have the team and I, kind of pull together some goal progress measures. But generally speaking, I just as a person who lives in Austin ISD and loves all things about Austin ISD, I think that's a really pretty cool goal progress measure. Goal.
Okay, I would love to propose that being our fifth, since we're already measuring it, and I think it captures a lot of what we heard from our community in a different way. And is not another STARS assessment, and we know matters a lot to a lot of people, and we know does good things for kids. Thank you.
I think it has the type of consequences that we want, because I want people then, it's like, hey, you're in kindergarten, let's get into dual language or whatever, or hey, let's do this. You already speak this, great. I think that's good, right? That's the kind of, we want people to draw those kids in and do more. I think it also helps, when we went earlier, we were talking about partnering, right? Mr. Overton was just here tonight. It's great for those parents who are like, I want my kid, but I don't speak another language, I'm monolingual, right? To encourage those people. And I can't think of the group with Nadia and Nikki that are working on, what?
African American Dual Language Committee, ADLAC.
Thank you, I probably should have known that. Thank you. But I think that's fantastic, and I would definitely support that. I think that's good in lots, and it's one that I think it kind of helps us also align and get more fidelity in the things we already want, right? It just laser focuses us on that.
Trustee Gonzalez, did you want to weigh in?
No, I would just add, I mean, I had the pleasure of joining our community at the MEAC meeting this past week, and I think in addition to seeing that over and over again, the feedback from the scorecard, that's clearly, I mean, I missed public comment tonight, but I think I've heard it loud and clear. Yeah, I know, I have an idea, but yeah, I think that's a wonderful idea. I would support that.
Same for me. We already heard from Trustee Boswell. Trustee Zapata? Thank you. Trustee Whitley Chu? Thank you. All right, so I think you've heard loud and clear. So it sounds like we definitely want to see the seal of approval written up into a goal of some sort. So
And you want bilingualism and biliteracy, correct?
That's for the constraint, right?
No,
Oh, I
the-
see
the
what
That's
goal.
for the goal. You can get bilingualism without biliteracy.
Yes, but the seal is identified already as, the measure we already have in the district is identified as the seal of, the dual language seal of biliteracy.
And how would you?
Yes, the one that graduates receive, the AISD dual language seal of biliteracy is what it's named.
Is ours different than the state requirements?
Yes.
Oh, it is.
Yes, and the state requirement, to my knowledge, I know absolutely that AISD has not yet figured out a way to have that understood and measured prior to like August, right? So the state has the performance acknowledgement, which is a performance acknowledgement for biliteracy and bilingualism, and that is based on scores and English and Spanish, and
It's
but
having
it's,
a little higher than a B in English plus one other, which includes additional languages.
yes,
and
80 or
then
higher.
LEP status, yeah.
Yeah, those are the three, yeah. But the challenge on our district has been that that's something that goes on their diploma, but it isn't identified or isn't figured out
Yes.
until July or August, and by then, the
Understood.
students never see
Thank
their
you.
diploma again. So it's not something we've ever been able to celebrate, promote, or make happen for students. And so that's like a limitation of the state one. Plus, at this point, the data shows that it's disproportionately going to kids who are native English speakers, when we know that the students who will, that is a huge benefit, but the students who will most benefit from the program are those students who are multilingual at home. So the AISD one, I think if you consult with the academics team, that would, there was a lot of thought into how to make that a measure that would get at more what Trustee Boswell was saying earlier.
All right. So I think we can have the administration maybe, actually, would it be appropriate to ask the administration to perhaps work with Trustee Kaufman to actually write the language of, like, and with you to actually write this goal, draft it for the rest of the trustees to look at?
That's a question for the board. I'm comfortable with that if the board is.
Okay. Are y'all okay with that?
Very much so.
Okay, yay, thank you. Okay, so, and we are good with the algebra, right? Okay, so we're gonna have 5. Okay, 5 goals. So third grade literacy, third grade numeracy, CCR, algebra, and the seal of biliteracy. Okay, those are our goals, y'all. Okay, so that's half our conversation. Uh-oh.
Just a real quick, I'm very sensitive to the idea about the limiting scope, and I just want to confirm with our superintendent that there's an agreement that goals 4 and 5 are already consistent with a lot of the efforts that are being made in the district and aren't as significant of a, new lift because of the algebra being something that's consistent with other efforts and the dual language seal being consistent with other efforts.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I certainly would appreciate the opportunity to kind of explore the GPMs associated with this. I think because we've had more time with the others, and those are easy to speak to. But given kind of that we do this, it's been a focus for us. I'm not anticipating as much of I don't want to say strain, but kind of a challenge to introducing something. But, we'll get into it and provide something back.
Thank you. Okay, so now, Ashley, would you like to walk us through the constraints?
All right. So I want to say out loud that I've think that this part can go a little bit quicker, but I know that as soon as I say that out loud, I have just doomed us all. So in the coaching document that I shared, I actually laid out a process that you all can go through. So hopefully you can go through this without me needing to interject a whole lot. With the board selecting 5 goals, the previous coaching about the number is even more significant with the constraints. So the board is expected to adopt a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 5 constraints. The more constraints that the board adopts, the less focus the district can have, and the more priorities that your resources are stretched out across. It is absolutely critical that the board use the priorities that you have heard from the community, is what they have expressed as their values, as your North Star for whatever constraints it is that you adopt. So I've laid out a process. So the coaching in general is minimum of 1, maximum of 5. The recommended number is 3. With the number of goals that you've chosen, I really want to encourage the board to strongly consider capping at 3 and like maximum. Of course, you can do whatever you choose to do, but especially with the budget conversation, this is even more critical at this time. So I've provided some feedback around each one of the constraints. The first one, and I'm just going to go through them really quickly, and then I'll kind of open the floor up for discussion. So the superintendent shall not allow practices in staffing, resource distribution, or campus practices that exclude, disproportionately impact, or fail to support historically underserved students. This constraint is very much aligned with the community's values that were shared in the feedback summary. The equitable distribution of resources was one of the strongest things that the community had to say. This language is very broad, but constraint language actually should be as broad as the board is comfortable with it being. As long as the board understands that the superintendent is going to interpret the constraints with the constraint progress measures, then that is, then having a broad constraint is actually, I think, a good thing. I think the terminology of campus practices could be a downstream pain point for the board. Again, it's just there's a lot of subjectivity in that language. It could be interpreted a lot of different ways, but again, if the board is comfortable with it, then and that there is agreement on the progress measures, then it's not a problem. The bilingual education constraint. So the superintendent shall not allow students identified as emergent bilingual to lack access to fully implemented dual language and ESL programs. The feedback on this one is that lack access is a sign that this constraint is most likely a directive rather than an actual prohibition on operational actions. The test is whether or not the superintendent has flexibility to pursue more than just a handful of strategies in this operational area. So we'll hear from him on that. And then I think, and just so the rest of the board knows, I did speak to Dr. Kaufman earlier, just in anticipation of that conversation, and we have thought of some alternate language, and I think that it sounds like maybe he is wordsmithed it a little bit more, so I'm excited to hear that. Early learning, the superintendent shall not allow students in early childhood to 2nd grade to be taught using developmentally inappropriate practices. This one, so when I workshopped this with some of my colleagues with the council. There were a couple of items that were lifted up. So first and foremost was a question of how this constraint would challenge adult behaviors to change. Also, the connection between the constraint and community values is unclear. The community did speak quite frequently about not wanting young children to have access to screens in their hands, and that that use of screens can have impacts on the social and emotional health of students. So it was more of a SEL concern but I think that it's connected, but it's just not, this goes a little bit beyond that. I think that I'm just looking at some of the feedback that I wrote down, because not all of this feedback was my own. In order to satisfy the requirements to meet the focus in Vision and Goals 3 in the LSG integrity instrument, the constraints must uphold community values. So that's just another reminder that that it does need to be a clear alignment with what the community said, which I don't think that this is necessarily explicitly misaligned, but I'm excited to hear from the board about what the value, what you think the values are that this one is protecting. And then also, and probably the most important piece for this one, is that there needs to be some kind of research to support that that this is actually an issue in the district, that that there are developmentally inappropriate practices happening. And so I don't know. I'm interested. I don't know the answers to these things, so these are just questions for the board to consider. And then the last one is social and emotional learning. The superintendent shall not allow students to lack access to a fully integrated evidence-based system of social and emotional learning and campus mental health supports. Again, SEL and mental health is something that the community was loud and clear about. But also going back to that, the same feedback from the bilingual education, lack access is a sign that this may be a directive disguised as a constraint. The test is whether or not there is flexibility for the superintendent. So I'm excited to hear his feedback on that. And then there may be some ambiguity around the term fully integrated. And so this is just another area for the board to be clear about the superintendent's constraint progress measures when those come out. And as a reminder for the constraint progress measures, if the board feels that they are misaligned or not actually reflective of the community's values, then the responsibility of the board is to refine the actual constraint language, not the constraint progress measure language. And with that, I will open the floor up to the board to talk about the constraints.
Okay, board. Thank you. Ashley, that was super helpful. I think it would be really helpful to hear y'all, and I'm trying to think of the most efficient way to do this. Part of me just do we want to go one by one through these, or should we just go down the line and you all tell me kind of what's top of mind for you that you want us all to consider as we go through these? And I guess I'll make it a little easier for you. It seemed like underserved students was kind of a very clear, non-controversial one. Are we all in agreement that we want to keep that in here? Am I okay?
So are we saying that would be, if we agree that is one, then we'd be aiming for potentially two more, or are we considering still going with the 5 that are possible. I mean, I heard Ashley's advice.
So suggest going down to 3. Well, why don't we
Because
kind
I
of?
think that I'm just saying because that affects how I would think about what those 3 ultimately.
I get it.
But if you think it should be 5, this is the time to speak up for it. This is your
Yeah.
only chance to make a scorecard for 5 years.
That is true. So why don't we do this? Let's kind of go one by one, and if you don't mind sharing where you are in the terms of the number of constraints, and then please share things that are super compelling to you, thoughts that you have that you want to share with the rest of us. And if there is a constraint, even if you think you have 5, we should have 5, I would be curious to know, like, if there's one that you might sort of combine or drop or represent in a different way. I think that would be helpful for us to advance the conversation. So I don't know if there's anybody that wants to start. All right, go for it.
If we had 5, these would be them. I'm fine. Number 1, like I said, that's the one I've been wanting to see for a while. If I had to cut 2, I would cut number 3, bilingual education. Because that's one of those things I think is going to flow. It's going to be one of those outcomes. Like, we're going to be focused on that anyway, right? Does it have to be in the thing? I don't think so, because if it's one of our goals, it's getting checked. Okay? Another one, I guess the other one to cut. I really don't think I could cut another one. I mean, my fear is always if it's not being graded, is it being done, right? It's the first thing I tell new teachers. Everything is graded when kids ask you. Yes, I'm grading everything. I don't know that I could cut another one. I'd have to think about, I'd have to hear some more.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Trustee Hoffman?
So I agree with the importance of the first one. I think that's a basic one. I agree that there would be some redundancy if we included a bilingual education one in addition to an outcome measure, because I think some of the goal progress measures would end up being the same. I think I would like to keep it on the table until we agree that there is an outcome measure that's adopted, because if it needs to be in one of those 2 places, I believe. We do have language that I worked on with Ashley earlier today that I sent to Jacob for a rewording of the bilingual education one that would address, leveraging, really, well, you have it? Okay. I'll propose that later, but for now, I think I would agree with Trustee Hunter. I do think there's a way we could revisit the early learning and social emotional learning in a way that would address some of the feedback. And I think one way to address that would be to combine both of those in one that might say something like, the superintendent shall not allow implementation of an educational program that ignores students' age-appropriate social, emotional, cognitive, and academic development. Because I think that would kind of address some of the key areas, but it would allow for a progress measure that addresses development and appropriate practices. It would allow for a growth progress measure that addresses social emotional learning. It would allow for a growth progress measure that would address the use of technology for assessment of kids at different ages. So I think there would be a lot more flexibility for the superintendent to get at what the community was asking for in something like that. And that would reduce us down to 3.
So you were saying put the early learning one under social emotional learning?
To combine them in
Or
something that
combine them.
addresses appropriate social, emotional, cognitive, and academic development.
Oh.
So you got social, emotional, and you've got cognitive and academic
Okay,
as being age appropriate.
thank you.
So that's just a suggestion that I'm going to throw out there. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Trustee Gonzalez?
I agree with Trustee Kaufman's point about the redundancy of the bilingual constraint as well as the goal, so I would feel comfortable removing that one. I do think that maybe creates an opportunity, especially with the potential combination of those other two, to consider maybe the addition of one of the other constraints that was discussed that didn't make it on this final list of 5. When I look at the list right now, the goal around implementation of special education supports and services, but I don't know how much, if that's redundant with the work that's already expected to be done around MTSS, for example. But then I also see mention of students participating in extracurricular and co-curricular activities, which we discussed potentially as a goal. So I think if that's a direction we're interested in going in, then we should consider some of the other constraints that we excluded from this list of 5.
Cool. All right. Trustee Boswell.
Yes, to Trustee Gonzalez's point about considering one that we have to, that we couldn't fit in the 5. If, assuming we move forward with a goal about multilingual education, pulling in something that's about the whole child or about special education, or one of the ones that we did have to cut, because that was a really rich list, and I think it did reflect a lot of what we heard from our community. So yes to that. And I think with the early learning, I think we do know that there are, I mean, we hear from our families that there are practices. We're not just talking about, our pre-K and 3 and 4 students who I think, have a really joyful, hands-on, developmentally appropriate foundation. But I think the fact that STAR is now tested on computers in 3rd grade pushes our 1st graders onto screens, we know that our kids are spending a whole lot of time in front of screens and a whole lot less time developing social and emotional skills. I mean, we evolved to be together in certain ways that our system is pushing us away from. And I like that and think it reflects, to Ashley's point, kind of what does it reflect? I think it reflects a value of hands-on learning. It reflects a value, as Ashley said, about our social emotional learning. It reflects a whole lot that we heard from our community in that, and I think it gets back to, in addition, a foundation that sets our kids up for success later. When it's everything I need to know I learned in kindergarten is really what it is, and that exists for a reason. That's I think there's a lot of truth in that, and I think we know that testing and high stakes and a lot of screen have been pushed down and down and down and down. And I know we've been a real leader in early childhood, envisioned as K through 2 or 3 for a long, long time. And I think increasingly we've moved away from that. And I think there are a lot of people who would like to move back toward that, not because it's warm and fuzzy, but because it sets our kids up for success all the way until they graduate and go on to whatever they're going to go on to. So I really like that one a lot. I mean, I like all of the ones that are here, and I think they do relate to things. And I think back to the family engagement, speaking about the connection between the constraint and values being unclear, I think that partnership is about accessing your students' education. It is about that sense of belonging at the campus. It is about having a role, and I pulled a lot of those comments that we can talk about when we get there. Yes, so I like these, and I like the idea of pulling a 5th one in if bilingual, multilingual ed has a better landing place.
And then Trustee Boswell, are you, I'm not sure if I caught this, possibly combining the early learning and social emotional, or keeping them separate?
I think they're separate.
Okay.
I mean, we heard from people that mental health is massive, and mental health is a full-blown crisis. And I think they each deserve their own, I think they support each other. I think when we get it right for our youngest kids, they're better set up. Our bullying will go down, our students' self-regulation will go up. Joy will be bigger, like all the good things. That's your foundation, right? And then I think we know that our older students, that there are massive crises, and mental health deserves absolutely its own. And again, I think we have been a model SEL campus for the nation. There was a link in a newsletter the other day from Castle, one of the social emotional learning company pioneers, that cited us and another district as continuing to be national leaders. And I think they haven't gotten the memo that we've dropped a lot of that it's become very optional, and we're not doing that anymore. And I think we're seeing the impacts of that. We were doing remarkable national in the same way that our food service is, recognized nationwide. Our police department, people consult us from all over the country. Our social emotional learning was that, and it's not. And I think it deserves its own landing place and answers a lot of the other, builds on attendance, builds on a lot of the other things we need. So I would rather not combine them.
Thank you. Trustee Zapata?
Microphone. I agree with combining the one in the early childhood, the two early childhood with SEL, because I think it does give our superintendent the space to do what we need to. And many of our schools are doing outdoor learning, which is really helping a lot of our students in both of those areas. And I'm okay with removing the bilingual piece and adding what's the one we're gonna add? There was, no, I think that was the social and emotional was one we're gonna combine, right? The two early childhood, and removing the bilingual and adding something with SPED.
We talked about adding STED or whole child.
Yes,
Those two.
SPED.
All right, thank you. Trustee Whitleach?
Yeah, I'm thankful for all the questions around the early learning goal. This is one that I'm deeply engaged with the community about. So I'll start with the first question. How will this constraint challenge adult behaviors to change? I think this is gonna be one of the biggest challenges. This is where we have, I would say, like, the biggest reason for the big transfers in our district. When I talk to, these are my people. They're, I say the parents that are the same age as me. I don't mean that. We aren't the same age, but our kids are the same age. Like, we're the same little generation of parents. And when they move schools, the reason they move schools is because they believe, and it is evident, that schools in our community are inequitable with how we treat students and give them access to developmentally appropriate education and practices. So I would say practices specifically. And if you're not familiar with it, it might not seem well defined, but these are very well defined by science, and they're not new. They're very well defined by NIAC. And have standards, and there are specific practices in adults' behaviors that would have to change with this. Our kindergartners are, when they first come to school, they are required to be tested with a kindergarten readiness assessment. And they are also given, so that when I was in the meet the teacher and sitting on a little chair, I was told, oh, these are the state tests. And I didn't, I'm like, okay, well, it's not a state test. Actually, the school board is making you take this test. That's why the kids are doing this. So yes, your kids took a test on an iPad. It took some of the kids 55 minutes. Some of these kids were 4 yesterday and came here. Some of them have never touched an iPad in their life. Some of them were crying. And that was their first couple weeks in school, a 45-minute test to give information to adults. That's not useful to their teacher. That's not useful to the kids. just adults, because it doesn't even give that baseline data. It doesn't tell us what students know. My daughter's reading score was in a really high percentile, but she can't read. She knows language very well. The teacher's assessment was like, oh, she knows these letters. She didn't know this lowercase. It was, very developmentally appropriate. So the teacher actually had to do a third assessment to have useful data as a baseline. And then in the middle of the year, students are given this assessment again. And then at the end of the year, they'll get it again. It's been reported to me that it's taken kindergartners an hour to do this. It's been reported to me that some schools are having to do it in several groups because this could negatively affect their reputation or the teacher's data could negatively affect them. I have a teacher tell me that these parents in our community don't want their little kids on iPads because that's not recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics, but I have to have them on the iPad so that they can do well on the map. So that's 1, 2, 3 times they're giving a test that could take up to an hour. And then a 4th time they are given a dyslexia screener where they look at pictures and say the name and AI grades that. So that's on the iPad again. That's our dyslexia screener, is a kid on an iPad doing something being graded by AI. So this is something that I think a lot of people in our community don't even know, but their comments don't support it. And when we're talking about equity, we have to start early with kids, because when they're getting these hands-on and fun experiences, that builds the background knowledge, that builds the joy of learning. And our community wants equitable opportunities. I'm reading from the list of comments: critical thinkers, allies, self-confident learners. We can't ready for life, well-rounded and confident, open-minded, insightful, competent problem solvers, curious, well-rounded, inspired to live, capable, critical thinkers, kind, literate, socially responsible, civically engaged, dynamic, creative thinkers, problem solvers with a compassionate outlook, strong work ethic. And so we have a research-based tool. I think I answered all the questions. And I continue to support that being included.
Thank you, Trustee Whitley Chu. Trustee Lugo.
Okay. I would say, having the constraints be 4, maybe 5 constraints. And then I think I agree with others regarding the bilingual education. If it's going to be a goal, and it sounded like it will be, then we can remove that as a constraint. I've kind of gone back and forth in my own mind about, whether or not, combining the early learning language and the social emotional learning language might help us achieve what we're trying to see with our students. So, I think there was an earlier question, Trustee Kaufman, if we could see the language, and I don't know if that's already on the, no, that's not on the screen, is it? So that's the individual early learning and social emotional learning, but not the combined version. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I guess, long story short, I'd like time to kind of consider whether combining might help satisfy what we're trying to accomplish. And then just as a general comment, I don't know. Man, I really struggle with the idea that if we don't include, so I'll use family engagement as the example. So if we don't explicitly say something along the lines of, the superintendent shall not allow families to have limited opportunities for meaningful engagement with their campus and district, if we don't include that as a constraint, and this isn't necessarily this current administration, but will somehow the administration then veer into saying, like, you know what, we're going to slip back into old habits and limit meaningful partnerships. I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like 4 or 5 constraints. Let's be thoughtful about how we try to ensure or help ensure that the district is living its values. And that's kind of where I see the constraints. It's like, I don't know. And I said this in closed session, so maybe I'll say it again here. It's like, I think about the constraints not as a negative, and it's something that's coming across to me, and this is not, I'm sure that this is not the intention. But something that's coming across is like, okay, boards across Texas, don't have too many constraints, because then your administration won't be able to do good work. And I'm like, well, then what? Like, wouldn't you want your district to have family engagement? Wouldn't you want your district to have, so I just struggle with that. And so one of the things that I had mentioned in closed session was that constraints can actually be a real positive, because it gives the administration a clear way to communicate we are living our values. So we're not just doing the star testing and percentages and measures of, where kids are at the end of the year, and BOY, MOY, EOC, like all these freaking acronyms, but that we're actually doing things that represent what our community wants. And that's where I see the constraints. And so for me, like, I've always seen, like, man, this would be a great opportunity to have real alignment. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. So I'll give a few comments. I think, I have a question for Trustee Whitley Chu, actually, on the early learning one, and maybe also for our administration as well. But I would like a little bit of clarity, because when I've heard you talk about this one, it's usually around assessment. But are there other, it's about developmentally inappropriate assessments we do. But is that like the main issue, or are there others as well?
It is the most glaringly offensive practice, but it's not the only, I would say, the inequity in developmentally appropriate practices. We do have really, really strong examples of developmentally appropriate practices in the district.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So,
and they're not equitably distributed.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then a question for the administration is, can you talk a little bit about the assessments that we do administer for the 4-year-olds, and are those required? Do we have options to do other assessments?
It's kinder. It's pre-K and kinder.
Pre-K and kinder.
Yeah,
Okay. So I feel like I need to know a little bit more about like what we're actually doing.
Patty'd probably be the best one to answer those.
Yeah, she's here.
Yes, the ones that were mentioned tonight, those are required. The dyslexia screening is required, and then the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of year, those are required.
Are there any other alternate tools that we could use that are not on iPads?
There are other versions of Kinder Readiness. Correct. So you have to do Kinder Readiness, but there are different assessments that can be used to determine Kinder Readiness. Similarly, you have to do dyslexia screener, but there's more than one screener out there.
Are there some that are not on iPads that are more developmentally appropriate?
There are certainly some that are on paper. Whether there are some that are teacher-led, I would want to double check, or Yeah, and, you know, I know, and
There's a list, yeah.
the commissioner has a list of approved kindergarten readiness assessments.
But they're all testing for a skill. So they're testing for like literacy, and they're testing for foundations of math. So it's going to have to be a test about the skill. There's going to be some sort of question, some sort of reader, some sort of prompt, some sort of rapid sort, of some sort. But it could look different, but it's going to require either the teacher assessing the student one by one or in a small group. It could be paper and pencil. It doesn't necessarily have to be, but most of the assessments are on a device.
So I think, I don't know if others are interested, but I would be very curious to know from the administration if you plan to review the assessment that we're doing for pre-K and kinder. I kind of, I don't know if that's something that if we've received that data in the past from y'all. Like, I don't recall those conversations.
Data specifically as far as which assessment or which tool we're using for which required assessment?
Yeah, and why, and is there possibly a different recommendation that you would bring forth now that we've, you know?
I think, I mean, if this is this going, I mean, I guess one question I would have is, again, you know, the initiative follows the goal progress measure, which follows the goal and the constraint. And so I think we would develop an initiative to move the work based on kind of what the board kind of identifies and determines as the overall goals and constraints. And so, you know, I think that when we were talking about this conversation specifically, my mind was going to like an early literacy initiative, and the fact that there may be a conflict, and we need to really kind of evaluate goal progress measures and constraint progress measures, because if we introduce something and it's being considered, you know, as part of a GPM on the goal side, I just need to make sure we're totally aligned. And so I think we're happy to explore it. I don't want to sit here and tell you that, you know, we know exactly what we're going to do as these goal progress measures and constraint progress measures get developed. I mean, I think the idea is to develop an initiative that's responsive to what the board puts forward to move the work. I mean, I think Trustee Lugo's point is a really good point, which is we're developing initiatives to move the goal progress measures that are tied to the goals, and the constraints kind of ensure that you do it in a way that's aligned with your values. Like that's the way, and like one of the easiest ways in my mind to interpret this. So I guess you probably haven't seen it. I mean, we provided, I think, the assessment calendar, and you've seen some of the tools that are currently being used, but we've never brought forward like, here's a different way to consider this, perhaps.
Okay. So I think my hot take is, I think I would probably, I actually also like the idea of keeping the early learning a little bit separate, because I think there's a really rich science behind that. I know that, but what I'm reading under the bullets here is, you know, this might be a difficult one to assess. So, but I think we could get through it. I mean, we just ordered a bunch of books from NIAC that laid out some things, and I know we have the expertise here, but I think kind of we've defined that it seems like the assessment that's used is probably one of the bigger sticking points here. And how many constraint progress measures do we need to have, Ashley?
One
We
to
just
three.
need one. Okay.
No less than one, no more than three.
Okay. So we could just have. We could start with one.
Constraint progress measures, to be clear.
Yeah. So I think I like the idea of early childhood remaining standalone. I'm happy with just the one constraint progress measure, although, you know, that's related to the assessment piece of this and the technology piece of this. Ashley, another thing that you and I had talked about privately was maybe broadening or like changing this one a little bit to be more focused on technology, but then expanding it for all of primary. So, you know, I'm just throwing that out there because that was something that that was discussed. So I feel like we need to, I like the early learning one. I'll just say, I like having that as a separate thing. I think that's really critical. I think that if there was one that I would probably, like, I wouldn't mind, removing the bilingual education if we have that in the goal. So that's cool. The family engagement one is interesting. Because when I'm looking at the underserved student, so like my whole thing with family engagement has largely been about, and this came a lot in the LBJ conversation, Trustee Hunter, you're with me.
You were with me.
Yeah, I was with you, actually. Sorry. Yeah, that didn't sound right when I said that. But we, that's primarily what that whole conversation was about, right? I would say like at least 80% of the conversation was parents wanting to know how, like, what their kid is learning and how they're learning and what the options are for them and opportunities and all of that stuff. And so it was really more about parents knowing how to navigate the system and knowing how their kid is doing. And so, like, to me, that could almost be, like, that is a very specific thing, and that could almost be under the underserved students category for me. So I could actually just see that, a single bullet, a constraint progress measure related to, engaging families, particularly at our underserved campuses. So that's kind of my feedback.
May I say something?
Yes.
About the family engagement. I was interested and pulled some of the comments. Keeping parents informed on administrative changes in school happenings and how we can get involved. Parent involvement correlates with student success. Help all schools establish successful and equitable PTAs and CACs, especially Title I schools in historically underserved communities. Listening to parents' concerns, community engagement. You have access to parents that want to be involved with their children's schools. Public schools are a central part of a community system, and as such, they should foster engagement. Family engagement is critical for good educational partnerships to serve our children. Parents want to feel involved, heard, and that's of great value for a parent. And it goes on and on. Speaking about Spanish-speaking families, families in a comment in Spanish, collaborations. So I think it's deeper. I think, we have a CAC system. We have district advisory bodies. We have spots for parents. A lot of places in our highest need areas, those spots go unfilled. We have a lot of ways to measure that family engagement. And I think that partnership, the dual capacity framework, is part of our board adopted policy. That's not the only way, but it is about honoring our families and the strength of that in service of our students. It does circle back to student success, but it's not just I can check my kid's report card and know what they're studying. It's I am part of this campus community and a meaningful part of my children's education. And I think that's really what this is getting to in my understanding and based on what I heard from our community.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes, please do.
Well, everything you've read is exactly the role of the parent support. So if we're putting it on a constraint, I mean, that's already an expectation. So do we need to put it in there?
Well, I would say if I think about an Austin High, for example, there's a population of families from underserved demographics that's bigger than some of our entire campuses, and yet there's no parent support specialists. But I think a lot of our families are scattered, and we have parent support specialists where there's a concentration of need. But I think about our schools that are falling off of our Title I support this year, for example, and losing that parent support specialist, but still may have 40, 60% of families experiencing poverty, big numbers of families who have parents who are who speak another language. I think the need is bigger than just where our parent support specialists are.
I never got my question answered. I think Patty was trying to answer it.
Oh,
but,
sorry, go ahead. Yeah,
that's
ask
okay.
the question.
So I don't have a 5-year-old. I haven't in a while. And my kids had an iPad before they ever even had a pacifier. I love technology. I love edutainment. They had Leapfrog. Before iPads, they had before Kindle. I can't remember what it was. It was some like off-brand thing. I don't know. But my kids have always had technology, and that's the careers they're currently in. But I also know that this alpha generation, their nickname is iPad kids. It's not a compliment. It means they don't know how to do nothing because they always have like this, right? So they're built differently, and I get that. The question I had in order to support what we're wanting in this constraint is, it doesn't make sense for us to say, we don't want that. And the state was like, here are the 4 choices you have, and they're all the same, right? They are. So what I'm asking is, are there computer-based testing or non-computer-based testing for the pre-K and the kinders? How robust is it? Does it get to what we need? Is the first part. And the second part is, and I'm just wondering, is the iPad easier to hand to a kid and say, do the pictures, listen to the audio, right? Because it doesn't require a teacher to be like, Johnny went, you know what I'm saying? Because then she can only do one kid at a time. But if you put the headphones on, see what I'm saying? I'm thinking that it's a capacity
Efficiency.
issue.
Yeah, efficiency.
Two things. Yes.
And I don't know, I'm just guessing.
There are other assessments that's a one-on-one. It would still require for the student to look at the iPad, but then the entering of the information can be done by the teacher. That is a one-on-one assessment, and there are assessments that are built that way, and that's for skill set. When we're talking about developmentally appropriate and the joy for learning, there are also assessments that capture that come with budgets considerations. And what those assessments measure, which requires training of your entire pre-K, kinder teachers, principals, coaches, they measure interactions between the teacher and the student. They measure whether the environment is set up in a way that is conducive to the best learning for students that are 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. There are assessments like that as well. So I don't want to, not give you the full information, but they do come with a price tag as well. And it would require training. It would require a lot of training for not just leadership, but also for our teachers in order to make that shift. But we're not talking one in place of another, because that doesn't measure skills. It only measures the appropriateness of the environment, of the classroom, the interactions, the relationship between an adult and a student, the redirection, is it appropriate? But there are assessments that do that as well. And they're more of an observational type of like a checklist, but those do exist as well. But you would be talking about bringing in that in addition to also something that we already currently have to measure skill set and pre-literacy skills.
What I don't hear you saying is take the iPad away. What I hear you saying is give the iPad to the adult.
Yes, we can definitely do that.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm asking, is that what you're saying?
If the test is being administered effectively, a student should not be on the iPad for an hour. It's more of the training and support for the teacher so that a student is not taking an hour to do an assessment. And then you have to question if a child cannot sit still, I wouldn't imagine a kindergartner even being able to sit still for an hour. So something else is going on besides the assessment within that hour. So I think there's a better training that can happen. But yes, there are other assessments where it's not just the student taking it, hit start and go on their own, but rather the teacher is guiding it, but that would be more of a one-on-one assessment. It could not be done in a small group. It really would be a one-on-one.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to defer to the people who are in this every day, because I hear what you're saying. I'm just not sure like aligning our value to what we're saying, and then I'm like aligning the value in the budget. And so I think I will just ask more questions of my colleagues to get a fuller picture. But yeah, thank you for that.
Can I add something just really quickly? So like you mentioned, Trustee Hunter, you mentioned Generation Alpha. I can attest that more than one 5-year-old is fully capable of staying on an iPad for more than 1 hour. Now, whether or not that's healthy, right, or developmentally appropriate, I think that's really getting at the crux. It's like, yeah, you can put a kid on an iPad for a long time. They will stay on it, especially some kiddos that's all they know. But anyways, President Singh, I'm sure you want to move us along.
Okay, I feel like we need to kind of end this soon because it's 12:04. Yes. So, okay, so I think we're all good on underserved students. I think we're good on family engagement. I heard several people say we could, we don't necessarily have to have the bilingual education here if it's a goal, right? Okay, cool. So that's probably one that we can remove from here. The early learning one seems to be the most problematic, I guess, in terms of what we do with it. But I do hear I think interest in exploring this. I feel like I need a little bit more information. This is not an area of expertise for me, so I need to kind of understand a little bit more. If it literally is just we think the assessment is really bad that we're currently adopting, but we have alternatives that we could adopt, then I think that's something a recommendation that would need to come from the administration, and can maybe show its way in our system in a way that's not necessarily on the scorecard. If that's the only thing, then would it have to be on the scorecard? Could it just be something that the administration does? And we don't have to make that a constraint. I know that doesn't get to the full realm of developmentally appropriate practices, but I'm not sure. I would also like to hear from the administration, do we have the resources to develop a new tool to assess classrooms, especially if that means more training for our teachers, et cetera, et cetera. There's other things that come from that, so.
Yeah, so my thought on this is, I'm not saying to just leave it as it is. I mean, the way it's supposed to work is bring forward constraints, get from the administration constraint progress measures, right? And so what we can do is kind of take this based on what we heard, kind of exploring what we believe we think are some of the pain points in interpreting this, right? Because I heard, when you walk into a room, a kindergarten room in one part of town, you might have a different experience than if you walk into a different part of town. All right, that's not an assessment base. That's not the screener. That's not, kindergarten readiness. That's just the vibrancy that you're experiencing in that room, right? And so that's one aspect of it. And I think we can explore that and provide perhaps a constraint progress measure back. On the technology piece of it, really wanting to understand, what limitations we have given kind of what the state prescribes on the list of approved screeners and assessment from the agency. I'd want to really understand, okay, if we didn't do this and we did this other thing, it'd have to be approved and we'd have to do it in this way. So I actually think that just leave it like this and then allow us to respond, and then through that dialogue, we'll be able to probably get to something that makes sense.
I love it. Okay. I think that's an appropriate next step. So we didn't get through our final list of goals and constraints, but I think we're getting very close.
I have one SEL question.
Oh, yes.
From our coach. I'm going to read from our coach here. Thank you, Ashley. Lack access is a sign that this may be a directive disguised as a constraint. The wording is the superintendent shall not allow students to lack access to a fully integrated evidence-based system of social and emotional learning and campus mental health supports. So the question that the test, Ashley says, is whether the superintendent has the flexibility to pursue more than a handful of strategies in this operational area, and that we should seek feedback from the superintendent before finalizing this constraint. So I am seeking feedback in that area. Does that leave you enough flexibility?
You want it right now?
You can come back to me with that. Will you let us know if that gives you adequate flexibility before we adopt it?
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
I think
I'm
what we'll do
seeking
is-
feedback. You can tell me. You can give that feedback
Yeah, let's
in
do the
whatever way
feedback
works
as
for
part
you.
of, like, the turning
Thank
of
you.
it. Yep.
Okay, feedback has been sought. I will be eager to hear. Thank you.
Okay, so, Ashley, do you, are you, do you think it's a good move as the next step to basically have the administration get a clean draft out to trustees with all the things we've talked about, come back with your draft progress measures, and so we're gonna have to do one more iteration, at least, of this. Probably next week? Would we do it next week? Okay. All right,
Yes.
okay. Trustee Whitley Chu, did you have a question?
When do we need to be done with this?
We approve it in June. I mean, we can, if, I think we're gonna have to approve it in June. We have to approve it by the end of June, essentially. So, yeah. All right, so that's what we'll do. Thank you. I think we can kind of, yeah, this has been, I know this is hard. This is like some of the most important work that we do. And it's hard and it's late, and I really, really appreciate everyone hanging in there. All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, so, at this time, we are, we still have to do our regular board agenda preview. So, let's do that, yes. Okay, so, well, yeah. So we are going to do our preview. And so trustees, just let me know if you have any questions with item number 7, agenda preview, academics and curriculum. Any questions on 7? All right. I should probably just speed this up. Does anybody
Well,
have questions on any of it?
And just to be clear, we sent a lot of staff home because of the rain event. And
Yes.
so, you know, because of the hail, we asked staff to leave before the hail came. And so if there are questions specifically, we'd like to receive those, you know, via email. I mean, you can tell me, but I'm going to,
That's
it's
right.
likely that some of the staff that were going to be responsive have left.
Okay, so I'm not going to go through each of these. I will just ask if anybody has questions that they want to say from the dais. Otherwise, you can just put in the tracker. Okay, all right. Yay, that was quick. We should do that every time. So tonight we have a scheduled workshop to allow trustees and the administration to discuss the budget a little bit more. So we're going to move to, do we need to, we don't need to move to the floor. Let's,
You can do it this way.
Ed can come sit right here.
yeah, we'll just do this. Yeah, let's just, are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we'll just stay here. So why don't we, are you ready to just move straight into the budget retreat, or do you feel like you need a little? Okay,
No, let's just go, I mean.
okay, let's just push through. Let's just push through.
Do you want to say anything about the conflict of interest?
No, I mean.
Okay, so, hello, Ed. And I just want to let the trustees know we are not going to have an exec session tonight, so be happy about that. Yay. All right. We won't have an exec session tonight because we have a meeting next week anyway.
Gotta be at the
so-
Valley at 8 for career day.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so thank you all for sticking it out. Whenever you all are ready, Superintendent, we are ready for the workshop.
Yeah, so I appreciate the opportunity. We'll have this workshop. We'll get through a variety of many of the slides, I think, fairly quickly since we had a robust conversation as part of our information session just a couple hours ago. So Ed, our Chief Financial Officer, will be here with me along this journey and certainly able to answer any questions. So tonight's purpose: review principal feedback, develop understanding of Vader on budget. We've already had the conversation around that. We'll explore that a little bit further, and then plan for additional action required in budget reduction. And then we'll talk about next steps before we break. So as we move into this slide, don't really need to spend a ton of time here. It's already really been presented. The only thing that I would say is to put a really fine point on it. You know, the deficit that we believe that we were going to have moving into next fiscal year has increased by almost $30 million, right? And so as we move forward, we have to find opportunities to reduce that burden on the system, and we need to work with the board to identify different ways to do that. Just run through the next couple slides. This slide was previously presented. I don't think we need to present it again, Ed, nor this one since you took that. We were going to talk a little bit more about it. If you go back once on slides, sorry, go one more, Ed. One more. There you go. We didn't really spend a ton of time on this, but I did want to point out, and this was a comment that Trustee Coffin made last time. And so as we move forward, we're going to continue to show the proportion of any funds that we collect that go to the state. And so as we move forward in this presentation, as well as any presentation we have moving, in the next couple weeks, as we move towards June 20th, you'll continue to see kind of the overall share that is sent to the state with all collections versus any additional collections by way of a Vader. And this does assume the full allotment of potential pennies. It does not assume a partial. It is full. And the one point that we'd like to call everybody's attention to is that, yes, in total, if a Vader was to be successful, 52.4% would be sent to the state. As a point of reference, just a couple years ago, we were almost near 60%. So we've been giving money for quite a while, and it has been a significant amount. Next slide, please, Ed. So one of the things that we thought was incredibly helpful as we got feedback from our trustees was the way that y'all looked at different potential cost considerations. For those in our community kind of following along, in our last work session, we created a tool and had our trustees respond to the tool. And what we did is identified each item. Some of the items were around compensation. Some of them were around identifying critical staffing needs. And then some were also around, or actually I guess one item specifically was around supporting or kind of reshoring up the fund balance, right? So just kind of talking about that split. We had multiples, so if there was a % increase, you could multiply it, and then the total dollar amount would carry. And again, this was all at that time trying to determine kind of the proportionate share of a potential Vader. And at that time, we were calculating 44 million. That's come down just a hair at 41 million. But that is what the intent of this tool was. So we took that tool, we made some adjustments, and then we shared it with all our principals. One of the things that I've been really committed to do this year is to ensure that we are communicating with the principals each and every time, each and every milestone we have through the budgeting process. And so our principals convene about once a month. We'll have a large meeting, and I take them through the scorecard conversation as well as the budget conversation. And so what we did is we made some adjustments. We shared it with our principals, and our principals began to provide feedback to us almost immediately. We gave them a couple days to really think through it, but by the close of business on Friday of that week, we had almost all of them. And so what was really fascinating was the breakdown between elementary and secondary. And so what I'll share with you here is the top 5 elementary school kind of cost considerations as organized as a line item within Vader. Again, things have shifted a little bit, but I want to share with you the kind of context when we made the request of our principals. So as you can see there, ranked 1% for all exempt employees, not including teachers and librarians. Market adjustments for all positions. The reason we talk about market adjustments is because several months ago, probably 8 or 9 months ago, a study was commissioned with TASB, and they evaluated kind of all of our positions within AISD and determined where we were on market and where were we below market. And this specifically responds to some of the concerns we've heard along the way. SLPs, for instance, it's below market, and so having this resource really kind of allows us to anchor that number across the board, right? And it goes across multiple categories, multiple positions, and so we have a report that we rely on. So when we say market adjustments, we're referring to that report. Instructional coach, one at every campus. Again, this is looking at moving instructional coaches. We're currently funded with Title I, moving them to 199, which is a general operating budget, and then perhaps creating space for interventionists given the lift we have around MTSS. So that's why it's kind of like, it's 2 things in one, and so I want to make sure I call that out. 1% of midpoint for teachers and librarians, and then an additional 1 elementary clerk registrar at every elementary school. And so you can see there that the total allocated funds for that would be $35.75 million. Next slide, please, Ed. This is a quick breakdown of what that would look like. We had it just the way y'all had it, to where the remaining amount would go back to fund balance. And so you can see what that looks like here, and then a pie chart just kind of showing the breakdown between compensation, additional campus staff, and then fund balance and fixed costs. And what was really great was it was just really informative. It was really helpful to kind of see the way our principals were thinking through this, and they asked really great questions. Some of the questions help inform how we move through this transition period. One of the questions might be, hey, if you're thinking about bringing instructional coaches and moving into 199, but I'm about to lose an instructional coach because we're losing title, how does this person, kind of remain supported, and knowing that a potential investment may be able to come that keeps them on our campus instead of losing them. And so we were able to get that feedback, and it's really helped us adjust as we move through this transition period. Next slide, Ed, please. So here we go secondary, a little bit different, not surprising. Top one was art facilitators. Second, market adjustments for all positions. So as you can see, market adjustments was ranked high with both elementary and secondary school principals. Instructional coaches also up there as well. 1% of midpoint for teachers and librarians, and then a 25-cent increase for all classified staff. Not surprising, registrars at elementary schools did not make the top of the list for secondary. We understand why, but just wanted to kind of share this with you all. Again, a lot of great feedback from our principals, and we're continuing to engage them in this way. They know what they need better than any of us, and so it's been very helpful. Next slide, Ed. This is what that breakdown looks like. You can just kind of run through this, Ed. So this is the combined, and I do want to thank the team. I have ideas. We pivot quickly and then we go, and so we were able to create a tool that collected a lot of information in a very short period of time, which made it for a very productive meeting. This is what it looks like combined, and this really helps us frame, our conversations with the board, because one of the things we always hear from our board is, what do our principals need? What do our families need? What do our staff need? And so this is just one data point that I think helps inform our discussion moving forward. Next slide, Ed. Yeah. So top 5 overviews kind of looks what a breakdown looks like. Roughly 50% for compensation, 35%, a little less than 35% for additional campus staff, and then 15.3% for fund balance and fixed costs. And the reason we say that is because it is a Vader, the funds are for the next multiple fiscal years, and so it could go towards fund balance or help keep drawing down fund balance, but the way that it does that is by offsetting fixed costs, right? That's why we kind of show it that way. Next slide. Trustees. So it's always helpful to kind of share with you what we heard, because it helps inform all of our work. So top item for our trustees, additional counselors are moving towards a 250 to 1 ratio. It is a larger line item just because we are so out of alignment right now with our ratios. Additional allocation for elementary clerk, 25-cent increase for classified. The multiplier was made to 1, which is good. 1K increase for special education stipend for specialized programming. Again, just alignment with our overall initiative. We've had a challenge staffing these positions. We know that. And so definitely think that's in alignment with our priorities. And then art facilitators, 1 at secondary and then a half allocation at elementary. So that's kind of how it broke down for our trustees. Next slide, please, Ed. This was, I think, really fascinating. Was the kind of, and I think it reflects kind of the role, right? I mean, the fund balance, fixed cost, and just kind of thinking through the need to support the system long term. And so I'm not surprised. I'm actually encouraged to see the way the breakdown worked. Additional campus staff, compensation was the smaller portion, and then fund balance, fixed cost, just continuing to ensure that, we're supporting the system as best we can given our current constraints and be mindful of any additional cost. Keep running through this, Ed. This is just a simple breakdown when you see all of them together. This is a great resource, I think, just for y'all's perspective and anybody else that's tuning in. You can keep going, Ed. So we decided to, you've seen this table, but you saw it bundled, right? And so this is one of those things where, we are encouraged. We want to be very transparent. I will tell you, previously we talked about like kind of grouping by division. We've went ahead and moved it into position type because, at this point, it's out there, right? We've had the conversations, and so you can see what it looks like within each division. It's important to note that each division has a different size, a different role and support within the system, but this is what it looks like by position. Okay? So there was a question earlier, I think even Trustee Kaufman said it, like, is the board taking cost reductions? Is the superintendent's office taking cost reductions? You can see kind of what that looks like. You can see police, operations, legal, board services and government relations, DCCE, and then organizational transformation. So just being really transparent around kind of what the allocations are that are identified to support the $30 million cost reduction. So this slide here begins to provide kind of more information. About 2 information sessions ago, we provided a list of all the contracts. There are hundreds of contracts on that list. And so we've been going through them line by line. Each chief here has many contracts tied to the division. Operations and teaching, leading, and learning have the most, not surprisingly. It's just where a lot of the work occurs, and given the scale of each of those orgs. So we're going through, you heard me say earlier, probably 6 weeks ago now, that we believe there's significant opportunity within our scope reduction for contracts. The first analysis was given existing burn rates versus purchase order, right? And a purchase order anchors our budget because it's an obligation or commitment that we as an organization are committed to, right, to paying based on a contract. But we're not spending all of it now. And so when you take all the contracts, you go org by org, pull things out, you realize that there is at least $14 million of opportunity, but it requires line by line, kind of going through where can you negotiate, where can you reduce burn, and where can you terminate, right? So we've been going through that work. By next week, we'll have a list of all of those for you. But the reason you don't have a whole list right now is because it is very, very, very tedious. And it's hard. I mean, it's just hard, y'all. Move from G Suite to Outlook. Technology, 1.5 million. Limited use of Apple products. Again, this is not for CTE programs. This is not for classrooms. These are for our staff that have Apple products. It costs us to maintain both systems and platforms. Audits, we talked about reduction of scope. Panorama, eliminating the contract. Again, this is tied to what was previously a goal progress measure. We believe as we build up our resources internally, if we need to better understand culture and climate, we have the resources to create that survey ourselves if we need to. EAP move to benefits. There are things that we've been doing over the last year and a half as we streamline our systems that are just yielding different values that we can now get consideration for. Below the line are things that we have not brought forward, but things that honestly we've kind of workshopped, and so, I think what's challenging about this is that each one of these has like different kind of ranges, right? You can see here 7 out of 8. We've talked about if we had to go down this path, how would you do it to where you didn't impact the schools that have that serve historically underserved student groups, and so we have the all non-core, non-priority. We have a variety of different ways to look at this, and so when you think about the range, it's a vast range, $7 to $17 million. Essential areas, again, reverting back to what was in place several years ago. Not something that we would want to explore. We kind of committed to having that planning time. I think Trustee Gonzalez just mentioned this not too long ago, but again, if you ask us Matthias, what would this cost? If you want it, this is what it would cost, and we've had the conversation. It's not something we want to bring forward. It's not something we want to support, but it's there. Reduce transportation costs. We do provide transportation for students that are outside the 2-mile range. A lot of that was based on some adjustments that we made about 2.5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now. It was really to help support enrollment and for those schools that maybe needed some support. And so there are expenses tied to it. So that is an area of opportunity if you wanted to explore that. Programming for transportation. There are various programs that have support for, they get transportation. And so, those are, if we want to explore it all, that you could look at reducing some of those. The total value is over $1.5 million. If you wanted to reduce those costs, that's kind of the universe of solution, the value you might expect. Reduce sped contracts. So this is a big one. We put 50%. We didn't put a number by design. If you were to review the contracts that you received several weeks ago, you'd see that there's many of them in there with various values. It is true that we relied on these contracts as we embarked on the special education initiative. As we've staffed up and as we, I think, get our systems in line, a reliance on them needs to come down. It has to come down. I think there's agreement between the administration, our monitors, everybody, this needs to go down. And so we think there's opportunity there. I will tell you that it's sometimes challenging to kind of reduce something that you relied on to see movement in a very short period of time, right? So we're being really sensitive to what we kind of propose as far as a reduction, but we know that there is opportunity there. SLPs, it's a great example. I mean, we are spending contract dollars right now because we don't have the staff in some areas. And so some of these investments, including the market adjustments, will help offset that. The question becomes, when do you take the cost reduction versus when you actually have the people in place to actually offset that need? And then reduce campus non-staffing budgets. So you heard me earlier say, maybe a couple weeks ago, that we were tackling our overtime expenses and limiting them. And you also heard me say we're not touching BTOs at campuses. Well, if we have many campuses with many different costs tied to these campuses. And so just generally speaking, if you were to reduce the non-staffing budget allocations, right, the overtime expenses, the things like that, If we reduce them by 5%, it's, 898,000. 10%, 1.76 million. So globally, it's not a huge number, but it's one of the things that we, endeavored not to do. And so just if we were going to go down that path, you could see that our goal would be to not impact the staff, but some of the budgets they carry in their local BTO, if you were to reduce it and find opportunities, perhaps like overtime, you would see that type of reduction. So next slide, Ed, if you don't mind.
And there's one we didn't talk about. There's one we skipped over.
Which one?
Move to open education resources.
Yeah, so this is a big one. We have been diligent about procuring the resources that our committees and our staff and we all believe are appropriate for our students. Like last year was a great example. We moved forward with the expansion of HMH. We brought multilingual education together, special education, academics. We brought staff, teachers, principals, everybody together to evaluate the resources, and we did not go with the least expensive option. We didn't, because it wasn't the right solution for us. Long term, if that is something, if we get really, really tight, I need to understand from the board, is this something that you would want us to explore? There's cycles of curriculum, different, I think there's a science, we're going through a science right now. And so these are big numbers, and if you were to rely on state resources that come at a discount, you'd be able to see that reflected in this way.
I have a specific, are we talking about HB 1605 specifically, or just generally state supplied resources?
These would be for your core, so for reading and math specifically.
Okay. So it's up there. You want us? We're putting things up there that we can pull off. Go ahead, Andrew.
Can you speak to the essential areas line item? Because I think you skipped over that one as well.
So 2 years ago, I guess 2.5, 3 years ago, before we went to the current structure, we didn't have the planning period in the schedule, and so the change from that to where we are now came at a cost, and a lot of it was tied to TAs to support PE. In the gymnasium and everything else. And so we added a lot of staff. And there were expenses that we incurred. And so if you just look at what it cost for that transition, it was roughly $6 million. So per year. Yeah, so to revert back, and I think Trustee Kaufman, I think we've talked about at some point, it was like 7.2. We've seen it go back and forth, but now we believe, given everything we know, it's about a $6 million adjustment if we were to revert back. And that would be the model that we had 3 or 4 years ago or so. And again, we never want to take planning time away. That's not our goal. That's not what we want to do. But we get asked about it. We want to be transparent. This is, if it was something to be considered, this is what it would cost. Or this is what we would save. This is what we would save. So
is this slide things that are being considered in addition to what we're already considering for next year, or was this just? Okay, so this is where hyper transparency becomes challenging, I think, because not for me, but I want to make sure, and I heard from, feedback from our trustees that we want to understand what you've even talked about, right? And I will tell you that when we're in these rooms and we're exploring and turning over every single stone possible, we have conversations about any and everything, and then we say, okay, our values. What do we tell the board? We're not going to, protecting our classrooms. All these things come up and they quickly go off, right? And so sometimes we don't even put a number to them. We don't even touch them. But I wanted to put them up here because as we talk about bigger and bigger numbers moving forward, these things were taken off very, very quickly. We know they impact the classroom. And I think one of the reasons we want to show this also is, how creative do you want to be on the other side? To either generate revenue or find cuts elsewhere or do capital injection. These are the types of things that you're going to begin to explore as you move past this point. So that's really the purpose. It's not like we're bringing them forward now, but what we're saying is,
you know, they've been discussed at some point. They've even been talked about, you know, and there are probably others on here I can think of. But we wanted to just put a number to them since we get asked, and I know the board had questions about it. That's really why. Trustee Kaufman?
Two just quick clarification questions. Under reduced transportation costs programming, does that include both magnet transportation and student share?
So not magnet. So like an example would be like Eastside. So about 3 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever Eastside was being, you know, we created that little boundary and we did that, there was a commitment to support transportation differently that's kind of outside our traditional policies. And so it'd be things like that. And then also, I think in 2022, we added, I think, 11 schools. We added about 11 schools. It's like Blackshear. We had a lot of schools. And the idea was to help get students to the school because, you know, they lived in the attendance boundary, but we knew that getting to the campus was a challenge, and we were perhaps losing them because of that. So I remember being the COO at the time, and it came to the board, and the board made the decision to support it. I think it was the right thing to do, but that is an expense. And again, when you think about equity, and you know, we made that investment because those schools needed that additional support. But it's not something that, you know, like when you distill it down to like the policy level, it's something that we've kind of gone above and beyond with. Maybe we could look at different programs, maybe winnow that down even. There's different ways to look at it. What we're saying is this is kind of the...
So what's not included in there is magnet
Correct.
transportation?
Correct.
Or student share?
Correct.
Or transportation for students receiving bilingual programs at other schools?
No, these are all specific to like the policy.
I just wonder, I guess I'm partly asking because I'm in the spirit of transparency also. I think it would be helpful to see those because of, it's just hard.
Come up.
Well, not now. I don't have to see it now. It's just,
Okay.
it's hard to explain to people about what it takes to run a district like this. Like when you, you know, when people are saying we can do better with less, whatever. But when you start to think about the things that we're investing in and why we're investing in them and who it's serving and how it's helping our community, then you start to see like, well, there's a lot of things that add up. It's not as simple as just saying, you know, right. So it's helpful to see these numbers, but it just makes you curious about some of those other numbers too.
Yeah, and I want to be very clear. We are extrapolating numbers, you know, because there's routes, there's mileage, there's fuel.
Yeah.
We carry the cost. We know how much, you know, fuel each bus consumes, but we don't, Chris doesn't do it at that level except for reporting purposes for sped reimbursement and others. So some of these get grouped together, so we kind of have to make assumptions. So Christine.
I mean, sure.
If you would like to see more, that link has every route for every school, every program, so you can filter through it. But yes, we wanted to include the magnets on there too. It just didn't make it to this slide.
Okay.
But you will be able to see that cost as well per school.
Okay. And it was discussed a couple years ago. I know there was a conversation around potentially pay to play for riding the bus, like kind of looking at it in terms of
Like a sliding scale.
So that families who have means can pay for their bus ride, and families who, you know, whatever. Is that something that's been considered or looked at again?
No.
I don't know whether
we haven't had that conversation because we were reviewing that as a revenue generating instead of, I mean,
yeah, there's a lot of complexity to that, but I'm just
That would
curious
be-
again.
But
Okay.
if the board is wanting us to explore that, you know, we definitely can. We'd have to spend some time thinking through what model would work.
Yeah, no, I think the kind of looking under every rock strategy is working. That's what we need. So
That's a good- it's good
if
comment.
it's been kind of thoroughly debunked a few years ago, but that would be, you know, for some reason it wasn't adopted a few years ago. If those reasons still stand, then there's no need to revisit it, but I think it's worth asking. Real simple question. As reduced campus non-staffing budget, those allocations are weighted, right, by student population? So if the cuts
They're
were made.
different, correct.
Right, so, okay, so those are weighted, those are the funds that come to the campus and it's weighted based on the student population?
I think it depends on the cost. But they are different based on the school size, the school type. I just don't want to say specifically they're all tied to the student count.
I'm wary of anything that would, when the so-called equity fund was created, that I had a lot of questions about at the time, but I would be wary of anything that would reduce the opportunity of campuses to provide other opportunities for kids, or to be able to have camps and extracurricular things for kids
Yeah.
at schools where the kids don't typically have access to that. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
So that's good feedback, right? So if this is an area we have to explore, then we can kind of use that lens to find a different way to break that 5% or 10% if we want to go there. And then something else, I'm not sure if our trustees are even aware of this, but last year we made some adjustments with how we distribute real estate proceeds from parking and from rental of our facilities. And so it came about, I think, quite creatively from some conversations we were having with actually Larry, who's principal at Burnett, and we were talking about the fact that he's going to lose his gymnasium right for the duration of construction as they rebuild the gym. And so, he relies on those funds to support the students. And right now, the way the structure is 50% of the revenue that's generated goes to the campus, the local campus. And for a period of time, the remainder was going to the district. We've since made adjustments and we're redistributing those funds back to the campuses. And so that was a change that we made this year. And so we're trying to figure out different ways to distribute funds in a more equitable way, especially the dollars that are very, very flexible. Like real estate dollars are like unicorn dollars. You can use them for anything. So that's how we're doing that. I didn't mention, I don't think we even presented that, but, okay, sorry. It's getting.
Before you go on, back to transportation, over here. So, Celso Baez cannot stand to see me coming. Because when I see him, I always say, why, you need an ex officio seat on the Cap Metro board. Because I think that's a resource. I don't think our ridership is what it needs to be. It's just not. And that's mainly, it's mainly because people don't understand. Some people are bougie, but the whole point of it is that's already paid for. Like, our kids ride for free. And so I see parents like, oh, my kid needs to ride home. You live in my neighborhood, get on the 337. They literally get on the bus in McCallum and get off in our neighborhood. They don't have to transfer, they don't have to do anything, right? And that bus goes all the way into Colony Park. I think as far as like almost freaking Far West or something. It goes up a fur piece. And so I get on the 10. Like, I take the 337 to the 10, because I don't drive downtown when we do things there. And I take the 10 4th and I walk over to City Hall. Because I'm a city girl, and that's what you do. Like, I get on the train. I ride the train down for South by EDU. I don't drive down there or park down there, right? If you go to Q2 or you want to, we're not teaching. That's a life skill our kids can see. Now, if you pour, that's what you do. Like, because when I'm at the light at Harris and I see like a 6-year-old get off with a 4-year-old, I'm like, those kids gonna make it, right? Because they already know, and they're going into school because their mama can't get them there. When my kids was at Maplewood, we didn't have the money for the bus. They took Cap Metro to the Blanton, right? And so we've not done anything, I don't think, and by the way, there's gonna be a new LBJ station. Thank you, Cap Metro, it's gonna be very cool. But we don't teach people about the bus, and we can use that to our advantage, right? That's not our gas, that's not our driver, but we can use that system. And if for nothing else, parent support specialists should have a thing when they're like, oh, I have trouble getting my kid to school. Do you feel comfortable putting them on the bus, right? Now, I know some people, like, I won't mention one of my schools, the bus is really close, but the parents are like, I could never do that. And I'm like, well, you're going to have to pay for some gas. I don't know. But that's the kind of thing I'm thinking, like, out of the box thinking. Now, Cap Metro know right now, this canceling all these buses every 15 minutes, that's slowing people down.
That's why.
But with Project Connect and all those other things, we really have a system we can take advantage of and use. I mean, who's been in New York ever, right? You get on the subway, who on the subway? Kids going to school, right? And if they can go to school in New York, they can go to school in Austin. So we just have to teach parents about it. Like, I feel like I'm doing an ad for Cat Metro right now at 1 o'clock in the morning.
No, so Dottie Watkins, CEO of Cat Metro, we've had this conversation. We are looking at collaborating a lot closer. It is a great opportunity. I mean, my daughter traveled all over the city, and I just look and see where she's at, and she's up in Burnett, like hanging out at a skating rink, and I'm like, how'd you get there? She's like, I took the bus, and I'm like I feel very uncomfortable taking the bus because can't navigate it as well. So I think there's an opportunity for some engagement around that for our students that definitely can become writers, so that there's a whole generation of people who are comfortable operating like that. I think the challenge we run into is just we have a lot of many of our school buses are just not where there are routes. And
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How do we get them? Because they moved to 300, and that was Blanton and Pecan Springs.
I think there may be some limited opportunities for that, but their needs are different than our needs. But I think it's an opportunity for certainly exploration. And then, like your point is consistency. Like, I mean, like the way that we run our system, it's like in waves, right? Everybody's out in elementary school. We do one, and then we go to middle school and then high school. It'd be there's just a lot, I think, that we'd have to explore. But I think there may be a couple opportunities that we can kind of align with. So
But I hear what you're saying, but one of the reasons their needs are not our needs is because we're not there.
Or they're not here.
Pardon?
No, that's one. I think that's one part of it.
One part of it. As I know, sometimes I just love it. I mean, I'm just, ex officio at the Planning Commission, but I love it when they say, hey, how does that affect AISD? And I can be like, let me tell you, if you do this, what that's going to do. And again, we can line up where we can line up, right? They're going to Project Connect, like when we're looking at it, they always have these like, come tell us what you think. Do we put it in our family bulletin and say, hey, Cap Metro wants to know what you think? See what I'm saying? So we can get that voice in there. And I know that there's different things and other obligations, but where we can, like there's no reason kids shouldn't be riding the bus to Austin High. There's no reason kids shouldn't be riding to East Side, Northeast. LBJ's a little bit more challenging, but we're about to have LBJ Station, Novato. I mean, I don't even remember what that bus, that's so old. I don't remember what bus that was. But what else is there? There are schools, like, again, Harris. There's a bus stop right in front of Andrews. Like, literally, the bus stop is in front of the school. It might be on our property, actually, on the sidewalk. But I'm just saying, when we have those, let's make sure that those people know where that bus goes. Our PSSs can have, just as a resource for people, right? Because I'm sure they're like, the reason Johnny didn't come to school for 4 days is because I didn't have a car. Well, did you know, Ms. Johnson, that in Northeast Austin, you can actually call. It's kind of like Uber, but it's only $1.25. And the little blue bus will come and pick you up at your front door and take you where you need to go. And then you can do a return and go back home for another $1.25 versus, $7, $15, $18. But people don't know that. And if people don't use it, then Cap Metro's going to pull it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I do want to point out that, we are collaborating actually quite closely with Cap Metro, especially on our bond projects. So we're relocating Harris, for instance, swing space. And one of the things that we heard from our families was, we're worried about you moving because, we walk to Harris to be with our student and walk them back. But if we relocate as part of the swing space solution, I don't have a way to get there because they don't have a car or they don't have a way to. And so Cap Metro has been great. They're helping us kind of navigate that and support us in between. So I think you're seeing us collaborate a lot more. I don't know that we're quite at a point where we can kind of get there, but I want you to know we are collaborating with them.
Field trips.
Yeah. So potential reductions in revenue streams. We spent some time on this in the regular information session. We don't have answers to all these or numbers to all of them, but I'm really wanting to hear from the board. Should we explore these? Should we not? And we've already gotten a lot of that feedback, so I don't want to spend too much time. And then on the right, average daily attendance, real estate leases, sale of district real estate, voter-approved tax rate election. And again, I think for me, it's, all of these things have to be explored, and each one of them serves a different purpose, right? A capital injection, a one-time lump sum, should not be used to pay for a recurring cost, right? It really should be used to help shore up your fund balance, right? Reduction in costs will help kind of reduce the kind of downward trend of our fund balance. And so if you kind of lessen that, or if you create a revenue stream that offsets that, then you're better positioned long term. And if you couple that with capital injection, then all of a sudden you can get through 25, 26, and 26, 27, which again is 2 legislative sessions away from where we are now. So I think we heard plenty in our information session, and I very much appreciate the feedback. And actually, this next slide kind of talks about that. So no need to belabor it. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a lot more to share. I really wanted to share with you all what we heard from our principals, share with you all what we heard from our trustees, and then I think we got great feedback earlier in the night around areas of exploration and really allowing us to be creative and finding solutions to bring back to the board.
All right. Wow, that was a lot, and that was really helpful. It was good stuff. Trustees, any questions or comments at this time?
Just one real quick sort of big picture. The difference between, it was so interesting to see the principals and then the breakdown between elementary principals and the secondary. And that was really useful, and then makes me think twice about things, like they know like so much. And I also appreciate your comment that we have different responsibilities here at the board. So can you talk just a little bit about the balance between those, especially since you see the sort of implicit theory of action behind it, like you understood this is why the board would lean this way, and this is why principals would lean that way. So when you're thinking this through, where's Ed? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, we're blending, I think, information that we're getting and trying to prioritize the things that are going to have the most impact at our schools, at the same time position the district best long-term, right? And I think the board's feedback, I think, really speaks to positioning the AISD best long-term, right? And I think that's where, as a team of 10, a lot of our energy is spent. And I think our principals are really focused on how do we support our campuses? Like, what do we need? And so that feedback helps me understand, okay, how do I blend the two together so that whenever something does come to the board, principals should be able to see their feedback reflected in it, right? I mean, if we bring something to you that doesn't, then we've missed the mark for sure. I think what's also really interesting is that you see some differences between elementary and secondary, so really finding the common thread. And I think we saw that with instructional coaches, we saw that with market adjustments. So as we move forward, I would expect for y'all to see that be really supported by the administration, because we know we have limited funds. So yeah, no, that's how we have to balance it all, Trustee Foster, and that's how it'll come forward.
Are we going to do the same exercise with cuts?
Well, we already have cuts on, so we've already done 30 million. We have 30 million of cuts that have already been kind of proposed. So as we move forward, based on what we heard today, there's cuts, there will be revenue offsets, and there'll be capital injections. So I think there will be an opportunity. I don't know if it'll be as elaborate or as many options, but yeah, we can look at a solution like that or an activity like that. And there's also what is going to occur before the end of this fiscal year in preparation for next fiscal year, because remember, we're trying to get through 26, 27. And so there's an argument to be made, do you have to take it all right now before you determine whether you are going to move forward with the VADR or not, or before you get through the next legislative session? So I think we're going to be trying to time this out to where, we don't recommend a cut that cuts deep into the bone and the fabric of the system before I hear from the trustees, we are not doing a VADR, or we are doing a VADR, but it has failed. Like, there are some things that I think we need to clear before you're going to take that next cut. If you take it too early, and then an opportunity downstream presents itself, then to someone's comment earlier, you may not get it back, right? And this is what the comment was, I think, around planning, I think, for secondary. I think, Trustee Gonzalez, you said that, and I think that's a really, really important point. And so there's going to be this, like, it's a function of time, function of value, function of short-term and long-term. So yeah, that exercise will exist, but I don't want to sit here, Trustee Foster, and tell you that we're going to do all of it in one tranche, because it can't happen that way. It just won't happen that way.
Thanks.
Any other trustees have questions or comments? Yes.
I'd love to know whether next week you expect to have a budget that's a little more in focus for us. I know this was all a surprise and we have to process it tonight, but I also know this is usually the meeting where we have a preliminary budget, and then we're talking about, do we have money to up our number of personal trainers? Do we, where are we making those last adjustments and investments? And we have to approve a budget in 6 weeks, and we are a long way from that part of our conversation, unless you're planning to bring us a $60 million deficit. So I'm wondering what things look like between now and next week, because we can't wait till the first meeting in June to have that level of detail. That's not, it gives us no runway, it gives us no room to talk about things. And I still don't have a really good sense of what kind of deficit we may be looking at and what kind of cuts we may be facing, even if we find investments and revenue. And I feel like we need to have that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think what next week will look like will be kind of a recommendation of what deficit you're going to, because we were already going to carry a $30 million deficit, just to be clear. We had the 60 before, and so you're carrying 30. We're not going to carry 60.
But we're at 62 now.
Correct.
Right.
And so we have to bring that back down. And
Right.
so, you're going to have a list of the kind of potential options or cuts that we'd be considering with the level of granularity I think that you're wanting to see. I think it's important to note that on the contract stuff, on some of these big contracts, we're going to be making some assumptions. We can take 1.2 or 800 based on our preliminary conversations with the team and preliminary conversations with with perhaps the vendor in some cases. We've already had some of those conversations. So a lot of work has happened fairly quickly. We thought we were getting closer with the 30, but with the new news, the goal line's kind of moved. I do not know that you can get to the full 60, in this short period of time without doing something that may take a future opportunity off the table, if that makes any sense. And I also want to be clear that my hope is that because of that dynamic between this fiscal year and next fiscal year, that the board is willing to have the conversation as to whether the board is in support of Vader or not. And the reason I say that is because if we know for certain that it's not going to be supported and that revenue is not going to be explored, then you may make decisions now that you wouldn't make in 6 months. Like when we first talked about this all together, my hope is that by the time you get to the end of June, not that there was a vote to do the Vader, but we knew, where we stood as an organization, whether it's something we were exploring or not. Does that make sense why those two are important to have together?
For sure. I do have a question.
Yeah, I just thank you for that. And so to be clear, we'll have something closer to a preliminary budget with specific proposals for cuts next week.
Can I clarify that? 'Cause
Okay.
I
And thank
heard-
you for more detail today. It is a helpful start.
I heard two different things from what you were asking, though. So I heard one is more details about the cuts, which is what I heard Matias answer. What I didn't hear you answer was more a detailed budget, like
Both.
not just the proposed cuts,
We need
but
both.
like this is the budget that we're proposing, but not like a piece of paper, but like a budget. So the level of detail that would allow us to make this is not just these are the things we want to cut, but this is what we're approving to spend. That level of detail, not that request. Accurate? Okay.
Yeah, I think we need both.
Yeah, one of the big decisions that we're kind of contemplating and looking at to make within the next week is with the voter-approved tax ratification election and what that split is going to look like. Because depending on what we want to invest in fiscal stabilization and what we want to invest in compensation or additional employees, we're going to have to build those numbers within the budget. And so that's one of the areas that we're waiting to finalize before we give you final numbers.
But we have to plan a budget without the Vader, because we have to approve our budget before we know if we're calling Vader and before we know if a Vader will be successful.
So
what I'm looking for is when are we going to have that budget? I understand the Vader's something we want to talk about, but I want to understand what our budget is, assuming that doesn't happen. We were talking a long time ago about assuming the state would give us nothing, and I think people were afraid to assume zero, and yet here we are. And so I really think it's really important that we have an understanding next Thursday of the budget, absent the Vader, and the Vader is like icing. The Vader is not a sure thing.
So when when we propose a budget starting, well, you'll have next Thursday 2 budgets, one with the Vader, one without the Vader.
Thank you. Excellent.
When the board adopts the budget in June, if you move in the direction of moving forward with assuming that you're going to call for a Vader, that's the budget that you would approve in June because that sets the tax rate. And so that automatically sets a higher tax rate. And then we call the election in August, set the tax rate in August, and then that begins the timeline.
So we look at it both ways next week. Thank you.
I really appreciate that, Trustee Boswell. That was going to be my question is, like taking the time to really look at a budget without the Vader. And so and we have to approve if it looks like we're moving towards a Vader, we have to approve the budget in June that uses that assumption.
That's correct. So when a school board adopts a budget, the budget that they adopt basically sets the tax rate, projects the tax rate. So if you adopt a budget without the Vader, then the tax rate's going to be a lower tax rate. If you adopt a budget that you're assuming is going to include a Vader and the passage of a Vader, then that also produces a tax rate that's a higher tax rate than one without the Vader.
So
the 9.1 cents.
So if we go for a Vader and it doesn't pass, we would then have to vote to reduce the tax rate.
We
Or
would,
how does that work?
so the failure of a Vader automatically reduces the tax rate. We would have to then immediately do a budget amendment to start cutting costs throughout the district.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I definitely want to spend some time, like as much time as we spend on a budget with a Vader, I want to spend on the budget without a Vader to really deeply understand that. I don't think it's a given necessarily that, so I want to really make sure that we're good on that. A couple other things that I'm curious to get are, some idea of what this I'm really interested in this creative use of real estate, just some range of what that could actually bring us. What is that value?
So you want that in 1 week?
No, it doesn't have to be in a week, but at some point, pretty soon, I just need to know a ballpark of what impact that means because I don't have that.
So I think maybe next week we have some of that in exec session, just because it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's fine. And the other thing is, and I'm not sure I saw this tonight, but scenarios with the Vader and a possible homestead exemption.
It was in there.
Oh, it was. Did you go? Okay, I must have.
It doesn't help us.
Okay. Okay.
The long and short was it doesn't help.
It doesn't help.
It doesn't help. Okay. I know it reduces, that I understand it reduces what we have to spend. I'll have to go back and look at that. But I want to, can we actually bring that slide up again, just super
Have to go to the previous presentation.
Oh, it's a previous presentation, okay. then-
Basically, 1 million for every 1% of
Okay.
additional homestead exemption.
Okay,
1 million less we will get.
So a 5% local optional homestead exemption, we'd lose about an estimated $5 million. A 10%, we'd lose $10 million.
so I think it might be worth some discussion, though, in thinking about, as I think about the issues that have been raised, if even knowing that it could reduce the amount that ends up in our coffers, it could help increase the likelihood that a Vader would pass. So I think there's still a little bit more, I would be curious to have a little bit more discussion. I don't know if anyone else would, but I do hear this concern about sending, people putting, sending more back to the state. I also know with the homestead exemption, at the very least, it's giving our constituents, homeowners, a little bit of a break, and it's putting a little bit more of the burden on, business entities don't get an advantage of homestead exemption, obviously. But does the state then cover the difference?
Not with the local.
Not with, that's the problem.
Okay, that's interesting, because that's a different answer from what okay, are we sure about that?
We're sure about that.
Okay, all right, well, that's something I didn't know. Well, thank you.
Do you want that? Well, we'll provide the detail.
Maybe I'll just have a phone call with y'all. You don't have to do a whole grand thing about it. Okay, is that it? questions, comments? Yes.
Sorry, so when will we have further discussion on the Vader? Because my main questions about the Vader are some that we discussed in our one-to-one, but around what are our options for the Vader being, the tax increase being a temporary tax? Like, what are ways that we can view it as we're not permanently committing to a tax that's progressively going to get to 83% or higher going to the state, but we're going to use this money as emergency money now, but so I don't think we have to go into that now, but are we going to have a chance to go into that later?
I mean, I think this is the time to have it. I mean, we want to have a work session. I mean, I think that your comments are great, and we talked about, if the state legislature moves forward, which they've done, I think in 2017 they did this, where they turned copper pennies into gold pennies. You still have to vote that. I mean, it still has to go get voted, and that's why we ended up with 1/10 of one gold penny not being voted on. I mean, not being, I guess, approved or used. And so that is one thing that if we vote the copper pennies, and then the legislature in, I guess, spring of 2025 says, hey, this is how we're going to help fund, quote unquote, help fund public schools, then they could turn copper pennies into gold pennies, right? 2 of them or however many. So, and then at any point in the future, if the state independently does something different, the board can vote, but we don't have to go back to an election to reduce it if you wanted to do that. So I think those comments are.
So both of those things are extraordinarily important for my understanding of the Vader. So one is saying that if the state were to choose, the legislature in a year and a half were to increase local school funding by converting copper pennies to gold, to whatever pennies. Golden pennies. We would, if we had this Vader pass, we would be prepared to capture that right away.
Correct.
Whereas we didn't, we would have to then, before we could even get to that, have to go through a Vader at that time to be able to get that funding.
Correct, which means you'd be going in November of 2025 between a presidential and a gubernatorial.
So conceivably, this could be a very temporary thing that would then convert into something where AISD taxpayers are fully using that money to fund AISD schools. Okay. And then the other piece that was very important about what you said is that although there's no way we could bind a future board to making that decision, it would be very easy if additional funding came in to offset what we used the Vader for, that to reduce that tax to the current level or to eliminate those copper pennies if they're continuing to be used primarily for sending to the state.
If the board chose, if the board chooses to do that.
So I think those 2 pieces of information are really important for our public to understand in terms of this isn't necessary. If we were to proceed with this, it's not necessarily a permanent commitment to collecting that revenue and sending it to the state and using a smaller portion for our much needed for the district. Okay, that's helpful. And the other piece, I just going to go on record to say I would like to a short meeting to compare some of the position cut slide numbers to the other information we've received confidentially around the cuts, because I see some disconnect between some of those numbers, and I'm just curious again about that in the spirit of transparency. For example, just one example, DCCE shows 1 position cut, but other information we received showed 4 individuals, particularly being. It says DCCE, number 1 position cut.
Sorry, that number represents the net, because there's a reorg, and then the inherited position.
Right, so that's complicated, right? So we're seeing 4 positions cut, but we're seeing revenue savings of $75,000. So I'd like to understand that better. We're also seeing, I don't see, but under TLL, I don't see net. Oh, it is net. Because you're saying you're removing 2 multilingual positions, but you're adding 1. So that's 3. Mm-hmm. Okay,
So,
I would like to get some
they're
further
all,
information on that.
so we can, happy to have a one-on-one, or if there's a specific org you want to look at, we can.
Okay, yeah,
go through it.
and I just want to note, again, not that anyone's watching at 1:13, but I just want to note that, like, although a lot of this information is extremely confidential and very sensitive, that the discussions are happening to make sure the board is aware and knowledgeable about both the cuts being made and the processes that were followed in making those cuts.
Anyone else? Okay, well, thank you all. Thank you, Ed and your team. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Superintendent. All right, so Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Hunter to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. We are adjourned at 1:14 a.m. Thank you all for your stamina and good work. Thank you.